Chapter 984. No. Yi Xian revealed a disappointed expression. This was a martial artist at the peak of the third level of the divine martial realm from the Su family, not Yi Xian or Long Chen. Yi Xian. Seeing the beautiful city lord, the warrior was scared out of his wits. Without another word, he fled for his life. Someone like Yi Xian could take his life in one move. What surprised him was that Yi Xian did not chase after him. Instead, she quickly disappeared from his sight. What's going on? The warrior opened his eyes wide. He looked at the circular light formation in his hand and finally understood. She was worried about her brother's safety, so she didn't have the time to kill me. I didn't expect to survive because of this. What a close call. However, with Yi Xian and Long Chen's abilities, 10 people have already died. How did they survive? Not only him, but many people in the slaughter maze were puzzled by this question. In an unexpected place, the weak people in their eyes were constantly reaping lives. The fourth one. Su Zhen killed the warrior in his hand. This was a very loyal underworld general of the Su family, but unfortunately, he met Su Zhen in this killing game. When he was about to salute Su Zhen directly grabbed him and crushed his heart. 12 people have already died, and I've killed 4 of them. The others must not have killed as many as I did. After all, Yi Xian, Su Yang, Su Mo, and the others should have killed at least 2 each. If that's the case, it's impossible for someone to kill 5 and surpass me. Thinking of this, Su Zhen smiled. The Netherworld Emperor Armor. It's the legendary super armor. As long as I get the Netherworld armor, the entire Netherworld mansion, even the mansion lord who has passed 9 heavenly lightning tribulations, will not be my match. And the Yi family, Yi Xian. When I get the Netherworld Emperor armor, it will be the time of your death. Immediately, he checked the circular light formation. This Yi Xian and Long Chen, how are they still alive? They are so lucky that they haven't met anyone. This is impossible. Su Zhen was also full of doubts. However, he soon smiled. If that's the case, then my greatest opponent, that little girl called Yi Xian, will definitely be distracted. Furthermore, with that little girl's personality, she will definitely not be able to do anything to her own people. The Nether Emperor's armor will definitely be mine. Obtaining the Netherworld Emperor armor was like catching a turtle in a jar. I need to kill more than 20 people in total. I need to kill about 10 of them before I can get the Netherworld Emperor armor. Continue. With this thought in mind, Su Zhen disappeared in an instant. In another place, Yi Xian once again felt the presence of a warrior. This time, she did not need to get too close to know who it was. This familiar presence was something that she would never forget for the rest of her life. Charging forward in an instant, what appeared in front of him was Sumo's cold and tall figure. In front of Sumo stood a Yi family martial artist covered in cuts and bruises. Yi Xian, save me. Seeing Yi Xian's arrival, a ray of hope appeared in the martial artist's despair. He immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, successfully attracting Sumo's attention. Sumo originally wanted to kill him. However, when he heard these words and felt the terrifying feeling behind him, he stopped his hands and turned around to look at Yi Xian. He understood Yi Xian's temper. If he did not stop now, he would definitely be greeted by Yi Xian's wrath. The Yi family martial artist seized this opportunity and hurriedly rolled and crawled away. Although he had always looked down on Yi Xian's background, Yi Xian was after all very strong. It was not bad that she had saved his life. Fortunately, you came in time. Otherwise, this old man would have lost his life. Yi Xian, he was from Yi Shi's family. No matter what, he had to stand by Yi Xian's side. Although she had saved him, he was not very grateful. At the original place, Sumo and Yi Xian were left standing facing each other. Xian, can you listen to my explanation? Sumo raised his head and said with a burning gaze. He felt that everything could be salvaged. After thinking about it for a while, it seemed that he was still unwilling to give up on Yi Xian. There is no need to explain. Isn't this the day you have been waiting for? The Azura God inheritance, glory, splendor, wealth, everything is yours. It is rare for us to meet in this maze of slaughter. Today is the time for us to meet. What made Sumo worried was that the current Yi Xian was no longer the same as before. From her eyes, Sumo could only see killing intent. 3 bloody scars appeared on Yi Xian's face. Not only did it not destroy her beauty, it instead made her look very enchanting. A terrifying aura was brewing on Yi Xian's body. Sumo took a few steps back. He had to admit that in terms of battle strength, even 10 of him would not be a match for Yi Xian. You are really so cold-blooded. You don't care about our past relationship and want to kill me here. Sumo's face revealed an expression of disbelief. Who's cold-blooded? What's wrong with you today? Why are your words so funny? Yi Xian walked towards him step by step. Let me tell you, from that night onwards, we no longer have a past and a future. Just like my clan and yours, we are enemies. Today, there is a rare opportunity to eliminate a great enemy like you. As a member of the Yi clan, I am duty-bound to do it. Bullshit. Sumo still insisted and said, although you say so, I believe that you are not thinking so in your heart. Our hundreds of years of relationship is not something that can be forgotten so easily. Yi Xian, you are not such a person. Just as he finished speaking, what he received was a light palm strike from Yi Xian, directly sending him flying backwards while coughing up blood. If you don't want to be killed by me without any resistance, stand up and show me your strength. Within Yi Xian's eyes, there was only killing intent. Long Chen's words had made her understand that this changed person, this changed relationship, it was not so easy to change back. Everything no longer existed. If she kept it in her imagination, it would only cause her own death. You are so heartless. Yi Xian, I misjudged you. Sumo's face was gloomy as he climbed up from the ground. I should be the one who said that to you. Yi Xian said with a cold smile. You can't kill me. Seeing the killing intent in Yi Xian's eyes, Sumo was really worried. He was not willing to die here, so he said hysterically. Why? When you went to the White Fen to train, I risked my life to save you. Otherwise, there would be no Yi Xian today. I am your savior. Sumo said righteously. Yi Xian was stunned. The tall and sturdy man who had carried her home from a faraway place was now standing in front of her. At that time, Yi Xian had thought that she would one day marry this man, but in reality, this man was actually using this matter to beg her to spare his life. The killing intent on her body gradually disappeared, the 7 murder bloodline also faded away. Sumo. Yes. Sumo finally let out a sigh of relief. His life was saved. Yi Xian raised her head and said word by word, the man who saved me back then is already dead. You saved my life, today I will spare your life. We don't owe each other anything. The next time we meet, it will be the time for me to take your life. I hope your luck will be better. After saying that, Yi Xian turned around and left. She did not look back and quickly disappeared in this slaughter maze. Sumo clenched his fist tightly. His eyes were about to spit out flames. Today's encounter made him feel a fatal humiliation. He actually had to beg for mercy in the hands of a woman. If it wasn't for the fact that I let you have the Cloud Dragon pill, your cultivation base would have always been faster than mine. Today, you wouldn't have such a cultivation base. Yi Xian, everything you have is because I let you have it, but today, purple flames burst out from his eyes. One day, I will teach you an unforgettable lesson. Just you wait, I will let you live a life worse than death. Suddenly, he raised his arm and saw 2 names. Yi Xian, Longchen, you are not dead. Then consider this my first feast for you. After saying that, Sumo turned around and left. In another place, the warrior who was running away was slandering Yi Xian and Sumo. However, he was sensed by Long Chen's spirit-devouring demon pupil. He was from the Yi family. If he was from the Yi family, Long Chen would not do anything to him. After all, Yi Xian was also from the Yi family. Long Chen could not casually make a move. This was a matter of principle. However, that guy was running towards Long Chen. This was just a coincidence. Soon, he saw Long Chen. Long Chen also saw him. This old man was full of wounds. It seemed that he had gone through a tough battle. Isn't this Yi Xian's disciple? The old man smiled and rushed towards Long Chen. Without saying anything, he directly attacked. Although Yi Xian had saved him, it was not as tempting as the Netherworld Emperor armor. As long as he could get the Netherworld Emperor armor, he would be able to reach the sky in one step. You didn't say anything. Are you trying to kill me again? Long Chen narrowed his eyes. If others did not offend him, he would not offend them. Since the old man had bad intentions towards him, he would not be polite. Not only was the old man injured, but he had just entered the third layer of the God Martial Realm, similar to Su Tian. After a while, he died under Long Chen's sword. Before he died, of course, he did not believe his eyes. I just... Yi Xian. His eyes were wide open. After he finished speaking, this cultivator had already lost his life. Long Chen grabbed his god martial spirit and asked excitedly, "You mean, you saw Yi Xian?" "Yes." The Yi family warrior wanted to cry but had no tears. He said, "She was in the direction I came from. Look at how injured you are. She must have saved you." Long Chen was very smart. "Yes." The warrior said in fear. "Biting the hand that feeds you, damn it." Long Chen did not spare him. Finally knowing the whereabouts of Yi Xian, Long Chen was ready to meet up with him. Chapter 985. Long Chen estimated that it would be unrealistic for someone to kill 6 of them. After all, there were so many of them, and they couldn't have only killed 2. Under the temptation of the Netherworld Imperial armor, everyone was fighting with their lives on the line. Long Chen didn't think too much about it. After getting Yi Xian's directions, he headed in that direction without hesitation. "My sister must be worried sick," Yi Xian said nervously in the Taishu realm. "As long as you're not dead, your name will not disappear from the circle of light. She will know that you're still alive, so don't worry too much. With her strength, no one here can kill her. Even Su Zhen, who is at the same level as her, won't be stupid enough to make a move on her." Long Chen analyzed. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Half an hour has passed, and a total of 37 people have entered. In other words, 27 people will die. If the news of what happened between the Yi family and the Su family were to spread out, it will definitely cause a great shock to the entire Nether Mansion. If the 2 families can't obtain the inheritance of the God of Slaughter, they will definitely collapse. Even if they have powerful experts, they will still be reduced to second-rate families. Although the Yi family was Yi Xian's family, from what Yi Xian said, it seemed like he wasn't particularly interested in the rise and fall of the Yi family. Long Chen understood. After all, Yi Xian's family wasn't valued enough by the Yi family. "If I can escape this calamity, I'll go to the prefecture city and bring my parents to my sister's Spirit Lord city. I'll have to look at their faces in the prefecture city. In any case, I don't want to stay any longer." As they advanced, Yi Xian grumbled. Whether they could get out of here alive was indeed a problem. Long Chen didn't say much. He didn't care about the Yi family's matters, but if the Yi siblings needed help, he wouldn't hesitate. The reason why Long Chen was working so hard to kill was because he wanted to get the Netherworld Imperial armor and give it to them. Even if the Netherworld Emperor armor was of great use to Long Chen would still give it to him. Compared to him, perhaps Yi Xian needed the Netherworld Emperor armor more. The way Long Chen moved forward, he quickly approached Sumo and Yi Xian's original position. Yi Xian had already left, while Sumo was rushing towards Long Chen's direction, his eyes filled with killing intent. If he didn't teach Yi Xian an unforgettable lesson, He would never be satisfied. Killing intent was burning fiercely in his heart. That's weird. How could those two little fellows still be alive? More and more people are dying. If news of what happened here were to spread out, the experts of the two great clans would be wiped out. Most of them died in the hands of their own people. That would be interesting. As he advanced, Sumo grinned evilly. It's obvious that Yi Xian didn't kill many of them. With granduncle's speed, he should have killed at least 5 of them by now. Besides Yi Xian, no one can compete with him for the Netherworld Emperor armor. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, Sumo suddenly stopped moving. His sharp instinct told him that someone was rushing towards him. This is the feeling of the first level of the divine martial realm. Sumo licked his dark green lips and smiled. Sumo. Long Chen immediately stopped moving. Using his soul-devouring demonic eyes, he quickly discovered that Sumo had appeared within 1 mile of him. And judging from Sumo's behavior, it was very likely that he had already sensed the slight ripples of energy after Long Chen rushed towards him. Indeed worthy of being a peak extreme realm warrior. Long Chen sneered and turned around. Golden lightning danced under his feet. He unleashed his fastest speed and ran in this endless and complicated maze. Sumo could only use his vague senses to chase after Long Chen. His senses were not accurate, but Long Chen could accurately grasp Sumo's position. Even if you're faster than me, countless times faster, so what? This is a maze, you can't use your divine sense. Long Chen, like a golden lightning, flew diagonally. He knew that Sumo was chasing after him, and the distance between them was gradually decreasing. This way. Long Chen turned again and rushed out from another direction. Sumo, who couldn't grasp Long Chen's position, chased after him for about 15 minutes, then stopped in anger, because Long Chen had completely disappeared from his senses. How is this possible? He has just reached the first level of the God Martial Realm. This brat's speed is way too fast. How is this the speed of the first level of the God Martial Realm? Even Su-Er can't compete with him. Sumo was slightly panting, his face was full of frustration. He couldn't deal with Yi Xian and was humiliated by her. He didn't expect that he couldn't even catch up with a puny Long Chen. This kind of feeling almost made him puke blood. Why does he seem to know where I am? He found me faster than I found him, and he even escaped from such a tricky angle. Sumo couldn't understand. He had a bad feeling in his heart. This brat's premonition is so sharp. If he is powerful enough to kill a warrior at the 3rd level of the God Martial Realm, then it will be troublesome. Luckily, he is only at the 1st level of the God Martial Realm. Thinking of this, Sumo let out a sigh of relief. Since he couldn't kill Long Chen, he could only vent his anger on the other members of the Yi clan. I have only killed 1 so far. It is far from enough. I need to kill another 14. But, it seems like there are fewer and fewer people. It will be difficult to find them. Sumo was right. Long Chen also felt that it would be very difficult to find only 10 people in 2 hours. The further he went, the fewer people there were. It would be difficult to find them. Just now, he had encountered Long Chen, who had almost caught up to him. Long Chen had fled a long distance, and after confirming that Su-Mo would definitely not be able to catch up, he continued to hunt. In any case, they were all enemies. For the sake of the Netherworld Imperial armor, he had gone crazy, and would not hold back. With the soul-devouring demon eyes, Long Chen could more accurately grasp the enemy's position. This was his greatest advantage. About half an hour later, the time was almost up. Everyone's heart was filled with a great deal of nervousness. This is the tomb of a warrior at the 8th level of the God Martial Realm, the heaven and earth way of heaven and earth. He said that he could kill each and every one of us. It is absolutely possible. Thinking of this, Long Chen's heart palpitated. It was a very tense moment. Everyone didn't want to die, but hoped that others would die earlier. There are still 13 people left. That means we only need 3 more to die. Long Chen took a deep breath. We are at the first level of the God Martial Realm, but our names are still on the circular light formation. I guess many people are scared out of their wits. But this way, my sister doesn't have to worry too much. After all, we have survived until the end. Yi Xian looked at Long Chen with admiration. This miracle was created by Long Chen. Brother, without you, I would be dead. You saved my life for the third time. I, Yi Xian, will never be able to repay you in this life. This makes me very sad. If you think we are brothers, don't bother about such a small thing. If it were you, you would have done the same. Long Chen smiled. He didn't think it was a big deal. He continued to move forward, looking for more opponents. They had to end all the battles within 2 hours. Only then would the 10 of them survive. Otherwise, not to mention the Netherworld Emperor armor, everyone would die here. So far, 24 people have died. I killed 8 alone. The further we go, the harder it will be to find opponents. The more people died, the smaller the density. The reason Long Chen had been able to find 8 people was purely because of his soul-devouring demon eyes. Of course, in the process, Long Chen had met Sumo, Tinglong, Yi Shiji, and Su Yang. But after meeting them, Long Chen had immediately escaped. Getting entangled with them would be stupid. If someone killed 9 people, that would be 17. It shouldn't be possible. But just to be safe, I have to kill 1 more. Thinking of this, Long Chen quickened his pace. Su Er. After a while, Long Chen smiled. His smile quickly turned into hatred. You found Su Er. He was the one who killed Grandpa Dugu. Hatred also appeared in Yi Xian's eyes. In order to let them leave alive, Dugu Jun had sacrificed his life and died at Su Er's hands. Long Chen didn't say anything. His eyes turned cold, and his killing intent surged. He rushed towards Su Er. Long Chen, stop. He's a sky-tier cultivator. He's almost at the ultimate martial realm. You're no match for him. Who said I'm not? Ever since I gained my current strength, I haven't fought to my heart's content. Su Tian, Yi Gufeng, and the others are too weak. Long Chen's words stunned Yi Xian for a long time. Old monsters that had cultivated for thousands of years, even thousands of years, had accumulated a vast amount of divine essence. Yet, in Long Chen's words, they were actually too weak. Just how terrifying was Long Chen? When he first met Long Chen looked like he was only at the 7th level of the Sky Martial Realm. Others might need 1,000 years to cultivate from the 7th level of the Sky Martial Realm to the 3rd level of the God Martial Realm, but Long Chen had directly soared within a year. If he wasn't a monster, then what was he? Yi Xian found himself speechless. He couldn't persuade Long Chen at all. Su Er. Long Chen roared. He directly turned and walked out of the darkness. Blood and qi were rolling all over his body, forming a thick fog on his body. Occasionally, the image of a divine dragon would appear. Su Er was startled. At this last moment, everyone who survived was an expert. Among the 10 people, 6 at the 4th level of the God Martial Realm were definitely alive. The rest, except for Long Chen and Yi Xian, were basically at the 3rd level of the God Martial Realm. Su Er didn't plan to fight anymore. Instead, he hid and waited, letting the real experts kill the last 3 people at the last moment. But suddenly, someone called out to him. How could he not be scared? He hurriedly turned around. There was indeed a terrifying aura behind him. Su Er was about to escape when he suddenly saw the familiar Long Chen. At that moment, he laughed crazily. PS1, May 4th, this chapter is dedicated to Dragon Clan, Bloodthirsty Sorrowful Child Shoes, because you changed the prefix of the Dragon Clan and put your birthday in the comments section. Happy birthday, because of you. Chapter 986. Su Er was wearing the Underworld General Battle Armor of the Underworld Army. Although he was old, he still looked majestic. His snow-white beard drooped down, and his eyes were deep and full of expression. His dark green underworld general battle armor, which was covered in runes, was stained with a lot of blood. A murderous aura emanated from his body. Complete celestial being realm, 10 times stronger than Su Tian. This was Su Er. He was about the same age as Su Zhen and the others, but his talent was limited and he couldn't break through in the end. "It's you." Just like the others, Su Er was shocked that Long Chen and Yi Xian were still alive. He had considered many possibilities, but the only one he could think of was that they were saved by Yi Xian. Only Yi Xian could protect them. But now, Yi Xian wasn't here. This young man was all alone. Su Er couldn't help but laugh. "There's still about 15 minutes left. I'll sacrifice the last soul for everyone." Su Er could see that Long Chen was in the first layer of the divine martial realm. He could definitely kill him with a wave of his hand. Long Chen drew out the floating blood. "Yi Xian, I'm here to avenge Dugu. Don't be careless. If you can't win, run. Revenge is never too late." Yi Xian could only remind him. 10 years, Long Chen couldn't wait for 10 years. To him, 10 years was a nightmare. 5 years have passed. "My Xiao Shi, the day of our reunion is right in front of me. I didn't go back on my promise. Sword Spirit Imperial Domain, I'm really here." At the thought of this, Long Chen let out an excited roar. He discovered that the blood in his body was boiling. Countless dragon blood divine yuan was burning in his huge body. Close to 100 million acupuncture points were like the eyes of a divine dragon, emitting a powerful pressure. The 1 billion divine dragon meridians were agitated, transmitting a large amount of power. Buzz. On the floating blood god sword, the image of a blood dragon coiled around it, causing floating blood god's sword to tremble and let out a buzzing sound. A blood-red color filled Long Chen's eyes. At this moment, Long Chen looked like a madman who only knew how to kill. The aura on his body could be said to have increased by tens of thousands of times in an instant. From a small stream, it instantly turned into an earth-shattering ocean, rushing towards Su Er. This. A primordial beast had awakened in front of him. Blood-red mist surrounded Long Chen. All Long Chen could see was a pair of blood-red, cold, and terrifying eyes. How could he be so strong? Su Er was stunned. The soft persimmon had suddenly turned into an iron plate. "No, this is an illusion." Su Er steadied his mind. He had underestimated Long Chen in the beginning, but now there seemed to be an unexpected change. He had no choice but to pay full attention. Purple flame. Of course, Su Er had also activated the purple phoenix body. Purple flames covered him, and the feathers of the phoenix formed a huge pair of flaming wings on his back. As they flapped, a superheat wave was set off in the air. Dense feather patterns appeared on his body, as if he had turned into a bird. Even his nails had become sharp. From this, it could be seen that even in terms of attainment in the purple phoenix body, Su Er was much stronger than Su Tian. The difference was at least 10 times. "I don't know why, but you, Long Chen, are indeed a worthy opponent." Su Er concealed the nervousness in his heart and displayed his strongest state. Each and every high and mighty underworld general was forced to this extent by Long Chen. It could only be considered a pity. Purple flame feathers. He used the same attack Su Shui had used in the past, but this time, it was countless times more powerful. Purple flame wings spread out, and countless purple burning feathers shot towards Long Chen like razor-sharp blades. Boom! Long Chen's body was instantly covered by the purple blades. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, Long Chen moved his feet and turned into a golden bolt of lightning. His speed was even faster than Su Er's. This golden bolt of lightning held a blood-red light in its hand, and wherever it went, the purple flame feathers would be sent flying by him. In every instant, Long Chen could be said to have swung floating blood thousands of times. None of the purple flame feathers could get close to him or hurt him at all. Floating blood sword. In the end, he even ignored the attacks of the purple flame feathers. His whole body turned into a line of blood, piercing towards Su-er's neck. This was an assassination move, and its speed shocked even Su-er. Die. Su-er threw out a punch. An elite at the consummate level of the heaven tier carried with him the power of heaven and earth. Any random attack from him would be a powerful one. When the force of the punch landed on Long Chen's descending blood sword, the tip of the sword deviated slightly and brushed past Su-er's ear, cutting it in half. Blood danced in the air. Su-er screamed, and his feet moved quickly, hurriedly escaping from Long Chen's attack range. At this moment, his face was pale, and he held his left hand, which was full of blood. Long Chen had actually hurt him. Why was it so terrifying? No matter how hard Su-er thought about it, he couldn't figure out why this would happen. Half of his ear was cut off by such a small fry. To him, this was a humiliation. Soon, his fear was overwhelmed by his own anger. His anger burned and erupted. I said, I will avenge Dugu, and I will take your life. Long Chen's body turned in the air, and he attacked again. In terms of Jin Yuan, he was not inferior to Su-er, but in terms of physical strength, speed, and the power of the sword spirit, he absolutely suppressed Su-er. The only word to describe it was terrifying. In that case, you can die. Purple Flame Realm. The purple flame rushed out from Su-er's body, and within a radius of 10 meters, everything was covered by Su-er's purple flame realm. That blazing fire instantly drowned Long Chen. This kind of fire, if one didn't practice a third rank or above body refining battle skill, would directly burn to death. This was the super talent of the Su family. Normally, a warrior at the third level of the God martial realm might not necessarily practice a third rank or above body refining battle skill. It could be said that if one encountered the Su family's purple flame realm, as long as he didn't practice a powerful body refining battle skill, he would definitely die. Even if he practiced it, his fighting strength would be greatly affected. A mere first level of the God martial realm, the purple flame realm, can take your life. Su-er's long beard fluttered in the wind, and his face was full of dignity. Really? Do you think that only you have it? Long Chen's laughter came from the flames. What? Su-er was stunned. In this purple flame realm, he could actually talk and laugh freely. Devour. Blood. World, with a light shout, a blood-red space covered the surroundings. What is this? Su-er was shocked. Long Chen was obviously only at the first level of the God martial realm. How could he have a realm? Could it be that Long Chen was really hiding his strength? This young man was actually an old monster who had lived for thousands of years, and he had been hiding his strength all this time, only revealing it at the last moment. In Su-er's heart, a huge wave was set off. At the same time, he was also very curious about what Long Chen's realm was, and how could it have the function of a god or a devil. A series of questions troubled Su-er, and soon, the answer came. Long Chen's Devour Blood realm relied on pure qi, and now he was using divine qi. The greater the amount of divine qi, the greater the power of Long Chen's Devour Blood realm. When he was still at the Sky Martial realm, he didn't use the Devour Blood realm because, although his fighting strength was very strong, he didn't have much pure qi, so even if he used the Devour Blood realm, it would be useless. But now, with a huge amount of divine qi, the whole space was filled with a bloody mist, and a huge blood-red cocoon surrounded him and Su-er. In this blood-red space, the mist rolled and formed a blood-red whirlpool, and in the depths of the whirlpool, the image of a divine dragon flashed. How is this possible? Su-er cried out in surprise. The whole space, from all directions, burst out an incomparably shocking suction force. This suction force was not acting on Su-er's body, but on his blood. At this moment, he felt that his body was not under his control, as if it was going to explode. Suppress. With great difficulty, Su-er finally mobilized all the divine qi in his body. A huge amount of divine qi surged and swarmed out from 9,999 acupuncture points, suppressing the boiling blood qi. However, although he was able to suppress the blood qi, it consumed a lot of divine qi. What was more terrifying was that there was a terrifying existence in this space, and Su-Er felt like he was in the mouth of a giant beast. Break. It could be said that under Long Chen's Devour Blood realm, his purple fire realm seemed very weak. Mobilizing the power of heaven and earth, the Emperor's spiritual qi crazily surged into his body, and then was released by him. Su-Er intended to shatter Long Chen's realm, otherwise, it would be a huge problem. Nirvana Purple Fire. The same attack, in Su-Er's hands, was much stronger than Su Tian's. Purple phoenix wings covered Su-Er's body, and then suddenly spread out. Those feathers formed a vast flame, and suddenly swept towards Long Chen. Compared to the flames in the purple fire realm, this flame was much more powerful. Long Chen was very familiar with this attack. Just as the Devour Blood realm opened and suppressed the purple fire realm, Long Chen jumped high and slashed down with his sword. Dragon Slaying. A sword-shaped dragon shadow whizzed forward, and directly split the Nirvana purple fire in half. Su-Er was already frightened, and his long beard trembled. His old face was extremely nervous, and his eyes had long lost the calmness and contentment from before. After dodging Long Chen's dragon-slaying sword light, Su-Er became ruthless, and said fiercely, "You won't give up until you see the coffin. Today, even if I have to burn half of my spiritual yuan, I will still take your life." Long Chen's strength had gradually made his sense of superiority disappear. Rumble. At this moment, the purple fire realm retracted back into his body, forming a thin layer of purple flames on his body. Su-Er laughed crazily, and the purple flames on his body burned fiercely. A pair of purple wings flapped, and brought him into the air. Every time the purple wings flapped, it brought a scorching heat wave. PS1, May 4th, this chapter is dedicated to Dragon Tribe, Jiang Xiaojiao, because you changed the prefix of Dragon Tribe and posted your birthday in the comments section. Happy birthday. PS2, tomorrow's Dragon Boat Festival, 10 chapters will be released. PS3, targeted at the main website, everyone's birthday will be released. On the main website, Dragon Blood has more than 1,000 readers reading the VIP chapters every day. I don't understand why only a dozen or so people changed the prefix of Dragon Tribe. If everyone changed it, then the craziness would explode every day, and there might even be 5 or 6 chapters a day. I hope everyone will not be lazy readers. While I am giving you a feast, please be more active in the comments section. I have a small wish, and that is to see many readers with the prefix of Dragon Tribe in the comments section every day. If you don't know how to change it, please add me on QQ3739666926. PS4, tomorrow, there will be a release event on the mobile network. Please change the name to Dragon Tribe as soon as possible. Chapter 987. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand this kind of heat. Burn. Su-Er's face suddenly became solemn. His body started to burn from the inside, and a destructive power gradually grew, reaching 2 or 3 times the power of Su-Er's peak. This kind of power was infinitely close to the 4th level of the divine martial realm, the extreme realm of martial arts. I didn't expect that I would use this move on you that would hurt both myself and others. Su-Er's face was full of emotion. At this time, the flames on his body had already soared up to 100 meters high, directly touching the blood wall above his head. The incomparably scorching flames made Long Chen's body feel extremely uncomfortable. On Su-Er's body, the purple flame feather had materialized. A birdman. Long Chen sneered. As Su-Er's aura rose infinitely, Long Chen calmly pointed the tip of his sword in Su-Er's direction. On the blood-red blade, there was a bright red light that went from the hilt to the tip of the sword. Under Su-Er's powerful attack, Long Chen seemed to be unaffected. Long Chen, he is using the strongest move of the purple flame phoenix body. I heard that it can kill anyone in the third level of the divine martial realm. Yi Xian was a little nervous. Don't worry. Long Chen had a smile on his face. At this time, in a short moment, Su Er's energy had risen to the extreme. At this time, Su Er had completely disappeared, replaced by a blazing purple phoenix. It stood in the sky, flapping its wings, full of deterrence. A supreme majesty came from the purple phoenix. In front of the ancestral dragon, all the majesty is a joke. Long Chen shook his head. At this time, the burning giant bird let out a bird cry, turned into a purple light and rushed towards Long Chen. Descent of the Phoenix. This move was indeed terrifying. Not many celestial realm experts could resist it when it was used by Su Er. Long Chen was not in the celestial realm, but he was surprised. Revenge. Floating blood raised it high in his hand and pointed at the purple fire phoenix that was charging over with great momentum. Billions of killing tribulations. When the bright red light reached the tip of the sword, there was suddenly a huge explosion. Countless blood-red sword chi exploded from Long Chen's body, forming a huge ball of sword chi with a diameter of more than 100 meters. There were more than 100,000 sword chi, and in this short period of time, it instantly wrapped around Su Er's descent of the phoenix. Strangle. Floating blood spun, and 100,000 blood-colored sword chi twisted and turned at the same time, until it pierced through the defense of the purple fire phoenix and stabbed into his body. Countless blood-colored sword chi pierced through his body, killing Su Er in a short moment. Killing tribulations was a third-tier divine technique. Floating blood and dragon slayer were equally powerful, while chaotic demon sword was much more powerful. However, the strongest move was still the last move, billions of killing tribulations. This was the true essence of the killing tribulations. At this time, when Long Chen used it together with the devouring world of blood, he killed Su Er in an instant. The sky was filled with fresh blood as it fell. In the great virtual realm, Yi Xian looked at this scene that looked like rain, and he was in a daze. Long Chen put away floating blood, looked at the circular light formation in his hand, and said softly, "When I killed Su Er, another person was killed. Now there are 11 people. After killing one more, the game will end, but it seems like there is only half an hour left. The last person would definitely hide far away. If they didn't hurry up and kill one more person, everyone would probably die." However, there was no one around, so Long Chen could only speed up and see if there was a chance to kill another person. He did not want to take the risk. The battle between the billions of killing tribulations and the descent of the phoenix caused a huge commotion. Not far away, there were two people who felt the commotion. This is the billions of killing tribulations. An old man with an eagle nose was shocked. There was only one person left, and he immediately rushed over. Billions of killing tribulations. It's Long Chen's aura. A girl in a purple dress was overjoyed and rushed over. When Long Chen put away floating blood and was about to leave, he felt that someone had barged into the 1-kilometer radius around him. This person was extremely fast, and Long Chen did not have time to dodge. However, Long Chen did not need to worry too much. The person who had come was Yi Shiji's husband, Ting Long. He was at the 4th level of the divine martial realm, an expert who had just entered the extreme realm of martial arts. Although Long Chen could not defeat him, at least he would not be in any danger if he fought him. He knew that he had probably used the billions of killing tribulations to attract this guy. As expected, in a very short time, the hook-nosed Ting Long arrived in front of Long Chen. He probably thought that it was Yi Shiji or Yi Xian, but when he saw Long Chen standing there, he could not think straight. Before, he had been very depressed. Long Chen and Yi Xian, these two little fellows, had actually managed to survive until there were only 11 people left. In the end, after thinking about it, he could only confirm that it was Yi Xian who had saved them. But where was Yi Xian? There was only Long Chen. Just now, who used the Yi clan's billions of killing tribulations? Ting Long looked around cautiously, and then walked towards Long Chen. How would I know? I just arrived here. Long Chen waved his hand indifferently. It wasn't you. Ting Long looked at him and then laughed at himself. Long Chen was obviously only at the first level of the divine martial realm. How could he have used that kind of power? The one who was killed here was the old guy from the Su clan, Su heir, right? Ting Long was already 10 meters in front of Long Chen. He looked at Long Chen and smiled. There are less than 10 minutes left. I don't want everyone to die here. What do you want? To Ting Long's surprise, after hearing his words, Long Chen did not seem to be afraid at all. You are not afraid of me? Ting Long was a little surprised. Aren't you from the Yi clan? You won't attack me, right? Long Chen was a little surprised. Ting Long laughed involuntarily. This little guy was really too naive. At this time, Ting Long still thought that because he was a member of the Yi clan, Ting Long wouldn't kill him. Just a moment ago, Ting Long had already killed a member of the Yi clan. Little kid, there are only 10 minutes left. If I don't kill you now, when the time is almost up and there is still one person left, I can only sacrifice you to let the other experts live. After all, the cultivation we have today is not easy, right? Ting Long was coaxing Long Chen as if he was coaxing a little kid. Long Chen smiled. You are right. Since you are so great, why don't you die yourself? I am still young and have unlimited potential, but you are already old and useless. My value should be higher than yours. What did you say? Ting Long was so angry that his beard was curled up. It was obvious that he was playing around with Long Chen. How could he suddenly be the one being played by Long Chen? Being played by this little kid, Ting Long was depressed. But this was also good. He felt less pressure in his heart and directly attacked. Let's see who is stronger between the two of us. After saying that, he was about to attack. At this moment, a fatal aura locked onto him from behind. Ting Long, what do you want? This clear and cold voice was enough to make Ting Long wake up from his dreams. He turned around and saw a beautiful woman in a long dress standing behind him, looking at him coldly. Although she looked quiet and serene, the smell of blood on her body couldn't be concealed. It was Yi Xian who had just arrived. Nothing. I was just joking with Long Chen. You two have reunited, you two can chat. I will leave first. When Yi Shiji was beside him, he still dared to talk back to Yi Xian. But in this place, if he dared to say anything, Yi Xian might just kill him. I dare you to leave. Yi Xian's next sentence stopped Ting Long in his tracks. He stood awkwardly on the spot, not daring to move, just like a clown. Yi Xian ignored him and looked at Long Chen. Her eyes were filled with surprise and warmth. She knew Long Chen's strength, and she also knew that it was Long Chen who killed Su heir. How could she not be happy to have a disciple like this? The difference between how Yi Xian treated Long Chen and how she treated Ting Long was like heaven and earth. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. I have completed both missions. One was to avenge Grandpa Du Gu, and the other, speaking of this, Long Chen smiled mysteriously and pulled Yi Xian out of the Taishu realm. Sister. Yi Xian was overjoyed. He had finally seen his family again. Tears welled up in his eyes as he hugged Yi Xian. Yi Xian was dazed for a second, then she was also overjoyed. She comforted Yi Xian and looked at Long Chen gratefully. I have always wondered why he was not killed. So it was all because of you. Thank you. Between us, thank you is too formal. I told you, it was a mission that I had to do. Long Chen smiled. Yi Xian nodded heavily with tears in her eyes. Anyway, everything is fine now. There is only a little time left before the 2 hours are up. Hurry up. Long Chen suddenly said. Hearing this, Ting Long's expression changed. What Long Chen meant was for Yi Xian to kill him. Ting Long did not realize that this seemingly harmless young man was actually a cruel person. It was hard to imagine that he would tease Yi Xian for so long because he knew that Yi Xian was about to arrive. Yi Xian did not think about it at first. But thinking about how Ting Long wanted to kill Long Chen at such a critical moment, her eyes turned cold. She had made up her mind. At this moment, Ting Long did not say anything and started to run. Just as Yi Xian was about to attack, Long Chen noticed another name within the circular spell formation dimming. Before Ting Long died, another person had already been killed. Yi Xian was about to attack Ting Long suddenly, and a ding came from somewhere. Killing maze, game over. Chapter 988. The voice that suddenly appeared seemed to echo in everyone's mind. The remaining 10 people all let out a sigh of relief when they heard the voice. They had finally made it through the first game, and then they were puzzled. This voice sounded very young, as if it came from a child. This was the inheritance of the killing god. If the killing god Yi Wuxiang's god martial spirit still existed, it should be Yi Wuxiang's voice. How could it be the voice of a young child? Although no one said it out loud, everyone had this doubt in their mind. At this moment, everyone quieted down, waiting to see what the voice would say next. Was the next game about to start? No, the next exciting moment should be the announcement of the Netherworld Imperial Armor's owner. Everyone stood up in anticipation, especially Su Zhen. He had killed the last person, so he knew how many people he had killed. At this moment, he looked at the sky expectantly, waiting for the announcement. Finally, the moment has come. As long as I get the Netherworld Imperial Armor, I will be invincible. With the Netherworld Imperial Armor, I will definitely be number 1 in the other games. The inheritance of the killing god Yi Wuxiang is not as simple as the Netherworld Imperial Armor. Finally, the moment had come. Su Zhen was extremely excited, and his rosy cheeks were shining. There were only 10 people left. Although Ting Long had wanted to kill Long Chen, Yi Xian couldn't do anything to him at this moment. No matter what, he was still a member of the Yi clan. At this moment, Long Chen and Yi Xian were leaning against each other. 37 people came in, and the first game gave everyone a wake-up call. A total of 27 people died. Whether it was the Yi family or the Su family, they had lost more than half of their strength. This was a huge loss, and fortunately, they had completed the game mission at the end. Otherwise, everyone would have died here, completely annihilated. How many did you kill? Long Chen asked. Yi Xian said helplessly, I didn't get a share this time. Because I was worried about your safety, I only killed one person from the beginning to the end. It was impossible to get the Netherworld Imperial Armor. This time, I didn't participate in the competition. Given Su Zhen and the rest's temperament, they will definitely kill their own people. Although I have the 7 slaughter bloodline, I can't compare to them in this aspect. Looks like this Netherworld Emperor armor is going to be awarded to the most ruthless person. At this point, Yi Xian's brows slightly knitted together. If Su Zhen really obtains the Netherworld Imperial armor, then it'll be troublesome, extremely troublesome. It's very likely that we'll all die here. After listening to Yi Xian, Long Chen and Yi Xian looked at each other and smiled. Long Chen didn't know if he could become the champion. After all, Su Zhen was much more ruthless and stronger than him. He was an old monster that had lived for thousands of years. Just as everyone was in a state of panic, the childlike voice rang out again. This time, it sounded somewhat mechanical. The killing game is officially over. I will now announce everyone's results. The one with the highest results will obtain the Netherworld Imperial Armor. Hearing this voice, everyone quietly stood in place and waited, not saying a word, but their hearts were filled with anxiety. Even an old man like Su Zhen was extremely nervous. Yi Xian killed 0 people. Yi Xiong killed 0 people. From this, it seemed like he had been announcing it since he was young. The Yi and Su families, besides the 6 strong warriors in Long Chen and Yi Xian, each had a warrior at the peak of the 3rd level of the divine martial realm. Maybe they were lucky, but they didn't meet any strong warriors along the way. This killing game tested a person's strength, luck, and of course, ruthlessness. Ruthlessness to the point of attacking one's own people. If one had all three, they would definitely be the champion. In these three aspects, Su Zhen was one of the best. Luck represented the probability of finding the opponent. Considering Long Chen's soul-devouring demon eyes, his luck was better than Su Zhen's, but his other aspects were worse. Su Dong killed one person. Then, the childlike voice announced another name. Everyone listened quietly. Yi Xian killed one person. When they heard this, the Su family members all laughed. Killing one person, Yi Xian had no chance at all. Besides her brother Yi Xian and Yi Xiong, she was the one who had the least. However, Yi Xian had killed 0 people, so why hadn't he announced Long Chen's results? Could it be that Long Chen's halberd had killed more than one person? Long Chen was a small character, so the others didn't pay attention to him at all. Only Ting Long looked at Long Chen. He was confused. Long Chen was only at the first level of the divine martial realm. How could he kill someone at the third level of the divine martial realm? Impossible. Ting Long shook his head. Then, he continued to announce. Ting Long killed 2 people. Ting Long knew that he didn't stand a chance. This killing maze was too big. From the beginning to the end, he had only found 2 people to kill. Therefore, he could only place his hope on Yishiji. However, so far, 5 people had already been announced. What was going on? 5 people had only killed 4 people? Didn't that mean that there was a terrifying existence among them? Everyone started to have a bad feeling, especially Su Zhen. Could it be that Yishiji's result is higher than mine? Impossible, maybe Su Yang and Sumo killed more people. When everyone was confused, the voice announced again. Su Yang, 2 people. Sumo, 2 people. Yishiji, 2 people. The results of 3 people were announced one after another. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Su Yang, Sumo and Yishiji's results were unexpectedly low. Everyone counted and realized that the results of 8 people had already been announced. At this moment, everyone subconsciously took out the circular light formation in their hands and looked at it. Looking at it, they were all dumbfounded. The remaining 2 people were actually Su Zhen and Long Chen. An inconspicuous nobody. His name was actually at the end of the list. Only 2 people were left. This was the most crucial moment. At this moment, everyone was silently muttering the name Long Chen. They were extremely confused. Could it be that Long Chen had surpassed 2 people? He was merely at the first level of the divine martial realm. How could he have such a result? It was already very good that he was able to survive. If he was like Yi Xian, it would be normal for him to have a result of 0. Yi Xian stared blankly at Long Chen. She asked with a slight surprise, Long Chen, how many people did you kill? Long Chen already had an answer in his heart. He said, you'll know when you listen. At this moment, Su Zhen, who was far away, did some calculations. His eyes suddenly widened. Of the 8 people before, 10 were killed. Only 17 are left. That is to say, impossible. Some of the people who died must have killed before. For example, Su Er and the others. Could it be that they didn't even kill a single person? Thinking of this, Su Zhen smiled. It seemed that victory was still in his grasp. The moment that everyone had been waiting for the most had finally arrived. Finally, the voice announced the answer directly. Su Zhen, 8 people. Long Chen, 9 people. When they heard that Su Zhen had killed 8 people, the crowd felt that there was no suspense at all. It was normal to become the champion after killing 8 people. However, the final number made everyone's faces turn sluggish. Especially Su Zhen. At the start, he was still laughing happily, but in the next moment, his smile completely froze. Long Chen. Everyone had their own doubts in their hearts. Long Chen was merely at the first level of the divine martial realm. How could he kill 9 people? This news was really a huge blow to them. Su Yang and Sumo had a look of disbelief on their faces. As for Su Zhen, he was so angry that he was about to explode. He crazily roared and a huge amount of energy burst out of his body. Impossible, impossible. It must be a mistake. How could he kill 9 people? It's not fair. No matter how much he roared, nobody could hear him. On Long Chen's side, Yi Xian looked at Long Chen in a daze. She couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. Ting Long, who was next to her, also had a dull look on his face. You know how strong I am. The stone in his heart finally disappeared. Long Chen smiled faintly. It was too thrilling. Fortunately, he had killed Su Er at the last moment. Otherwise, if he had killed the same number of people as Su Zhen, who knew what methods he would have to use to determine the victor. Yi Xian indeed knew, but to kill 9 people here was really not easy. Sis, I saw him kill 9 people in a row. That's absolutely true. That's Su Zhen, I'm dying of laughter. He killed 8 people, only a little bit weaker than Long Chen. I'm afraid he's already pissed to death. Yi Xian said while laughing. Thinking of Su Zhen's expression, Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh along with them. Su Zhen must be very funny at this moment. In other words, you got the Netherworld Imperial armor. After laughing for a while, Yi Xian was a little dazed. That was the Netherworld Imperial armor, something that could allow people to reach the heavens in a single step. No, you got the Netherworld Imperial armor. Long Chen said. Yeah. Yi Xian didn't know what Long Chen was talking about. At this moment, the childlike voice announced, therefore, the owner of the Netherworld Emperor armor will be Long Chen, who has obtained the highest battle results. The prize will be given out after all the games have ended. If you die in the next round, then unfortunately, the prize will be given to the person next in rank. Long Chen exchanged glances with Yi Xian and the rest, and they could see the expressions of laughter and tears in each other's eyes. Things were getting out of hand this time. The prize wasn't going to be given out now, but after all the games were over. Furthermore, if Long Chen died, the Netherworld Emperor armor would fall into Su Zhen's hands. If that was the case, wouldn't Su Zhen have to risk his life to kill Long Chen? The flames of war between the two sides would definitely burn even more fiercely. The 3 of them looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Chapter 989. Now, you can come to the godly slaughter palace. Just as Yi Xian's voice faded, the child's voice was heard again. Godly slaughter palace, how do we get there? Just as the question popped up in everyone's mind, the circular light formation on the palms suddenly expanded, forming a small formation under everyone's feet. Within this formation, there was a kind of irresistible suction force. Everyone was shocked, and they were sucked into the blood formation, disappearing into the ground. The corpses from before were also sucked in the same way. Whoosh! Everyone found themselves falling from the sky. This was an extremely dangerous moment. Yi Xian hurriedly used her divine qi to wrap Long Chen and Yi Xian in her arms, and then looked around vigilantly. This was a stretch of empty space. Above their heads was an incomparably huge sphere of blood that spanned across the entire horizon. Earlier, they had fallen down from there. Clearly, the space within this sphere of blood was the slaughter labyrinth. Only by passing through the light formation did they manage to escape from the slaughter labyrinth and fall down from above. At this moment, everyone was falling rapidly. The distance wasn't very far, and everyone was a god martial realm warrior, so they could fly under the pressure of the king's spirit chi. Looking down, they saw a huge dark square. Yi Xian was protecting Long Chen and Yi Xian, and they quickly landed on the square, distancing themselves from the others. At this moment, the 10 people were divided into 3 teams, and they landed on the dark square in a triangular formation. Among them, there were 4 people from the Su family, 3 warriors from the Su family, and a huge fat man who looked like a ball, Su Dong. In the Yi family, Yi Xiong, the only survivor of the 3rd level of the god martial realm, was standing together with Yi Shiji and Ting Long, not far from Yi Xian and the others. As soon as they landed, Yi Shiji and Ting Long looked at each other, and without saying a word, they rushed to Yi Xian's side. They didn't want to steal the Netherworld Imperial armor, but the Su family members' eyes were burning, and they obviously wanted to kill Long Chen. As long as they killed Long Chen, the Netherworld Emperor armor would be theirs. In this plaza, there was no place to run, it was a huge chaotic battlefield. The Su family had 3 powerful warriors. Su Zhen could handle Yi Xian, Su Yang could handle Yi Shiji, and Su Mo could easily defeat Ting Long. As for Yi Xiong, Su Dong could handle Su Xiong. As long as Su Mo could kill Ting Long, Long Chen would have nowhere to run. This was the Su family's advantage. No matter what, the Yi clan had a martial artist who had reached the paramount boundary of martial arts, sumo. As soon as they landed, the Su family members looked at each other. Among them, Su Zhen, who had lost to Long Chen by a small margin, was emitting an astonishing fighting spirit from his aged body. His anger soared to the heavens. His previous defeat had made him feel extremely sullen. Yi Xian had already predicted this situation. She looked at Yi Shiji. These 2 people who didn't get along had no choice but to join forces at this moment. From Yi Shiji's point of view, as long as they could protect Long Chen, the Netherworld Emperor armor would belong to the Yi clan. She, Yi Shiji, might have a chance to obtain it. After all, she was the clan leader. However, if the Su family took it away, it would be a huge loss. The only one who felt more pressure was Ting Long. At this moment, because of Long Chen, the battle was about to start. The game hasn't started yet. What are you guys doing? At this moment, the voice of the child rang in everyone's ears. Su Zhen and the others trembled. Because they were the ones who had initiated the attack, they felt a pain in their heads. This was the Slaughtering God's Tomb, a game without a master. They had rashly attacked and were immediately punished. Su Zhen understood that if they continued to attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, they could only stop and look at the Yi clan members with malicious eyes. Then, they looked for the source of the voice. Da-da-da. In front of the crowd, there was a total of more than 30 white steps. They could see that on the steps, there was an extremely magnificent building. A blood-red mist surrounded the building, giving people a soul-stirring feeling. Suddenly, a phrase appeared in everyone's mind. It was the Slaughtering God's Palace. This is the legendary palace of Yi Wuxiang, the Slaughtering God's Palace. Everyone was shocked. They didn't dare to move. The first game was over, and the second game was about to start. Although Su Zhen wanted to kill Long Chen as soon as possible, killing him in the second game was also fine. Following the sound of footsteps, a short figure that was not even 1 meter tall appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned because what appeared was a black puppet. Its arms, legs, and head were all simple pieces of wood. There were a few jumping runes on its body. It had a pair of red eyes and an extremely stiff mouth. From the body of this puppet, everyone felt an extremely dangerous aura. This is the Slaughtering God, Yi Wuxiang. Everyone was somewhat puzzled. I am Ye's servant. I am in charge of this tomb. You can call me Ah Fu. The puppet's mechanical mouth moved. Its eyes were scattered, and it spoke in a childlike voice. Everyone understood that this strange puppet called Ah Fu was the person controlling the first slaughtering maze. Since it was the servant of the slaughtering god, it was definitely not simple. After this strange puppet appeared, the Su family didn't dare to move. They could only look at them with hatred. The slaughtering maze game has ended. There is still one more game. The puppet suddenly said. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, there was only one left. If this continued, they really didn't know when it would end. Everyone didn't say anything and listened to the puppet's announcement. The slaughtering maze only has one reward, but the slaughtering will game has 3 rewards. The puppet spoke word by word without any emotion. However, because it was a child's voice, it was very pleasant to listen to. 3 rewards. Hearing this, everyone's heart was stirred. The name of the second game is called Slaughtering Will. In Long Chen's heart, he was thinking about this question. Slaughtering will, what does it have to do with willpower? He wondered. I will give you 15 minutes to rest. After 15 minutes, you will enter the Slaughtering God Palace. Ye will be waiting for you inside. Whoever can reach the deepest part, find ye, and stay in front of ye for the longest, will get the final reward. This sentence gave everyone a headache. So vague, so this is the content of the second game. Long Chen thought to himself. He exchanged glances with Yi Xian, and he saw the confusion in her eyes as well. Yi Wushang is already dead. However, there must be other scary things waiting for us inside. The first sentence he said was, who can reach the deepest part? In other words, if we want to go inside, there will be something stopping us. Then, after we find the so-called Yi, we will have to stay in front of this Yi for a long time. This game is called Slaughtering Will. It should be, yes, Slaughtering Will is very scary. While no one spoke, Long Chen's mind quickly went through these thoughts. His face was filled with suspicion as he looked at the puppet. He didn't know why, but he felt that the Killing God shrine behind the puppet had something that attracted him. It was just that the Killing God shrine's unique structure seemed to have concealed a lot of its aura. While everyone was thinking about the meaning of the puppet's words, the puppet continued to speak. As for the reward, the top 3 who can reach Ye's position and stay in front of him for the longest will be rewarded. The reward for the third place will be 2,000 divine crystals. 2,000 divine crystals. Everyone was speechless. As expected of the Slaughtering God's inheritance, Yi Xian only had a total of 1,000 divine crystals. 2,000 divine crystals and above, probably only some of the super experts of the Serene Hell Mansion could have them. The divine crystals contained a huge amount of energy, not something ordinary Emperor crystals could compare to. Then, the puppet continued to announce, other than 2,000 divine crystals, the third place will also get Yi Wushang's battle skill, the God Slaughtering Sword Formation. God Slaughtering Sword Formation. Everyone cried out in surprise. Even Yi Xian's expression changed. The God Slaughtering Sword Formation is Yi Wushang's early battle skill, a 6th grade divine skill. Although it is not his strongest battle skill, in fact, many people have died under the God Slaughtering Sword Formation. The attack power of a sword formation is usually stronger than a sword technique, especially the God Slaughtering Sword Formation. Compared to the Killing Calamity, it is countless times stronger. It is known as the God Slaughtering, just think about it. Yi Xian's face was full of surprise. That's right, a 6th grade divine skill, in the entire Serene Nether Manor, probably only the Palace Lord himself has a 6th grade divine skill. As long as a battle skill reaches the 5th grade, it will be incomparably precious. Every single one of them has the power to split mountains and rivers, and shake the heavens and earth. Once the God Slaughtering Sword Formation appears, the heavens and earth will lose their color, the sun and moon will lose their light, and most importantly, this is only the arrival of the third place. Looks like in this last game, we will have to take out all of Yi Wushang's treasures. Yi Xian praised from the side. That's not right, the God Slaughtering Sword Formation should be considered Yi Wushang's second strongest battle skill. The only thing stronger than the God Slaughtering Sword Formation is the legendary one. However, can a battle skill be divided between the second and first place? Yi Xian suddenly asked. Keep listening and you'll know. Long Chen did not understand these things, so he could only say this. Not only Yi Xian herself, the others were also excited, as if they had forgotten about the Nether Emperor armor. Indeed, if a person like Su Zhen obtained the God Slaughtering Sword Formation and successfully cultivated it, then he would definitely be able to split open the Nether Emperor armor. Then, the puppet expressionlessly continued to announce. The reward for the second place is 10,000 divine crystals. Hearing this, the crowd was no longer surprised. The second place's divine crystals were 5 times that of the third place's. Did that mean that the following items were also 5 times that of the God Slaughtering Sword Formation? Chapter 990. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect it to be the 9-death prison. Yi Xian shook her head and said, "It really is the 9-death prison. It's the highest level battle skill in the Serene Hell Mansion, a 7th grade divine skill. Even in the true martial Imperial Palace, it's a super battle skill. If the God-slaying sword formation is the battle skill that made Yi Wuxiang famous, then the 9-death prison, which is 10 times more powerful and frightening, is the ultimate divine skill that made Yi Wuxiang famous. That's right, the 9-stage death hell. No one can survive in the 9-stage death hell. Thinking of Yi Wuxiang, I reckon that what everyone remembers the most is the 9-stage death hell. I feel that he will definitely pass it down." Then, Yi Xian and his sister looked at each other and asked, "If that's the case, what's the reward for the first place?" The best thing that Yi Wuxiang had was given to the second place, so what was the reward for the first place? The first place couldn't be worse than the second place, right? After the temptation of the 9-death prison, everyone started to wonder what the final reward would be. Puppet gave everyone the answer. He said, "As for the reward for the first place, it's definitely the most precious. The champion will get 30,000 divine gems, which is all of Yi Wuxiang's wealth. Only warriors who had comprehended the 8th level of the divine martial realm, the great law of heaven and earth, could have 30,000 divine gems. In addition to the 30,000 divine gems, you can also get a nameless battle skill." The nameless battle skill. Everyone was stunned. He couldn't fool people like that. He just said it like that and didn't explain it clearly. Who knew what the nameless battle skill was? It was even stronger than Yi Wuxiang's super battle skill, 9-death hell. Looking at everyone's gloomy faces, the puppet was still expressionless, but he said, "This nameless battle skill is at least of the 7th grade of the divine level." At the same time, because of this nameless battle skill, Yi Wuxiang was already dead. Otherwise, why would the old man of Emperor Dong's palace kill him? Yi Wuxiang's sins are not as heavy as you think. These words stabilized the hearts of the crowd. Indeed, it was able to make the old ghost of Emperor Dong's palace take action. At the same time, it was a 7th grade divine skill, so it was obviously much more precious than the 9-fold death hell. The prize for the first place was definitely better than the prize for the second place. You guys can rest for 15 minutes. After that, the slaughtering god shrine will open. Life and death will be up to fate. After saying that, the puppet suddenly stopped moving. The red dots in its eyes disappeared, and the runes dimmed as if it had died. Long Chen and the others exchanged glances as they digested the information in their heads. Divine crystals are secondary. That super divine skill is something that even divine crystals cannot buy. God-murdering sword formation, a grade 6 divine skill, even if one obtains this, it is already very impressive, not to mention the grade 7 divine skill, 9 levels of killing hell, which is even more famous throughout the ages. What is surprising is that there is an even more mysterious nameless battle skill. It is very likely that even Yi Wuxiang himself did not successfully cultivate this nameless battle skill. Obviously, this nameless battle skill is the most important thing. Yi Shiji and the others did not discuss with Yi Xian, so Long Chen and the others discussed together. Everyone knew that the rewards of the second game were far greater than the first game. At this time, Su Zhen and the others seemed to have put the matter of the Netherworld Emperor armor to the back of their minds. Long Chen said, "Analyze what he said before. This second game is called the Slaughtering Will. I think it is not a test of killing each other, but of everyone's endurance. At the same time, there might be something that stops us from advancing. Moreover, he did not say that killing is forbidden. I am fine, but Yi Xian definitely cannot participate in this game." "Me." Yi Xian pointed at himself. His name was pronounced the same as Yi Xian's, but everyone knew that he was the one who could not participate. "Neither of you should participate. Long Chen, because of the Netherworld Emperor armor, they will definitely send someone to kill you," Yi Xian said with concern. Long Chen shook his head and said, "No, I have to try. Moreover, I think he will let everyone participate. I have a way to hide Yi Xian, but I cannot disappear myself. Just as Long Chen finished speaking, the puppets seemed to have heard their voices and said, "No, everyone has to enter the slaughtering god palace. Otherwise, what use do I have for the 10 of you?" Everyone kept quiet out of fear. "If that's the case, then everyone has to go in. Let's give it a try." Long Chen nodded. "Is that so?" Yi Xian was obviously worried about the two of them. Long Chen suddenly became serious. Although he was Yi Xian's disciple, his willpower was not lower than hers. At this time, he raised his head and looked at Yi Xian with sparkling eyes and said, "Haven't you thought about the lesson of the first game?" "What?" Being scolded by Long Chen, Yi Xian was startled. She always felt that Long Chen was very fierce. "Don't let the Su family get your ancestors' inheritance. You should give it your all, and not always worry about us. I will take care of Yi Xian. For the next game, you don't have to worry about us. Try your best to get into the top 3, or even the first place. Other than Su Zhen, no one can beat you. If all 3 rewards fall into the hands of the Su family, we will all be dead." Long Chen said seriously. Yi Xian understood what Long Chen meant. She was about to say more, but Long Chen suddenly said, "You don't believe me." From Long Chen's eyes, Yi Xian saw an unparalleled determination. "I believe you," Yi Xian said. "Then promise me that you will give it your all." "Leave Yi Xian to me," Long Chen said decisively. Yi Xian hesitated for a second, but she remembered that Long Chen had guaranteed her, and that he could even get the Netherworld Emperor armor. She finally nodded with determination in her eyes. "Then I will leave it to you. As a reward, I will definitely get the first place." The first place meant the nameless battle skill. All right. Yi Xian suddenly felt that he was useless. "Don't think too much. I only have the strength I have now because of luck. You are my brother. Everything is what you should do." Long Chen patted his shoulder and said with a smile. The Su family members gathered together, and no one knew what they were planning. 15 minutes passed in a blink of an eye. The generous rewards were right in front of everyone. "The will of slaughter, begin." The crowd split into 2 groups and walked up the stairs step by step. The 2 groups looked at each other with hatred. In the group of the Su family, Sumo raised his head and looked at the lady in the purple dress who was walking in front of him. Beside her, there were 2 young men on her left and right. "I have a surprise for you. It will be delivered soon." Sumo smiled coldly and lowered his head. Soon, the crowd arrived in front of the majestic palace of the slaughter god. The 20-meter-tall bronze gate of the palace of the slaughter god was tightly shut. The only gap between the gate and the gate was a faint bloody light, which was a little scary. This is a place that can make people go crazy, and turn them into a killing demon. Be careful. Standing beside the gate, Mu Zhu suddenly said. The crowd felt a chill in their hearts, and a strange coldness surrounded their feet. Open. Mu Zhu said softly. Dong, dong, the bronze door rumbled, and the blood-red light instantly blurred everyone's vision. The first thing they saw was that in this blood-red world, there was only a dark path leading to the depths of the blood-red fog. The path was about 30 meters wide, enough for everyone to walk forward. On both sides of the path, there was an endless abyss. "Welcome to the palace of the slaughter god," Mu Zhu said. "Let's move, the rewards are right in front of us." Hearing this, the crowd was excited. That's right, the heaven-defying rewards were right in front of them. Even if they obtained 2,000 divine crystals, they would be able to live a better life. Hence, in an instant, the crowd rushed into the palace of the slaughter god, until the bronze gate of the palace of the slaughter god slowly closed. "Move forward, there is no way back for you." This sentence disappeared outside the bronze gate. Everyone split into 2 groups, one on the left and one on the right. Su Zhen and the others' eyes turned cold. This was the perfect opportunity to make a move. But just as they were about to move, an indescribable pressure suddenly descended from the depths of the dark path. Everyone was like a small boat in the middle of a stormy sea, drifting along with the waves, swaying left and right. In the blink of an eye, they were pounced on. Pressure. This was a huge mental pressure that directly affected everyone's god-martial spirit. It was a kind of pressure from the heaven and earth, a kind of killing intent. Compared to this kind of pressure, the pressure outside of the blood sea or in the labyrinth of slaughter was nothing. Even for a powerful warrior like Yi Xian, when the killing intent descended, her body trembled, and her face turned pale. This was already the best they could do. The others were even worse. Under this kind of killing intent, not to mention killing, even standing was a problem. Once they used their divine qi, if they did not control it well, they might explode and die. Only then did the crowd understand that this was Yi Wuxiang's inheritance. Yi Wuxiang was such a precious treasure, how could he give it away so easily? In this second game, people would probably die too. This was a killing intent that made people's hearts tremble. Although Long Chen's mind was firm, when facing this kind of killing intent, even his dragon-shaped god-martial spirit felt a little shocked. However, under this kind of killing intent, although he was only at the first level of the god-martial spirit, his resistance was much stronger than the others. Yi Xian, who was at the same level as him, almost fell down. His face turned pale, and his whole body trembled. Luckily, Long Chen supported him, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. If he fell into the abyss, the consequences would be unimaginable. What a terrifying slaughter will. Everyone's expression changed. Under such circumstances, the people of the Su family had no choice but to put the matter of the Netherworld Emperor armor to the back of their minds. Instead, they listened to the puppet and went to look for Yi. Chapter 991. Remember what I said, full speed ahead. Leave Yi Xian to me. At this moment, the Su family's people, as well as Yi Shiji and the others, had already realized that it was unrealistic to fight here. They would only hurt themselves and others. Therefore, they endured the killing god's murderous intent and moved forward, one step at a time. While Yi Xian was still worried, Long Chen said to her, "Elder sister, just go. The young woman is too kind." "I'm fine," Yi Xian said as he endured the pressure. Looking at them with determination, Yi Xian finally nodded and moved forward. Long Chen was right. She had the strength to get the first place. There was no need to waste time here with them. Therefore, Yi Xian turned around and left. Resisting this killing god's murderous intent required a strong willpower, as well as a strong endurance. Yi Xian bit her teeth and gradually followed the others. Yi Xiong, Su Dong, and the others were also persevering, keeping up with the others on this dark road. Everyone was already at the god-martial realm, so their vision wasn't something ordinary people could compare to. However, in this murderous god temple, which was filled with blood mist, they realized that their vision wasn't very far. More than 10 meters away, it was hard to see clearly. Let's move forward. Yi Xian's situation was not looking good. Even if he did not move, his face was already covered in cold sweat, and his body was trembling. The killing god's murderous intent was destroying his willpower. Not to mention moving forward, even if he just stood here, he would not be able to endure it. Okay. Long Chen nodded and let Yi Xian go first. He stood beside and observed Yi Xian's movements. At this moment, the others had already left their sight. For that shocking treasure, they were fighting to be the first. After walking for about 10 meters, the pressure from the killing god's murderous intent was very strong. At this moment, Long Chen felt that it was difficult to even breathe. Yi Xian was even worse. His face was pale, and cold sweat was dripping down. At this moment, he could not even speak. However, from his stubborn eyes, it could be seen that he was not willing to be a burden, nor was he willing to yield. Persevering step by step, every time he took a step forward, he would feel the pressure in front of him increase. The destructive power formed by the will of slaughter didn't affect the body, but the god-martial spirit. This was the core of every person, so it was very uncomfortable. He might even hallucinate. Long Chen's situation was much better than Yi Xian's. His dragon-shaped god martial spirit was certainly much more tenacious than Yi Xian's, but it still couldn't protect Yi Xian. About a total of 30 meters, Long Chen's slaughter will had increased to the point that it was difficult for Long Chen to even take a step. As for Yi Xian, his head was covered in cold sweat. His face was deathly pale, like wax paper. At the same time, his body was trembling violently. His entire body was covered in cold sweat, which had already drenched his back. The most obvious change was that his eyes had already turned blood red. Kill! All of a sudden, he, who was on the verge of collapse, let out a roar and drew his drifting blood saber. Ignoring everything else, he slashed at Long Chen. His body reeked of blood. It was obvious that he had lost his will. Yi Xian. Long Chen grabbed Yi Xian's floating blood saber with one hand and rushed in front of him. He roared at Yi Xian's face. He still had the strength to speak. After hearing Long Chen's roar, the blood in Yi Xian's eyes seemed to fade a little. He was restrained by Long Chen and stopped struggling for a moment. Listen, don't resist. Long Chen tried to use the Great Void Realm to suck him in. If it was in his previous state, Yi Xian would definitely not go to the Great Void Realm. But now that he was shouted at by Long Chen, he was a little more clear-headed. A moment later, Yi Xian appeared in Long Chen's Great Void Realm and disappeared from the Killer God Temple. In the Great Void Realm, of course, Yi Xian could not feel the Killer God's will. He looked around blankly. There was qi of Taishu everywhere, but this was a place he was familiar with. Why am I here? Yi Xian looked around blankly. You were probably possessed just now. I brought you in. You can't bear the Killer God's will. Just stay inside. Under the huge pressure, Long Chen could still speak. Possessed. Yi Xian was stunned and said, I saw my sister being attacked by Sumo just now, so I slashed at Sumo, that was me. Long Chen explained. I see. The Killer God's will can affect one's mind and cause hallucinations. Yi Xian was still shocked. He asked carefully, the puppet from before told all of us to participate in this game. Is it okay to leave me here? From the current situation, it seems that as long as we enter the Killer God Temple, it won't care about anything else. This was what Long Chen deduced. After all, Yi Xian had been in the Great Void Realm for a while. Don't worry and stay here. Your sister will definitely be at ease now. Long Chen smiled and continued forward. What are you doing? Yi Xian asked. There are 3 people in the Su clan. I'm afraid that the situation you mentioned will happen. If they insist on sacrificing one of them to deal with Yi Xian, it might happen. I'll go and take a look. I want to see how much willpower I can bear. Long Chen said casually. I don't think so. I feel that this willpower is used on the God martial spirit. No matter how strong you are, the God martial spirit is still the first star. Before Yi Xian could finish his sentence, Long Chen continued forward. Because he was delayed by Yi Xian for a period of time, the people in front of him had already left. This game doesn't depend on speed. It depends on who can bear it for a longer time. Also, it depends on the depth. Depth first, time second. As for speed, it doesn't affect me at all. After thinking about this, Long Chen was not in a hurry. He understood that if he was in a hurry, he might enter the uncontrollable state that Yi Xian had just now. Step by step, he slowly moved forward, adjusting his resistance. After walking another 10 meters, Long Chen clenched his teeth. The scarlet mist in the air had seeped into his body. It was as if he had been anesthetized. He started to walk unsteadily. In his sea of consciousness, the divine dragon martial spirit was stirring. It seemed to be somewhat restless. The lethality of this willpower is really strong. The 5th level of the God martial arts realm is the tribulation of wind, fire, and thunder. The 6th level is the supreme golden body. The 7th level is the dharma of heaven and earth. The Dharma of heaven and earth contains the willpower of heaven and earth. In the willpower of heaven and earth, there is one's own willpower. This willpower is undoubtedly Yi Wuxiang's willpower. A warrior at the 8th level of the God martial arts realm is really strong. He can kill all of us with his willpower. He doesn't even need to fight. Sometimes, even divine origin couldn't make up for the gap in comprehension. Long Chen strode forward with great difficulty. Beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead. Due to the immense pressure, the blood-red dragon scales on his body gradually appeared. Because he had absorbed 1/10 of the essence blood, the scales on his body had become even redder. Long Chen clenched his teeth and persisted for half an hour. If he didn't have a strong willpower, he wouldn't have been able to walk so far. He had walked 50 meters. At this time, the killing willpower was so strong that Long Chen couldn't bear it anymore. No, I am still the last one. Moreover, Yi Xian is kind. I may not be able to defeat them. Thinking of this, Long Chen clenched his teeth and kept moving forward. He was still far from his limit, unlike Yi Xian, who completely lost consciousness after 30 meters. Long Chen, if you can't hold on, then forget it. Yi Xian said nervously. Right, you keep talking to me. That will make me more clear-headed. Yi Xian suddenly said, which made Long Chen feel more clear-headed. Okay. It was rare to find that he was useful. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't ask Long Chen to stop. Instead, he kept talking. Kitten found it fun, so he also joined in the conversation, which surprised Yi Xian. They started chatting with each other. It was not convenient for Long Chen to talk, so he kept moving forward. Ah! There was a scream. In front of him, there must be someone bedeviled. It should be Yi Xiong or Su Dong, who were at the 3rd level of the God martial realm. Long Chen didn't care about them and kept moving forward. After a few more meters, he could see that Yi Xiong and Su Dong were covered in sweat and blood. Their eyes had turned blood red and looked extremely ferocious. They were roaring at each other like wild beasts. You dare to hit my dad? I will bite you to death. Yi Xiong was pinned down by Su Dong's fat body. However, he was not willing to give up. His red eyes looked ferocious. He bit Su Dong's stomach and tore off a piece of flesh. Ah! Su Dong punched his head again and again, until his brain came out. The two of them fought with their fists and feet as they rolled and chased each other. Long Chen could no longer attack. Soon, the ground beneath their feet became empty and they fell into the bottomless abyss. Long Chen took a deep breath. It was so easy. 2 more died. Only 8 people were left. He held his breath, resisting the huge pressure. Because of Yi Xiong and Su Dong, Long Chen's will was slightly shaken. The huge pressure made him stagger and almost fall on the ground. He gritted his teeth, millions of dragons roaring in his body. His blood surged, and he forced himself to stand up. Hold on. Long Chen bit his lips and wiped the cold sweat off his face. However, the sweat was like insects, sticking to his face. It was really uncomfortable. Step by step, he continued to move forward. His ruddy face became paler and paler. About 30 meters in front of Long Chen was another group of warriors at the 4th level of the God martial realm. At this time, Su Zhen was walking in the front, trying his best to hold on. Yi Xian was carrying a heavy responsibility, following closely behind. Behind them were Su Yang, Sumo, and Yi Shiji. The 3 of them were not far from each other. Chapter 992. Ting Long was slightly weaker, and his god martial spirit was gradually unable to resist. In front of him, the Yi mentioned by the wooden puppet should be Yi Wuxiang's corpse, but he still couldn't see it. Ting Long could no longer hold on. He had already felt Yi Xiong and Su Dong's situation. He knew that if he continued forward, he would most likely end up like them, dead. After understanding his limits, Ting Long tactfully stopped where he was. You guys go. When all of you reach your limits, go crazy, fall into the endless abyss. Maybe I'll be first. At this time, Ding Long could only think like this. Everyone had their own limits, and he could only retreat in the face of difficulties. Standing where he was and not moving forward, he felt much better. But besides standing, he couldn't do anything else. Otherwise, it would only put pressure on himself. As for retreating, that was even more impossible. He was someone who would rely on luck to get first. How could he retreat? Su Yang, Sumo, and Yi Shiji's figures gradually disappeared in front of him. Ting Long was proud of his decision to give up. He felt that it was the wisest decision. Sumo and the others continued forward for a while. At this time, all three of them were sweating profusely. There should only be 100 meters left. There's still about 20 meters, but these 20 meters are so difficult. The three of them were almost at their limits as well. Their faces were pale, and they were sweating profusely. If they hadn't gritted their teeth and held on, they would have collapsed long ago. What appeared in front of them were fantasies that stirred up their emotions. Once they were captured by these fantasies, they would most likely die. The danger of this game was no less than the previous one. Yi Wuxiang was really a perverted person. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you wanted that super battle technique, you had to pay a price. Suddenly, Sumo stopped in his tracks. Su Yang and Yi Shiji heaved a sigh of relief. With one less opponent, third place would most likely be between Yi Shiji and Su Yang. Even if it was third place, they would receive the god-slaying sword formation, which was incomparably precious. Yi Shiji and Su Yang, the two family heads, had been fighting all this time. They wouldn't give up now. In the end, Sumo is still too young. He can't compare to us. He actually withdrew early, Yi Shiji thought to herself. Su Yang was also curious as to why Sumo had stopped. However, now was not the time to feel strange. After Su Yang and Yi Shiji had taken a few steps, Sumo suddenly opened his eyes. Although his face was deathly pale, he still revealed a faint smile. Yi Xian, it's time for me to surprise you. With that thought in mind, Su Mo made a shocking move. He turned around and walked back the way he came. Although the speed of his advance was slow, when he walked back, he actually felt very relaxed. It was probably because he had adapted to the super strong pressure. When the pressure of the god martial spirit was reduced, he would feel relaxed. This made Sumo, who felt like he was reaching his limit, sober up a lot. After walking a few steps, although the pressure was still great, Sumo had already sobered up quite a bit. His smile gradually replaced the difficulty he was feeling. Those two brats are probably still at the entrance. When I reach that position, I can easily knock them down into the abyss. Yi Xian is that brat's sister. When that brat dies, I will shout loudly and spread the news. Yi Xian will definitely lose control of her mind. If she loses control of her mind at that place, the result will be death. Yi Xian, you didn't care about our relationship and humiliated me. You can't blame me for giving you such an ending. If we are fated to be together in the next life, I will marry you again. Laughing crazily in his heart, Sumo resisted the killing god's will that was getting weaker and weaker. He started walking back. Although the killing god's will was decreasing, it was still very strong. He had to use 100% of his energy to deal with it. However, he estimated that when he reached the entrance, he should be able to kill without any accidents. Hearing the light footsteps, Ting Long, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly saw Sumo walking back. He was startled and hurried to guard his mind. He looked at Sumo with a strange look. Luckily, Sumo didn't walk in his direction. He just looked at him with disdain and continued walking back. Why is Sumo going back? Ting Long thought for a while and quickly understood. So he wants to make those two brats take action. This can't do. Forget it, I can't deal with Sumo. I shouldn't take this risk. Those two brats don't have any value anyway. Thinking of this, Ting Long gritted his teeth and continued to persevere. Suddenly, he heard some movements behind him. Tinglong felt that there were two people behind him. One was obviously Sumo, who hadn't gone far yet. The other one was coming from behind, persisting step by step. Who could it be? Yi Xiong and Su Dong were already dead. Could it be? Tinglong turned his head and saw Long Chen. He's just at the first level of the God Martial Realm. How could he come to this place? He's already more than 60 meters. Tinglong couldn't come back to his senses. However, he had already turned his head and saw that Long Chen and Sumo had coincidentally met in this place. Long Chen's appearance had also shocked Sumo. He could actually come here. In this place, it wouldn't be easy for Sumo to take action. He might not even be able to bear it. His original plan was to take action at the entrance. That way, he would be more confident. This brat was too hard to deal with. If he took action here, under the enormous pressure of the killing god's will, he might not succeed. I can only risk it. Sumo clenched his teeth. Long Chen had the soul-devouring demonic eyes. When Sumo was walking back, Long Chen already knew his intention. Long Chen was relieved that Sumo didn't deal with Yi Xian but him. Divine sense was released by the God Martial Spirit, which was equivalent to the eyes of the God Martial Spirit. At this time, under the huge pressure, the God Martial Spirit was swaying, and Su Mo and the others' divine sense was useless at this time, so they were also in the process of cleaning up. However, Long Chen's soul-devouring demonic eyes didn't have this limitation. The only shortcoming was that the soul-devouring demonic eyes could only see the soul, which was the God Martial Spirit. It couldn't see anything else. Sumo. Walking to this place, Long Chen was also covered in cold sweat. His whole body was covered in scales. It was hard to see his face, but it was definitely not any better than Sumo. If it was somewhere else, Long Chen would admit that he was no match for Sumo. But here, under the killing god's will, no one was any better than the other. Especially Long Chen's dragon-shaped God Martial Spirit, it wasn't any weaker than Sumo's God Martial Spirit, which was already at the peak of the extreme realm of martial arts. However, if they really fought, it would be very disadvantageous for both of them. Long Chen also wanted to fight for the 3 great rewards, but if Sumo stopped him, even if he could escape from Sumo's hands, the killing god's will would definitely attack him. Die. Sumo grinned. Just as Long Chen had expected, he walked towards Long Chen step by step. Who will die? Who knows? Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot. It was the ancient blood spirit dragon's eyes, it wasn't because it was affected. Sumo was the one who made Yi Xian disappointed and sad. In the Su family, if one had to choose one person that Long Chen hated the most and wanted to kill the most, it would be Sumo without a doubt. Inside his body, his blood was burning. Sumo's disdainful eyes made the blood and hatred in his heart burst out. There was an unyielding attitude on Long Chen, just like the ancient blood spirit dragon. This will could even make Long Chen break through the killing god's will. I will give you a surprise. As the two approached, Long Chen sneered in his heart. Sumo was indeed surprised. After he appeared, Long Chen seemed to have turned into a different person, from a sheep to a bloodthirsty wolf. The sharp claws in his hands clawed towards Sumo. He didn't run away, but fought with Sumo directly. Under the pressure of the killing god's will, the battle between the two of them was actually quite comical, but it was also full of danger. Very quickly, the two of them clashed. Su Mo gritted his teeth, and with a whoosh, he suddenly sped up and punched at Long Chen. The netherworld battle armor clanked, and the punch was extremely fast. Too slow. Long Chen tilted his head and dodged it. This was a very big movement, and instantly, a feeling of dizziness assaulted him, causing him to almost lose his balance. It wasn't Sumo's attack, but when he dodged, the killing gods will seem to have found an opening and rushed into his sea of consciousness, almost causing Long Chen to lose his will. Similarly, Sumo also staggered and almost fell to the ground. He stabilized his body, but he was lying on Long Chen's body. Just as he regained consciousness, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. PFFF. The spike on Long Chen's elbow directly pierced into his abdomen, causing a large amount of blood to flow out. Before, he was too close to Long Chen, so he didn't have time to dodge. Long Chen lost his will, but he still clenched his teeth and successfully injured Sumo before Sumo could. Sumo took 2 steps back, his eyes were filled with terror. He didn't have the strength to stop the bleeding, he could only let it flow freely. He didn't expect that not only did he fail to injure Long Chen, but he was also injured by Long Chen. Impossible, he's only at the first level of the divine martial realm. Under the killing god's will, he can't even stand straight, how can he still fight back? In Sumo's heart, raging waves were set off. There's something strange about this kid. Since he can obtain the Netherworld Emperor armor, he must have something extraordinary. I can't take him lightly. Clenching his teeth, Sumo ignored the pain in his abdomen and took out a silver long sword from his storage ring. He wasn't good at using a sword, but at this time, a person who used a weapon had a great advantage, because under the pressure of the killing god's will, their god martial spirits couldn't move, they couldn't do anything else. Long Chen was still dizzy. Although he had injured Sumo, the pressure of the killing god's will had broken his mind. He bit his lips so hard that blood flowed out, only then did he wake up. Huff. Chapter 993. The moment Long Chen woke up, a silver sword light slashed towards his neck. Long Chen's body weighed billions of pounds. Under that sword light, it was hard for him to dodge. In a moment of desperation, Long Chen's only action was to use his head to clamp the sword. The silver sword light swept over. Long Chen tilted his head. At this critical moment, Long Chen used his head and shoulder to clamp the silver longsword. At the same time, the longsword also cut through a few of Long Chen's dragon scales. Die. Sumo hadn't expected Long Chen's physical body to be this strong. Under the attack of his grade 3 godly skill longsword, Long Chen's body was still able to clamp down. Only a few scales were cut off, but Long Chen wasn't injured at all. He used the last of his strength to pull the sword out. At the same time, with the sharpness of the sword, he should be able to sever Long Chen's neck. At that time, he would succeed. Before he attacked, he absolutely didn't expect that this small fry who wasn't his match would be so difficult to deal with today. His life was even harder than a cockroach's. You want to kill me? Dream on. Long Chen clenched his teeth. He used all his strength to clamp the sword. He lifted his left leg and used the last of his strength to stomp on Sumo's wound. He directly kicked Sumo to the ground. The silver longsword flew out and fell into the endless abyss. This action also caused Long Chen to fall backwards. Although he wasn't hit by Sumo's attack, the omnipresent killing god's will made Long Chen's mind roar. He felt like the entire world was exploding. The divine essence in his body tumbled endlessly, even hurting his internal organs. Lying on the ground, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. On the other side, Sumo's situation was the same. After being kicked by Long Chen, he fell to the ground. His entire face was deathly pale and his mind was starting to blur. 5 meters behind Sumo, Ting Long's eyes were wide open. What he saw wasn't that Sumo had killed Long Chen, but that the two of them were in a deadlock and Long Chen had even won. He didn't move. This had nothing to do with him. If he moved, he found that he was definitely inferior to Long Chen. At this moment, the two of them were lying on the ground in a daze. Sumo. Long Chen's willpower surpassed ordinary people. Sumo is still lying there. When he gets up, I'll be the one dead. When he realized this, even though his mind was still in the midst of a deafening roar, and even illusions began to appear in front of his eyes, one by one, people from his past floated before his eyes. Long Chen, wake up. In the great void realm, Yi Xian used his loudest voice to shout. This voice slightly stimulated Long Chen, and only then did the illusion around him disappear. Long Chen's eyes moved. He bit his lips and turned around, crawling towards Sumo. With every bit of distance he crawled, Long Chen would feel a huge pressure. Blood flowed from his mouth unceasingly. However, Long Chen persisted. After a while, he crawled to Sumo's side. And at this moment, Sumo stared at him and struggled to stand up. "You still dare to attack me?" Sumo's eyes were filled with mockery. "If you can move a bit more, I'll submit to you." By the time he reached Sumo's side, Long Chen was already powerless. "You said it." At this moment, without any warning, Long Chen crawled up faster than Sumo. His entire body swayed as he pounced toward Sumo. At the same time, a blood-red longsword appeared in his hand. "Die!" With a roar, floating blood turned into a trace of blood, moving faster than the silver sword light. At this moment, Sumo was stunned. Floating blood's target was his head. He struggled to resist and move his body, trying to escape. At this moment, his heart could no longer be described as a tempestuous wave. Long Chen crawled for such a long time, yet he still had such strength and attack. What was his god martial's soul made of? No. Sumo was about to cry in his heart. At the last moment, he only dodged a little and floating blood slashed on his arm. That fatal sharpness actually cut off Sumo's entire right arm. Fresh blood gushed out. Sumo let out a blood-curdling scream. His arm and body struggled, but his arm flew out and fell into the abyss. As for Sumo, he fell to the ground, twitching in pain. The pain in his arm and the mental pressure caused him to be on the verge of collapse. This is a good opportunity. I have to take this chance to kill him. Finally, an arm was cut off. Sumo had completely lost all his resistance. This was a great opportunity. Of course, Long Chen didn't want to let it go. However, at this moment, his body's condition was much more serious than he had imagined. After using an overload move, he staggered and couldn't control the 1 meter he rushed forward. He could only use floating blood to support his body. His brain was endlessly dizzy and all kinds of illusions began to appear. When Long Chen was woken up by Yi Xian's shout, he tried his best to turn his head. Sumo, whose arm was cut off, had already crawled back 5 or 6 meters, and he was still trying. If he wanted to kill him, he had to turn back. Even if he turned back, Long Chen might not necessarily be able to catch up with him. Sumo was not weaker than Long Chen. He was a person who was about to step into the 5th level of the god martial realm. Unfortunately, he was unlucky. He didn't have a strong willpower like Long Chen, so Long Chen succeeded first. It's a pity that I didn't kill him this time. When I get out, he'll be the one to kill me. Long Chen shook his head in his heart. He slowly stood up and finally escaped. However, the current situation was not optimistic. He had to rest a little before he could continue. Su Zhen and Yi Xian both stopped. They might have reached the finish line. Su Yang is still 10 meters away from them, and so is Yi Shiji. I'm still more than 30 meters away from the finish line. The winner hasn't been decided yet. Until now, except for him, most of the people had stopped. If they weren't resting, then they couldn't go any further. I haven't fallen yet. No one can say that I can't get first place. Long Chen was an ambitious person. He would give the Nether Imperial armor to the Yi family, but it didn't mean that he would give everything else to the Yi family. Yi Wuxiang didn't care about the Yi family at all. If Long Chen could get something with his own efforts, Yi Xian and the others would be very happy. It was better than giving it to the Su family. First place, 30,000 divine crystals, a divine skill that surpasses the 7th rank. Thinking of this, Long Chen continued to move forward. Next to him, Ting Long was dumbfounded. Is he still at the 1st level of the god martial arts realm? He cut off Sumo's arm and he can still move forward. He has already surpassed me. Does he want to go to the finish line? What he is doing seems to be something only the 5th level of the god martial arts realm can do. This youngster, why is he so nature-defying? It's so strange, at the beginning, Ting Long didn't put Long Chen, who was in the heaven martial arts realm, in his eyes. In the god martial arts realm, Long Chen could only be counted as a small genius. However, in the inheritance of the slaughtering god, Long Chen's performance was nature-defying, which made Ting Long's heart tremble. He was sure that if Long Chen wanted to kill him, at this moment, he would be able to do so easily because Ting Long couldn't move at all in this place. Remember, if you want to cause trouble for Yi Xian, I will take your life. When passing by Ting Long, Long Chen said to him. Ting Long didn't dare to say anything. He was afraid that Long Chen's blood would drip from his neck. After warning him, Long Chen clenched his teeth. He had already recovered a lot and was no longer vomiting blood. It's time to decide who will win. With determination in his heart, Long Chen persevered and walked forward. 1 meter, 2 meters, 10 meters, 11 meters. With every step he took, Long Chen had to take a break. He really wanted to stop and rest, but his willpower didn't allow him to stop. In front of him, 2 people appeared. They were Su Yang and Yi Shiji. They were 1 meter away from each other. Su Yang was in front and Yi Shiji was behind him. Both of their faces were as white as wax and their clothes were soaked in sweat. If Yi Shiji had moved 1 meter forward, she would have been third, but why didn't she move forward? Because she had already reached her limit. At that moment, she had already fallen into an illusion. If she moved forward 1 more step, she would probably be affected by the will of the slaughtering god. They both sensed that someone was coming 10 meters behind them. Both of them were a little more clear-headed. Is Sumo catching up? It should be Sumo. Yi Shiji could not get third anymore, so it didn't matter if it was Sumo or not. At this place, whoever attacked first would be the one to die. 20 meters, Long Chen was resisting the will of the slaughtering god with all his might. More and more illusions appeared around him. Big brother, let's go to the ancient demon region selection. Huangfu Qi appeared next to him and hugged his leg. A strong force came from her small body and pulled Long Chen back. Piss off. Long Chen took a step forward and kicked her away. He kept moving forward. Huangfu Qi fell into the abyss and screamed helplessly. Her face was full of fear. This 20 meters is really difficult, Long Chen sighed, but he still kept moving forward. Brother. This familiar voice, Long Chen would never forget. At this moment, Long Chen received a serious blow. He raised his head in a daze and saw Yang Lingqing standing in front of him with a smile. She then looked at him angrily and said, Demon hunting competition, Bai Shiji of the Bai family has already cultivated the netherworld heavenly finger. They will attack you, I think it's better if you don't participate. Just as she finished speaking, a ferocious young man appeared behind Yang Lingqing and grabbed Yang Lingqing's neck. The dagger pierced through her back and came out from her chest. Blood touched Long Chen's face, sticky. Brother. Yang Lingqing's face revealed a look of despair. Bastard, you dare to go against me, Bai Shiji? I will kill your entire family. The young man behind him laughed. A murderous aura erupted from Long Chen's body. It was a terrifying aura of slaughter. Lingqing is dead, she is dead, Long Chen fell into a daze. Die, I killed her. Bai Shiji laughed loudly. But Lingqing, didn't she go far away with Li Xuanji? Another thought reminded Long Chen. It's an illusion, I'm in the killing god's inheritance. Long Chen gradually woke up, and the killing intent on his body gradually faded. The next one to die is you. Bai Shiji laughed loudly, and the dagger stabbed towards Long Chen's chest. Long Chen clenched his teeth, telling himself that he could not react. When Bai Shiji's dagger stabbed Long Chen's heart, everything disappeared, and the pressure on Long Chen was greatly reduced. Indeed, he wants to use illusions to stimulate people's murderous nature. Then, he will be completely bedeviled like Yi Xiong and the others. Long Chen finally understood. Chapter 994. After escaping death, Long Chen was much more clear-headed. He didn't become a killing demon. At this moment, he found himself standing behind Su Yang and Yi Shiji. Su Yang and Yi Shiji had already reached their limits. They were standing in the same place without moving. Long Chen took a few more steps forward and surpassed them. He found that both of their faces were covered with sweat. Both of their bodies were trembling and their bodies were pale. If Long Chen touched them at this moment, it was very likely that they would have a mental breakdown. However, Long Chen didn't touch them. He wasn't sure if something would happen to him if he did, so he couldn't move forward. He was only 10 meters away from the final destination, where Yi Xian and the others were. Long Chen was only at the first level of the divine martial realm, but he was able to reach this place. It was equivalent to the fourth level of the divine martial realm, and he was even advancing towards the fifth level of the divine martial realm. This could only mean two things. First, his dragon-shaped god martial spirit was much stronger than other people's martial spirits of the same level. Second, his own willpower was strong. Luck was only a part of success. Only when one grasped his luck with determination and courage could he achieve true success. There's still 10 meters. Long Chen clenched his teeth and continued to move forward. He actually surpassed Sumo and Yi Shiji. When Long Chen passed them, the two of them suddenly saw that the back of the figure was actually Long Chen. This fact seemed to be an illusion to them. Is this also an illusion created under the pressure of the slaughter will? Yi Xian's little disciple can also reach this place. This illusion of mine is really funny. Although the two of them were in different camps, their thoughts were surprisingly identical. They didn't pay too much attention to it and focused on dealing with the massacre will. If they weren't focused, they would definitely die at this stage. As for the matter regarding Long Chen, no matter how real it was, they did not believe it. When Long Chen was still in the sky martial arts realm, they had already met Long Chen. So, they could be sure that Long Chen was currently in the first level of the divine martial arts realm. No matter what method Long Chen used to obtain the Netherworld Emperor armor, the fact was that in this second game, he could only stand at the entrance of the Divine Slaughter Palace for a while. It was absolutely impossible for him to come here. When Long Chen disappeared from their sight, they thought that the illusion was finally over. But it was actually Long Chen, after going through so many difficulties, had finally reached the end. 10 meters in front of him was the source of the slaughter will, which was also the Yi that the puppet had mentioned. At this moment, 3 or 4 meters in front of Long Chen were the old demon Su Zhen and the beautiful city lord Yi Xian, who had also reached their limits. Long Chen simply could not use words to describe the pressure he was feeling. It was as if the weight of the entire world was pressing down on his god martial spirit. He could still raise his head, but his spirit was already extremely weak. It was like a flickering candle that could be blown out by the wind at any time. If it wasn't for that stubborn belief that still existed, Long Chen would definitely not be able to reach this place. Mysterious Dragon Jade. When he reached this place, Long Chen finally confirmed his thoughts. His mind became a little clearer. In a hazy state, he felt the mysterious Dragon Jade in his mind tremble. From the beginning, Long Chen felt that there must be something in this slaughter god temple that attracted the mysterious Dragon Jade. It was just that the slaughter will was constantly suppressing it. When he finally reached the final place, that feeling finally became clear. Forward, forward. Raising his head, the thing that the puppet had mentioned appeared in front of Long Chen's eyes. It was a 5 meters tall gray stone statue of a general wearing the Netherworld battle armor. This Netherworld battle armor was much more complicated than the armors that Long Chen had seen before. It was divided into more than 200 small parts, and each part had a dark green rune pattern on it. Long Chen had a premonition that this gray stone statue should be the killing god Yi Wushang, and the armor he was wearing should be the Netherworld Imperial armor. This statue's back was facing Long Chen's group. The slaughter will was erupting from this statue. Long Chen didn't dare to imagine how terrifying it would be if they were facing the front of the statue. In addition, Long Chen also noticed that this stone statue was holding a battle halberd that looked similar to the blue dragon halberd that Long Chen had used a long time ago. However, it was more domineering and majestic. Although it was only a stone statue, Long Chen had a premonition that this weapon was definitely a very powerful existence. He suddenly felt that it was this weapon that was attracting the mysterious dragon jade in his sea of consciousness that even Long Chen couldn't understand. Long Chen couldn't care about the battle halberd anymore, because after coming to the finish line, the slaughter will had already reached its peak. It was really too terrifying. Arriving here, Long Chen's entire body was also trembling. He had already bitten his lips so hard that they were bleeding. That was why he had the last bit of willpower to come here. How could Su Zhen and Yi Xian not sense that someone was coming? They weren't Su Yang and Yi Shiji. Whether the person who had caught up was real or fake, they could clearly feel it. When Long Chen approached, they knew that Long Chen had come. For Yi Xian, this was a huge surprise. Although it was hard to believe, didn't Long Chen always do these kinds of unbelievable things? As for Su Zhen, he was incredible. A person at the first level of the divine martial realm was able to reach here. His impression of this young man had completely changed. He became extremely cautious. Ordinary people really couldn't reach this level. He was very jealous of Yi Xian. She seemed to have taken in an unremarkable disciple, but who would have thought that this disciple was actually someone with monstrous talent? At least for now, Su Zhen thought that Long Chen's performance was the most outstanding. He was obviously at the same level as Yi Xian, and no matter what Yi Xian did, he would undoubtedly be last. But this Long Chen, he was unquestionably first. His performance so far had even surpassed Su Zhen. This kind of person gave Su Zhen a huge pressure. Very quickly, Su Zhen realized that if his mood fluctuated too much, it would cause his persistence to end prematurely. Now that they had reached the finish line, they were comparing how long they could last. If it ended prematurely, he would be the one who lost. Although the God-slaughtering sword formation was also the most powerful divine skill, and it was the most suitable for Su Zhen at this stage, who wouldn't want a better combat skill? 9-layer death hell, this was simply a synonym for the god of slaughter, Yi Wushang. It was a combat skill that made countless people tremble in fear. Not to mention the nameless combat skill that was more valuable than the 9-layer death hell. Therefore, Su Zhen hurriedly stopped thinking about Long Chen. He steadied his mind and concentrated on fighting against the last and strongest god of slaughter's will. The will of this place could completely destroy a warrior at the 4th level of the divine martial realm. Very quickly, Long Chen walked in between Yi Xian and Su Zhen, standing at the same level as them. When he stepped into the designated area, he realized that the god of slaughter's will had almost doubled. This should be the sign of reaching the finish line. No wonder Su Zhen and Yi Xian didn't move forward. 3 meters in front of him was the statue of the god of slaughter. This doubled god of slaughter's will was an abnormal pressure for Long Chen. He was almost flipped over. His entire sea of consciousness was like a raging sea, waves after waves almost drowned his god martial spirit. Chen, this familiar voice sounded in Long Chen's ears. He felt a pair of soft palms lightly covering his ears and cheeks, helping him resist the incoming god of slaughter's will. Shao Shi. Long Chen still knew that this was just an illusion. However, he felt that this illusion could allow him to feel Ling Shi's soul and her body temperature in such a real manner. Her aura was always so intoxicating, and her body was always so soft, like a pool of clear spring water, without the slightest flaw. Yes, it's me. You're here. I'll be here soon, to kill you. At the start, Ling Shi's voice was trembling and gentle. But towards the end, it suddenly became malicious. It was as though there was a demon residing in her body, and at this moment, it had taken control of her body and had suddenly awakened. After saying this, Ling Shi disappeared. So, it's just an illusion. Long Chen continued to clench his teeth. Right now, he, Su Zhen and Yi Xian were under the same level of pressure. Similarly, the 3 of them were also under the same illusion. If they were lured into it, they might not be able to hold on and fall into the slaughter, turning into demons that had lost their minds. This was the last moment of the second game. it was the moment that would decide the winner. The three of them were at the finish line, they could just divide the three names. This was the last struggle, it was a competition to see who could hold on until the end. Long Chen's god spirit's resistance was very flexible, it was the key to his victory. Whether it was Su Zhen or Yi Xian, if their levels did not increase, their spirits would not change. However, Long Chen was different. At the beginning, his resistance was about the same as Sumo's, but at this point, his resistance was already about the same as Yi Xian's. If there wasn't a huge vibration, Long Chen's resistance would undoubtedly become stronger and stronger, while Su Zhen and Yi Xian's resistance would only weaken. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise was heard. In the entire Killing God temple, other than the finish line, the blood mist around the statue of the Killing God was still present. When the will of the Killing God disappeared, everyone, including Su Zhen, Sumo, Yi Shiji, and the rest, all puked out blood and fell to the ground. After a long while, they finally woke up and fell to the ground, panting. Chapter 995. No, he didn't. The door of the Killing God temple was pushed open and the machine-like puppet, Ah Fu, walked in step by step. A distance of 100 meters was very easy for him. After a while, he stood in front of the Killing God statue and pointed at the remaining 10 meters of blood mist and said, "The final 3 people will decide the final result. You are not qualified to receive the reward." Su Yang and Yi Shiji found this sentence the most unbelievable. Long Chen. The two of them let out a cry of surprise. The person who was competing for the top 3 with Su Zhen and Yi Xian was actually Long Chen. This was too much of a fantasy. However, they did remember that Long Chen had indeed passed by them before. At that time, they thought it was just a fantasy, although they were not on the same side. The two of them looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. Shiji. At this time, Ting Long helped Yi Shiji up. His eyes were also full of shock. Although he knew that Long Chen was a monster, he did not expect that Long Chen would actually be able to enter the final competition. "It's really him," Yi Shiji said, not believing her eyes. Yes, Sumo went back to kill him, but he cut off one of his arms," Ting Long said with some fear. Yi Shiji and Su Yang turned around with great difficulty. At this moment, Su Mo was lying in front of the entrance of the God of Slaughter temple. A trail of blood extended from 50 meters away to the entrance of the God of Slaughter temple. Su Mo was leaning against the wall at the entrance with a deathly pale face. His arm had been cut off at the base, and blood was still flowing from it. Sumo. Su Yang was shocked and staggered towards Sumo. At this time, Sumo had already lost consciousness and was unconscious. If he had not insisted on crawling to the entrance of the Killing God temple, there was not much Killing God will in this place. He definitely would not have survived. It was actually cut off by Long Chen. Su Yang was extremely shocked by that young man. If he had known that he would be so terrifying, he would have been more careful with him. Now that he realized it, it was already too late, because the 2 games had already reached the end. Helpless, Su Yang could only use precious medicinal pills to stop Sumo's bleeding. "When we get back, we can use the bone-replenishing flesh regeneration pill to let your arm grow back. However, the new arm may not be as useful as before. Your strength will also be reduced." Su Yang was filled with emotions. "I really didn't expect that with your strength and ability, you would actually fall into the hands of an unknown little fellow. This joke is really too big. However, if you dare to touch my Su family's people, there won't be a good ending." Su Yang's eyes were cold. In the distance, Yi Shiji and Ting Long glanced at them. "Do you want to make a move? This is a good opportunity." Ting Long gave them a look and said, "You restrain Su Yang, I'll kill Sumo." Yi Shiji thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, "Sumo is dead, but the Su family's foundation will not be broken. There's also that terrifying old ghost Su Zhen. Only Yi Xian can stop him." Yi Xian is not on our side. If we kill Sumo, this old demon will definitely attack us alone. It's not suitable. You're more considerate. Ting Long nodded. The two's attention was on the three people who were still in the bloody mist. Long Chen and the others had also noticed what was happening outside. From now on, whoever can last the longest will have the highest reputation. The puppet said emotionlessly. In this way, Long Chen took a big advantage. After all, Su Zhen and Yi Xian had been here for some time. However, Su Zhen had bitterness and resentment in his heart, but he couldn't say it now. If he did, he would probably be finished. He could only hide his resentment in his heart. Moreover, Yi Xian didn't take advantage of him. Long Chen, that brat, although he came in last and took advantage, he would definitely be the first to be unable to hold on. Su Zhen also had faith in his heart. In the end, I still have to be a little biased towards the Yi family and me. This result was great news for Long Chen. Although the puppet had no expression, it could be figured out that at this time, it did seem to have the intention of helping Long Chen a little. With this premise, Long Chen put in more effort. He found that even if they didn't move, the power of his slaughter will was still increasing. Everyone was under great pressure and couldn't move. A large number of illusions appeared around Long Chen. There were people from White Poplar Town. Basically, everyone who appeared along the way now showed their faces again. Thank you sincerely for letting me see them again. His friends from the Sky Devil Palace, dragons, and demons, one by one appeared in front of Long Chen, but they all looked miserable. Chen. Suddenly, this voice appeared, and Long Chen's whole body shook. He almost couldn't hold on. Just this voice alone made Long Chen's mouth flow out a trace of blood. This was the result of his internal organs shaking. Opening his eyes, standing 1 meter in front of him was the man who disappeared for a long time. It was because of him that Long Chen embarked on this path. Father. Looking at this man, that's right, it was Long Qinglan. Long Chen felt like his soul was choking up. Remember, I'll be waiting for you in a distant place. I need you to help me get back my father's glory. After saying this, Long Qinglan's figure gradually faded. Long Chen wanted to follow him, but in a short moment, he completely disappeared. But it's also an illusion. There's no need to take it seriously. Immediately, Long Chen realized his mistake. This was just the result of his mental disorder under the pressure of the godly slayer's will. It was all an extreme imagination of his. However, the strange thing was that Long Qinglan's appearance this time didn't seem to be very extreme. Half an hour passed in this daze. All three of them had reached their limits, especially Long Chen. His foundation was relatively weak, and he was purely relying on his willpower to persist until now. Long Chen seems to be losing. Yi Shiji had already noticed that his body had begun to tremble greatly. It's already not bad to be able to obtain the god-slaying sword formation. This belongs to my Yi family. I wonder what Yi Xian will do with it. Ting Long smacked his lips and said. Yi Xian will definitely not take away what he obtained. Yi Shiji said with a calm expression. Then yes. He's coming out. Ting Long exclaimed. However, to his disappointment, millions of divine dragons roared in Long Chen's body. His huge internal organs throbbed loudly, and the blood flowing in his blood vessels was the most supreme 1/10 of the ancestral dragon's bloodline. This was a kind of pride, and it was this pride that allowed the dragon to persist. This level of slaughter will is nothing in front of the immemorial blood spirit dragon. Long Chen smiled. After experiencing the limit once, his god martial spirit had transformed again, becoming even more resilient. The fusion of his spirit and martial spirit had become even more perfect. Ah! At this moment, to everyone's surprise, Su Zhen, who was next to him, was shaken out, and spurted out a mouthful of blood. He was already old, and his willpower was not as strong as the two juniors. Moreover, he was still resentful towards Mu Zhu, which caused him to lose his mind and be shaken out. Seeing Su Zhen fall to the ground, everyone was dumbfounded. This result, didn't it mean that Long Chen and Yi Xian, the pair of master and disciple, were going to take the first two places? In fact, Long Chen and Yi Xian's situation was similar to Su Zhen's. In Yi Xian's heart, the glory of her Yi family was there. This was the Yi family's possession, and it could not fall into the hands of others. This was the belief that led her to persist to this extent. When she felt that Su Zhen had been eliminated, Yi Xian did not hesitate. She took a few steps back and walked out very confidently. However, when she walked out of the red area, she staggered and almost fell to the ground. The person who supported her was Long Chen. At this moment, Yi Xian's body was drenched in sweat, her face was pale, and even her lips were pale. Her wet clothes stuck to her body, and her snow-white skin was faintly visible. Her proud figure was completely exposed. "You're still one step faster." Long Chen was a little helpless. In fact, he was only competing with Su Zhen. When Su Zhen came out, he was also planning to come out. He did not expect Yi Xian to be faster. In this way, he seemed to have inexplicably become the first place. Yi Xian shook her head and stood up with the help of Long Chen. She also realized that she was drenched in sweat, and her figure was faintly discernible, extremely charming. She was a little embarrassed, so she used her spirit energy to dry the sweat. The fragrance was still there, intoxicating. "You're so ugly after sweating so much. When we go back, I must take a good bath," Yi Xian said with a smile. Long Chen nodded and said, "Yi Xian is fine. After we go out, I will let him out." Yi Xian would definitely be worried if she could not see her brother. Now that she knew that Long Chen had a kind of treasure that could be stored in his body, with Long Chen's explanation, she was not worried anymore. Looking back, old Devil Sumo's eyes were filled with resentment, staring at them as he climbed up step by step. In the distance, Sumo was sitting and leaning against the wall, unconscious. Su Yang was beside him, taking care of him. The most obvious thing was Sumo's severed arm. He was preparing to kill me and Yi Xian to distract you and achieve his goal of defeating you. His arm was cut off by me. Long Chen casually described the whole situation. Yi Xian lightly bit her lips, her expression was still somewhat unbearable. After a long time, she shook her head and said firmly, "He is really that kind of person. Time is really the devil, it can make people change so much. You cut him off well, I hope he can learn a lesson." Long Chen smiled. Yi Xian was soft-hearted, she could not understand Long Chen's decisiveness. "Let me tell you, if you don't kill this person, he'll stay in this state and tangle with you for the rest of his life. He won't stop until he's dead. In the end, you'll be the one to suffer. Don't expect him to repent. He's no longer your Sumo," he said with a somewhat joking tone. Chapter 996. Everyone, the result is obvious to all of you. At this moment, the puppet was standing under the statue of the killing god. At this moment, the killing intent had completely disappeared. Finally, everyone could clearly see the appearance of the killing god statue. Indeed, the stone halberd in its hand had a great impact on Long Chen. Long Chen was sure that there was something fishy about it. "Did you see anything strange about that halberd?" he asked Yi Xian softly. "No." Yi Xian pondered for a while. "Maybe it has something to do with the dragon, and I was the only one who found it." The mysterious dragon jade had stopped moving. For an arrogant being like it, reminding Long Chen of something good was already the best it could do. Top 3, come forward. Under the puppet's call, under the envious gazes of the others, Su Zhen, Yi Xian and Long Chen stood in front of the puppet. Compared to Su Zhen, Long Chen and Yi Xian were young and energetic, while the old Su Zhen only got third place, looking extremely pitiful. He lowered his head, thinking about something. It was definitely not a good thing. The battle between the Su and Yi clan was definitely not as simple as this in the slaughtering god's tomb. After they got out, there might be another deadly battle that might even involve the entire serene Hades mansion. Because this time, the biggest winner had always been Long Chen. Even Yi Xian's harvest was greater than the Su clan's. Long Chen had the Netherworld Imperial Armor, the Nameless Battle Skill, and 30,000 Divine Crystals. Yi Xian had the Rank 7 Divine Skill, 9 layers Death Hell, and 10,000 Divine Crystals. Su Zhen had the Rank 6 Divine Skill, God Slaughtering Sword Formation, and 2,000 Divine Crystals. This was the entire content of the Slaughtering God's inheritance. At this time, Long Chen noticed that the hand holding the halberd was wearing a total of 3 thick rings. They weren't made of stone, but storage rings. The puppet waved his hand, and the 3 spatial rings appeared in his hand. The spatial rings gradually shrunk to the size that Long Chen and the others could wear. Su Zhen, 3rd place. The prize is the God Slaughtering Sword Formation and 2,000 Divine Crystals. After saying that, the puppet tossed one of the spatial rings into Su Zhen's hand. Su Zhen lowered his head with a gloomy expression as he silently put it away. Yi Xian, 2nd place. The prize is the 9-stage Death Hell and 10,000 God Crystals. After getting the items, Yi Xian also put away the storage ring. Long Chen, 1st place. With that said, the puppet glanced at Long Chen and took out another storage ring from somewhere. There were 2 storage rings in total, and they were given to Long Chen. The prize is the Nameless Battle Skill and 30,000 Divine Crystals. At the same time, because you are the champion of the Maze of Slaughter, you will receive the Netherworld Imperial Armor, which is in the other storage ring. Soon, under the envious gazes of the others, the prizes were distributed. The teleportation array is over there. You guys can leave now. The puppet pointed in a direction. There, a small blood-red teleportation array appeared on the dark road. Everyone was a little emotional. When they came in, the teleportation array was very big. All 37 people had entered, but when they left, it was only 2 meters in diameter. Only 8 people could leave. The warriors of the 2 families were all dead or injured. Whether it was Su Zhen or Yi Shiji, they all felt extremely pained. The Su family had the God Slaughtering Sword Formation. As long as Su Zhen could use it, his status in the Serene Hell Manor would greatly increase. He should be able to prevent the Su family from collapsing. As for Yi Xian, she also had the 9-stage Death Hell. Even Long Chen, who had the most treasures, was her personal disciple. Unfortunately, she was still not the head of the Yi family. Yi Shiji was conflicted. With so many treasures in the hands of outsiders, she absolutely could not let them fall into the hands of others. It was not suitable to fight here. It was better to go out and decide everything. Everyone had this tacit understanding. After they left, it might be a fatal battle. Without a satisfactory result, no one was willing to leave. Among them, everyone's gaze was on Long Chen. He was only a youth, so it was impossible for him to have so many treasures. The game is over. You guys can leave. This tomb will sink to the bottom of the sea with you, never to appear again. I can finally rest. Saying this, the puppet seemed to feel a little relieved. Although everyone was a little unwilling, there was nothing they could do. Su Yang carried Sumo on his back and walked over step by step. The people of the 2 families separated and did not get close, in case they suddenly attacked. Long Chen thought about it. He was still a little unwilling. If this place sank to the bottom of the sea like this, then what about the killing god statue's halberd? Thinking of this, he did not leave. Instead, he turned back a few steps. Looking at the battle skill of the killing god statue, he felt a strong calling. Excuse me, how can I get this battle skill? Long Chen looked at the puppet and suddenly said this shocking sentence. What made everyone even more surprised was that the puppet actually laughed. His expression did not change, but he really laughed. The laughter of a child sounded very crisp. Congratulations, you have triggered the last game, called One Life and One Death. Everyone was stunned, not knowing what was going on. But hearing that there was another game, the Su family members who were unwilling to give up gradually surrounded. This is a hidden game. Only by noticing this halberd can it be triggered. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. However, I can't say that this is good luck, because Yi Wuxiang himself set the rules of this game. You are two sides, and other than you who are the trigger, the other side must send someone to participate. The puppet looked at the three people of the Su family. Yi Xian and the others had a bad feeling, because the name of this game was called One Life and One Death. Didn't that mean, what's the reward? Su Zhen raised his head and said coldly. The reward? The biggest reward is this divine weapon. When Yi Wuxiang was alive, he only used this weapon to fight against the 8th level of the divine martial realm. Therefore, I guess you have never heard of it. It's called Scarlet Blood Desolation. Of course, what you see now is not the original appearance of the Scarlet Blood Desolation. Only the person who gets the reward can see what it looks like. You don't seem to know the value of the Scarlet Blood Desolation. Let me compare. The value of the Scarlet Blood Desolation should be the same as the Nameless Battle skill, above the 9 Death Hell. Needless to say, just by comparing, everyone understood. This made Su Zhen's eyes burn with passion. Today, he had lost completely, but he still wanted to win. Obviously, this was his last chance. Long Chen's gaze was also blazing with passion, because he was currently lacking a divine weapon, and this was precisely the weapon that was most suitable for him. It was currently beckoning Long Chen to come closer. This was a feeling of a bloodline connection. Before, when I told you that there was something suitable for you here, it would give you a surprise. I was talking about this Scarlet Blood Desolation. Suddenly, Kitten said lazily. Long Chen understood, he had to get this thing. In Yi Xian's heart, that bad feeling continued to descend. At this time, the puppet continued to speak. In the Scarlet Blood Heavens, even the supreme experts of the divine martial realm and the warriors of the Nirvana Golden Wheel will chase after this divine weapon. However, because Yi Wuxiang used it well, very few people in the outside world know about this divine weapon. Let me explain the rules of the game. The name of the game is called One Death, One Life. In other words, if two people enter the game, one must die before the other can come out. As for what the game is, I don't know either. It was designed by Yi Wuxiang. Also, the dead person's property and rewards will be transferred to the living person. At this time, the puppet looked at Su Zhen, as if reminding him, and said, in other words, if you are the one who is alive in the game, congratulations, the Scarlet Blood Apocalypse is yours. It seems like the Nameless Battle skill, 100,000 divine crystals, and the Netherworld Emperor armor are all yours. If there weren't outsiders present, Su Zhen would have roared with excitement. Such a great thing had actually fallen into his hands. This could no longer be described as luck, it could only be said that Long Chen brought this upon himself. He didn't have the fortune to give so many things to Su Zhen. No, I can't participate in this game, or I'll participate on my side. Yi Xian's expression changed, and she quickly interrupted. The worst thing that she had expected had already happened. The puppet's voice was expressionless as it continued, this is the rule set by Yi Wuxiang. The person who triggered it must enter the game with the other side's strongest expert. There is no way to reverse it, unless you are confident, unless your strength surpasses Yi Wuxiang's. Otherwise, in the godly slaughterer's tomb, you must listen to his rules, or else, the result will be death. This was the first time the puppet had shown such majesty. Su Zhen and Su Yang looked at each other and laughed. Ting Long and Yi Shiji's faces were as ugly as dog shit. They knew that it was easy to snatch it from Long Chen, but in Su Zhen's hands, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. That damned Long Chen, why did he trigger this damn game for no reason? Yi Shiji had already cursed countless times in her heart. Yi Xian was also so anxious that she was about to cry. Her eyes were moist, and her delicate hand held onto Long Chen's hand. She could only shake her head. She didn't care about the treasures, she only cared about Long Chen's life. Everyone knew that if Long Chen went in, he would definitely lose his life. Long Chen clenched his teeth. His heart was as clear as a mirror. After thinking for a while, he pulled Yi Xian to the side and said softly, "Actually, I have a guess in my heart." "What?" Yi Xian was still in grief, and said blankly, "It seems that in this Godslayer's tomb, my will is always taken care of. In the third game, one death, one life. Remember, this is a game, and not a fight between me and Su Zhen. If it was like that, it wouldn't be Yi Wuxiang's game. In the first 2 games, I have already won against Su Zhen, and in the third game, I might not necessarily lose." Long Chen's gaze became firm, and he continued, "Moreover, Yi Wuxiang is the ancestor of the Yi clan. This is an undeniable fact. He seems to understand him, and his personality is a little strange, and it's hard to guess. But it can only mean that he is playful, but he is definitely not a bad person, so, I will win." After the outburst, I took advantage of everyone's enjoyment to say a few words from the bottom of my heart. First, every outburst, I have to stay up for a few nights to rush out. I hope that while you guys are happy, give me some support. It doesn't have to be to vote for VIPs, flowers, comments, and respond to my activities, such as outburst of flowers, outburst of birthdays. All of these can let me see your support. That way, I will have more passion to create, and not be a pool of stagnant water. Second, as for the outburst of birthdays, I will continue to implement it. I will repeat the specific requirements here. You must be a reader of the computer network, and have a fan level of book, trainee, or above. Then, you must change your nickname to Dragon Tribe XX, and leave your birthday in the birthday building. Only then will you have the opportunity to outburst of birthdays. The method to change your nickname is explained in the chapter table of contents related to how to become a Dragon Tribe. If you really can't do it, add me on QQ 3739666926 and I will settle it for you. Third, to the readers of the mobile network, I have to apologize. There are too many people over there. If they all want to outburst of birthdays, I really can't handle it. I have already written these 10 chapters to the point where I have cramps. I have to start the outburst of birthdays on the mobile network when I have the energy during the summer holidays. I really can't handle it anymore. I hope you can understand. Madman is definitely the most competent amateur author. Fourth, reading up to here, I hope that you are all my die-hard fans. No matter how long I write, how many years and how many books I write, you will always support me. Thank you for your love. I will continue to work hard to repay those who support me. Fifth, if you are reading without paying, which is a pirated version, and you find that the chapters have not been updated for a long time, please go to Baidu Tieba on your mobile phone and join the Dragon Tribe. I will update on time every day. But if you are a genuine reader, I love you even more, because you feed me and give me food to eat. I also hope that more people will support the genuine version, stimulate my passion for writing, and let the Dragon Tribe run everywhere. Chapter 997. Even so, Yi Xian couldn't stop worrying about Long Chen. She frowned. It wasn't the right time to blame Long Chen. After all, when Long Chen went to touch the mechanism of the halberd, he wouldn't have thought that it would turn out like this. Moving closer to Yi Xian's ear, Long Chen said softly, "Haven't you noticed? This game needs a trigger. Is it someone who has some kind of condition that Yi Wuxiang needs to be able to notice the difference between the halberd and trigger it? As for the other team's strongest warrior, his role is like a tiger blocking the way for this trigger. But in reality, I think Yi Wuxiang wants me to get the Scarlet Blood Sky Wasteland. With this, as long as I make good use of it, it is very likely that there will be no problem. I want to try again." After saying this, Long Chen took the opportunity to get Yi Xian out of the great virtual realm. One would die, one would live. Killing God Yi Wuxiang would definitely not joke around. Between him and Su Zhen, one of them would definitely die. "Brother Chen, have you really made up your mind?" Yi Xian was shocked by Long Chen's boldness. He and Long Chen were the same age, and they were at the same cultivation level, but what Long Chen was going to challenge now was the God Yuan that had been accumulating for thousands of years. The vast power in their bodies was hundreds and thousands of times stronger than Long Chen's. Before, Long Chen was able to cut off one of Sumo's arms because they were in the killing God's will environment. If it was a normal environment, Long Chen would only be able to fight with Ting Long for a while. Only when facing someone at the third level of the God martial realm would he have a great advantage. I have made up my mind. You guys just wait for my triumphant return. Long Chen seemed to be full of confidence as he smiled lightly. Yi Xian gently bit her lower lip, looked at Long Chen, and finally said with determination, "Good luck. We will wait for you here until you come out alive. This is our expectation for you." Yi Xian continued. "All right. Have you guys already told me your last words?" At this time, Su Zhen was already laughing heartily as he walked to the position indicated by the puppet. His face was flushed red and he had lost quite a bit of hair, leaving only a few sparse strands. His body was also hunched over. Even so, Su Zhen's reputation as an old demon had not been shaken at all. He was still a character that caused people to tremble in fear upon hearing his name. Long Chen didn't say anything more. He took a few steps forward and walked to the side of the puppet. He was only 3 meters away from Su Zhen. If Su Zhen attacked Long Chen at this moment, no matter how heaven-defying Long Chen was, he could take away Long Chen's life in an instant. After all, he was at the 5th level of the divine martial realm. Remember, without any instructions, you are allowed to attack the players next to you. If you act rashly, your life will be taken away instantly. Puppet's words were specifically said to Su Zhen. There would be many situations in it. 2 people who participated in the game at the same time were not to kill each other, but to break through the checkpoint set by Yi Wuxiang. During this process, without Yi Wuxiang's instructions, the 2 of them could not attack each other. Su Zhen's intention was seen through. He snorted coldly. Although he was not convinced, he had to obey the nameless battle skill and the Netherworld Imperial armor. Long Chen didn't have any objections. He didn't want to fight Su Zhen face to face. That would be the behavior of an idiot. Since it's like this, if there is no doubt, the game of life and death, also known as the extreme game, will begin immediately. Everyone else, step back. The puppet spoke with an emotionless voice, and a wave of qi appeared out of nowhere, causing Yi Xian and the others to move at least 20 meters away from Long Chen, creating an empty space. At this critical moment, everyone saw the statue of the killing god move. The huge statue raised the halberd in its hand high up in the air, and with a loud bang, a blood-red light burst out. Instantly, everyone closed their eyes subconsciously, otherwise, they would be blinded by this strong light. When they opened their eyes again, Long Chen and Su Zhen had already disappeared, the puppet was also gone, and the statue of the killing god was also gone. The empty killing god palace was the best place to be. Su Yang and Sumo were standing next to the teleportation portal. When Su Zhen disappeared, Su Yang carried Sumo on his back and rushed into the portal. Of course, they were worried that Yi Xian would attack them at this time. With Yi Xian's strength, she could easily defeat them. However, they knew that Yi Xian was worried about Long Chen. As long as they went out, Yi Xian would not chase after them. That was right. Yi Xian actually wanted to kill these 2 as well. After all, the hatred between the Su family and the Yi family was too big. If one of them died, many of them would survive. However, Su Yang had already thought of this and escaped in advance. You won't chase after them. Yi Shiji ran a few steps and turned around to look at Yi Xian. Sumo is in a coma. You go with Ting Long, I will wait for Long Chen to come out. Yi Xian said. Yi Shiji thought for a while. She and Ting Long would fight Su Yang together. There were no other powerful warriors in the Su family, so they had a higher chance of winning. Therefore, the husband and wife looked at each other. They didn't care about Yi Xian, the stubborn girl, and chased after them. In this huge killing god palace, only Yi Xian and her brother were left. They didn't say anything, they just closed their eyes and waited, praying that Long Chen would be the last one to show up. You have to win. Not only was it related to many treasures, it was also related to Long Chen's life. This place is. Long Chen felt that he was still in the Killing God Palace, but everyone else had disappeared. Only he and Su Zhen were standing here. If it wasn't because of what the puppet said before, this would be the best chance for Su Zhen to kill Long Chen. Su Zhen glanced at him, his eyes filled with coldness, then he walked forward. In front of them, 2 blood-red doors appeared out of thin air. They were decorated in a classic style and looked quite stylish. As for what was behind the doors, they had no idea. One is the life door, the other is the death door. Everyone, enter one door. Those who enter the life door live, and those who enter the death door die. This voice suddenly appeared in Long Chen's mind. It wasn't the voice of a child, but a young man's voice. It was full of magnetism, and there was a sense of vicissitudes in it. Moreover, there was also a great pressure. When this voice appeared, even Su Zhen didn't dare to say anything. When he finished speaking, the 2 of them tensed up. Su Zhen's speed was extremely fast, and he instantly rushed towards the 2 doors. When he got close, the 2 of them saw 2 words written on each of the doors. They were life and death respectively. They actually separated the life door and death door. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that this game of life and death is testing our speed? Long Chen was thinking in his heart. He was very calm. Although he couldn't catch up to Su Zhen in terms of speed, he was still close to the 2 doors. It can't be like this. Long Chen noticed a detail, and that was the words of the puppet. This is a game of life and death. These 2 doors fit the theme very well, but the puppet once said that this is called the extreme game. I'm afraid that's the most appropriate name. This game isn't a test of speed, it should be a test of the limits. Clearly, it's not a game based on who reaches the life door first. If that's the case, it would be too boring. From the previous 2 games, Yi Wuxiang wouldn't play such a game without content. Long Chen knew that Yi Wuxiang was a playful person. He really liked to play around with Long Chen and the others. Therefore, these 2 doors gave Long Chen and Su Zhen psychological pressure. It could also be considered playing. The key to the game was definitely not in these 2 doors. Su Zhen was originally rushing towards the gate of life, but he stopped in front of the gate of life. His shiny forehead was dripping with sweat. He also understood that Yi Wuxiang was a temperamental person. Although he said that those who entered the gate of life would be able to reproduce, but what if he was joking and reversed the situation? Su Zhen didn't think too much about it. He thought that this was the entire content of the game, so he hesitated for a long time until Long Chen leisurely slowed down and walked behind him. Looking at his choice, this Long Chen felt that if he fought with him, it would be meaningless. Su Zhen paced back and forth between the life door and the death door for a long time. You choose. Suddenly, Su Zhen gritted his teeth and gave the position to Long Chen. Although you're strong, your brain is a pile of paste. You're not even comparable to a pig. Don't tell me you don't recognize the word life? Long Chen sneered and directly walked towards the life door. Su Zhen was so angry that his face turned green. This was the first time he was humiliated by a junior like this. When he thought about how Long Chen had such a precious treasure on him, Su Zhen's eyes also turned green. At this moment, in his eyes, Long Chen was much sexier than some great beauty with a voluptuous chest and butt. When Long Chen was half a meter away from the life door and was about to step in, Su Zhen's figure suddenly rushed forward and rushed in front of Long Chen. He rushed ahead of Long Chen and entered the life door, disappearing. What an idiot. This life and death door doesn't mean anything. They lead to the same place. Inside the life door, Long Chen could feel the aura of the scarlet blood desolation. Above the scarlet blood desolation, there was the aura of a dragon. Therefore, the scarlet blood desolation was definitely related to dragons. It was very similar to the blue dragon battle halberd. However, the blue dragon was the same as the scarlet blood desolation. It was also the lowest level of dragons. Inside the blue dragon battle halberd, there was a very small remnant soul of the blue dragon. Therefore, the blue dragon battle halberd was a very weak weapon. However, the scarlet blood desolation was different. It was definitely a terrifying existence. Even at the level of killing God Yi Wuxiang, he didn't use it often. Chapter 998. Long Chen didn't think too much and stepped into the death door. The space rotated and Long Chen felt that he had arrived in another world. He was somewhat stunned. The Nether battlefield is a small universe world. This death god space is also a small universe world. Moreover, it's a world within a world. There's another world in the death god space. 3 worlds are intertwined. This is the first time I've seen this. After arriving in this world, Long Chen felt that the Emperor's spiritual qi here was extremely dense. This was a world of birds and flowers. Long Chen felt that he had arrived in a beautiful garden. There were colorful flowers everywhere. Below his feet were green grass that extended to the horizon. A small stream flowed beside him. Fishes and shrimps were frolicking in the water. Deer were drinking by the riverside. The beautiful scenery made people feel relaxed and happy. It was like a paradise. After a few steps, Long Chen stepped onto a bluestone path. This path extended into the clouds in the distance. Obviously, it wanted Long Chen to go to that place. Why are you here? When Long Chen suddenly appeared, Su Zhen was stunned. He was on another bluestone path. These 2 paths converged about 20 meters in front of Long Chen. Obviously, you've been tricked. I said that you're stupid. Is that nonsense? Long Chen laughed mockingly. This old fellow had lived for thousands of years, yet he still couldn't see through this kind of prank. He really thought that he had to live once he entered the gate of life. Long Chen was about to die. If the game was so simple, Yi Wuxiang might as well throw that scarlet blood heaven wasteland out for them to snatch. Long Chen's words infuriated Su Zhen once again. Su Zhen's heart itched. If it weren't for the puppet earlier, Su Zhen would have torn Long Chen apart. What a pity. Such a beautiful scenery. I'm not strolling with a beauty, but with an old man. Long Chen laughed. He didn't show any respect for an expert like Su Zhen. Instead, his face was full of disdain as he walked in front. Su Zhen clenched his fists tightly. Suddenly, he loosened them. He's right. I, Su Zhen, am getting more and more backward. I've actually been annoyed by this little boy. This is not my mentality. It should be these things. Scarlet blood desolation, nameless battle skill, netherworld imperial armor. They're all too important to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost my composure. When the old man thought of this, he calmed himself down and began to think again. He followed behind Long Chen, and didn't say anything else. Subconsciously, he told himself that this kid wasn't easy to deal with, and that he had to go all out. Otherwise, he would die a miserable death. While walking in this world of flowers and mist, Long Chen noticed that this world seemed very small. With Long Chen as the center, everything beyond 10,000 meters seemed to be shrouded in a thick white mist. Outside the white mist, everything was blurry, as if nothing existed at all. This is a world of heaven and earth formed in the body of a warrior at the 8th level of the divine martial realm. It's also called a divine kingdom. The master of this divine kingdom died about 40 or 50,000 years ago. Therefore, the divine kingdom hasn't transformed into a small world of heaven and earth. It's still the same. That Yi Wuxiang should be the master of this divine kingdom. Kitten was still in Long Chen's great void realm. He was experienced and knowledgeable, so it wasn't strange for him to recognize this divine kingdom. Divine kingdom, heaven and earth Tao. Long Chen's eyes were full of envy and emotion. As expected of a super expert, he could actually form such a world in his body. After all, Long Chen's great void realm was even more magical. Su Zhen, who was behind them, was also looking around in admiration. He should also know what this place was. Along this bluestone path, the two of them moved forward one after the other. They noticed that there was a mountain in front of them. On the green mountain, there was a small pavilion. This bluestone path extended all the way to the top of the mountain. Therefore, Long Chen estimated that their destination should be the pavilion at the top of the mountain. They didn't rush over quickly. Perhaps the master of the divine kingdom was there. It was polite to follow the path he gave them. Very quickly, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. The bluestone path turned into a bluestone staircase. They followed the staircase to the highest point, which was where the small pavilion was located. Both of them silently quickened their pace. The peak of the mountain was a piece of flat land. After walking on this flat land, Long Chen saw a handsome young man in a white robe sitting in the pavilion in front of him. This young man had long blood-red hair that dragged all the way to the ground. His lips and eyes were also blood-red, so red that it seemed like blood was about to drip out. This wasn't a human, but a god martial spirit. Just like Lingxi, Yi Wuxiang was also shrouded in a blood-red mist. That's right, this enchanting young man was the god of slaughter, Yi Wuxiang, who caused people to tremble in fear. Now, he was dead and trapped in this divine kingdom. Seeing him, Long Chen and Su Zhen stopped in their tracks. To be honest, facing such a super expert, the two of them were still a little timid. The words they heard about the gate of life and the gate of death should have been said by Yi Wuxiang. I really didn't expect that someone would come here. Congratulations. Yi Wuxiang stood up. He wasn't tall and looked weak. He didn't have the slightest bit of the Netherworld Emperor armor and the halberd he was holding before. He didn't have that kind of mighty feeling at all. Facing experts, Long Chen had a lot of respect in his heart. After Yi Wuxiang spoke, he quickly introduced himself. Junior Long Chen greets Senior Yi. That, Junior Su Zhen. Su Zhen said this very awkwardly. At this age, most people would call him Senior. He had always been used to it. Good, good. Yi Wuxiang was very happy with their arrival. He walked out of the pavilion and arrived in front of Long Chen and Su Zhen. He looked up and down at Long Chen, but only glanced at Su Zhen. Sure enough, he's the one who controls Heaven Wasteland. As if he was talking to himself, Yi Wuxiang softly muttered. Long Chen had a feeling that the current Yi Wuxiang was very similar to Lingxi back then. Yi Wuxiang also seemed to be extremely weak. Back then, Lingxi was also extremely weak. It's very likely that little she, although she usually says that she doesn't take cultivation seriously, is also in the 7th or even the 8th level of the divine martial realm. Long Chen guessed. Since you're here, I won't waste any time. I'll tell you the rules of the game. This young and magnetic voice came from Yi Wuxiang. From his appearance, Long Chen found that he wasn't a particularly noisy person. He looked very quiet and had a very bewitching feeling. Waving his white sleeves, Yi Wuxiang once again sat in the pavilion. This is my world, so anything can happen. As he said this, he lightly waved his arm. Long Chen felt that in this divine country, regardless of whether it was the monarch's spiritual qi or not, two vortexes appeared in front of Long Chen and Su Zhen. The two vortexes were getting bigger and bigger. Long Chen was startled. In an instant, the violent monarch's spiritual qi suddenly disappeared. In front of Long Chen, a person who looked exactly like him, dressed and even had the same aura as Long Chen appeared. And in front of Su Zhen, there was also a Su Zhen who looked exactly like him. In fact, not only the appearance and aura, even the pressure that he brought to Long Chen was very similar. This is my world, so anything can happen. Long Chen pondered over Yi Wuxiang's words, and then looked at the person in front of him who looked exactly like him. He was shocked. Could it be that this Long Chen in front of him, even his battle skills, cultivation techniques and so on, were exactly the same as him? It was completely, another him. You are a person who looks exactly like you. The magical energy in your body, your battle skills, your battle experience, and so on, they all have it, and even your thoughts. This was his own work. Yi Wuxiang was a little proud, and his true nature was gradually revealed. He chuckled softly, as beautiful as a woman, and actually looked a little like Yi Xian. No wonder he was her ancestor. A game of life and death, also known as the extreme game, or rather, it is also a kind of competition. The person who wins this game, I will let him live, and also obtain everything that belongs to both of them. As for the person who loses, I will undoubtedly kill him. Although my strength is far from what it used to be, since you have entered my divine country, then this is the world that I control. Everything must listen to my orders. Rays of blood-red light were revealed from Yi Wuxiang's eyes, and Long Chen gradually saw the crazy side of this man. Of course, if you want to continue the challenge, you can choose to challenge 2 or 3 of yourself. Only by killing all of them will the challenge be considered complete. For example, if you challenge 3 of yourself and fail, and the other person challenges 2 of himself and succeeds, then the winner will be the person who challenges 2 of himself. With your intelligence, I'm sure you understand this, then. You've already guessed it, this game is a battle between 2 martial artists who are exactly the same as you until you kill each other. This game will end until you kill each other. For example, if you challenge 3 of yourself and fail, and the other person challenges 2 of himself and succeed, then the winner will be the person who challenges 2 of himself. Yi Wuxiang smiled proudly. He waved his hand and said, "Let's cut the crap. You have to be mentally prepared. Your opponent knows everything about you. He knows you, just like you know yourself." Indeed, the Long Chen in front of him was exactly the same as him in every aspect, especially at the end, when he actually pulled out a blood-red long sword. That was floating blood, exactly the same floating blood. Chapter 999. Seeing such an opponent, Long Chen's blood was already boiling. This was the most evenly matched opponent, and also the opponent that made him the most excited. The so-called extreme game should refer to breaking through one's own limits, killing 1, or even 2, or even 3 of himself. As for Su Zhen, he was already old. He might not be able to do better than Long Chen. Turning his head to look, he didn't expect Su Zhen to have a face full of confidence. Seeing that this old fellow was also very confident in defeating him, he probably had some kind of trump card. In any case, from his expression, Su Zhen seemed to think that he would win for sure. Why is he so confident? Let's begin, 2 lucky fellows, Yi Wuxiang said calmly. When Long Chen thought of Su Zhen's appearance and how he was called a little fellow, he almost vomited. At this moment, Yi Wuxiang casually moved, and immediately, Long Chen felt that he was separated from the outside world, trapped in a blood-colored world. This world had a radius of 100 meters, enough for Long Chen to fight, and it was completely sealed. In front of Long Chen, there was only another him, standing in the same posture. Under Yi Wuxiang's wave, the 2 disappeared in front of Yi Wuxiang. 2 blood-red clouds descended from the sky, wrapping them inside. This little fellow can feel the desolate sky, and even the gate of life and death. Although he's already very good at concealing his aura, he should be a dragon warrior. The legendary dragon warrior has so many acupuncture points in his body, even I can't count them all. Compared to the useless me, he should be more suitable for the scarlet blood desolate sky, and that combat skill. Thinking of the scarlet blood desolate sky and the power of that combat skill, even Yi Wuxiang himself felt a chill. This is my, Yi Wuxiang's, true treasure. However, even if you're a dragon warrior, it depends on whether you have the life to take away my things from here. Long Chen had many questions in his mind. In the divine kingdom, the master is like a god. He can create anything. For example, the flowers and grass here are all created by him. However, even the master of the divine kingdom can't do too many things. For example, some things that are beyond his power. This was what Kitten told Long Chen. Long Chen understood immediately after hearing it. However, it's really exciting to fight with myself. It's useless even if I activate the true martial emperor spirit. Long Chen felt all the blood in his body boiling. His divine energy circulated. Long Chen also took out floating blood divine sword and rushed towards his other self. I know you. Are you going to use this move? His other self chuckled. His expression and intelligence were no different from Long Chen's. Blood sword. Blood sword. The two swords crossed. His opponent's strength was exactly the same as his, so Long Chen couldn't hurt him at all. However, at this time, he was holding the sword with one hand, and his other hand was free, so he punched out. Void shatter. Void shatter. What made Long Chen depressed was that his opponent also used void shatter. At this rate, no matter what he used, his opponent would be able to detect it and use the same attack. Do you think I'll imitate you? His opponent suddenly laughed. That relaxed expression was exactly the same as Long Chen's. The two fists collided and both retreated. At this moment, his opponent suddenly sped up, and golden lightning appeared on his body. Even Xiao Jin can copy it. Long Chen was a little surprised. Because of this, his opponent's speed was similar to his. He waved floating blood divine sword wildly. Zhan Long, with a slash, a blood-red light shot towards Long Chen. That sharp sword light was like a waterfall, slashing down on Long Chen's head. In this sword light, Long Chen couldn't see the shadow of a dragon. In other words, he doesn't have anything about the ancestral dragon. The reason why his body is so strong isn't because of the dragon's blood. It's because Yi Wuxiang gave him a body of the same strength and comprehension of the sword Dao. However, he doesn't have anything about the ancestral dragon. Although the strength of their bodies was the same, for example, if Long Chen was slashed, dragon scales would appear on his body to resist. Although his opponent's strength was the same, he wouldn't. For this move, Long Chen also used the speed of golden lightning to dodge. This is a simulated version of myself. Although it's a little different from me, it feels more exciting to fight with anyone. If it was another version of himself, Long Chen had the means to win very quickly. However, he didn't win immediately. Instead, he fought crazily with the other version of himself. The other version was equally crazed. The two of them were locked in a stalemate. Chaotic Sword God. Chaotic Sword God. The blood-red sword chi whirlpool clashed with each other. Instantly, there was a loud sound of friction. That was the sound of weapons clashing. It was extremely ear-piercing. The two blood-red figures separated rapidly, turning into two blood arrows that clashed crazily. It was impossible to see the faces of the two of them clearly. Sometimes, Long Chen would be injured. However, he realized that the damage his attacks could do to his strong body was actually very limited. After fighting with the other version of himself for over an hour, Long Chen was exhausted. After he had his fill, he finally decided to go for the kill. Devouring Blood World. Although this guy was made of Emperor spiritual chi, he had flesh and blood. As long as there was blood, he would be bound by Long Chen's Devouring Blood World. Facing the Devouring Blood World, the other version of himself was stunned. While his strength was being suppressed, he realized that he didn't have the same skill at all. Yi Wuxiang could use the strength of his body to create a body of the same strength, but he didn't realize that Long Chen had a suppressive skill like the Devouring Blood World. Under such circumstances, Long Chen took about a few breaths of time to defeat his opponent. After he defeated his opponent, the surrounding blood-red space disappeared. He found himself still standing in the same place, panting, but there weren't many injuries. Next to him, Su Zhen was indeed very powerful. He had probably defeated his opponent long ago. However, his face was a little pale, and there was a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was probably injured in the previous battle. This old guy should also have one or two things that Yi Wuxiang can't replicate. Moreover, he knows that the Divine Kingdom also has a limit. I just don't know how many opponents he can kill with that thing. Yi Wuxiang was applauding. Good, good, both of you are very good. However, this time, Su Zhen will spend half the time. Long Chen, you have to work hard. Yi Wuxiang stood up. He observed the two for a while, then said with a smile, "It seems that both of you are almost at your limit. The next game is very crucial. How many opponents will you choose?" "Su Zhen, you go first." Su Zhen had already thought about it, but in fact, he would be at a disadvantage if he said first. He could clearly see that Yi Wuxiang was slightly biased towards Long Chen. However, in the face of strength, all favoritism was useless, so he said directly, "I can challenge 3 of myself." Of course, he was most confident in 2. 3 was too difficult, but Su Zhen could fight once. If Long Chen chose 2 opponents and defeated both of them, Su Zhen would actually win. If Long Chen also chose 3 opponents, it would depend on the time of the battle. From the first battle, it seemed that Long Chen was not as good as him. 3, that's really brave. Then, Long Chen, how many opponents will you choose? Yi Wuxiang went to Long Chen's side. Su Zhen was also very curious. Long Chen smiled slightly. He looked at Su Zhen and said somewhat provocatively, 8. Su Zhen and Yi Wuxiang were stunned. 8. 8. Yi Wuxiang shook his head, and his eyes suddenly became serious. It was not because of anything else, but because to create 8 Long Chens would probably almost kill him. After all, there were many parts of Long Chen's body that were difficult to understand and could only be filled with a huge amount of Emperor spiritual qi, such as Long Chen's body. 8, you really don't know what's good for you. Do you think that you can win with 8? Su Zhen laughed. If Long Chen chose 4, he could still understand, but if he chose 8, it would be a fantasy. It was simply a joke. In the face of their doubts, Long Chen did not say a word. He firmly insisted on his 8 points. In that case, the most crucial battle is about to begin. Let's wait and see who will win. Yi Wuxiang waved his hand, and the 2 re-entered the blood-red space. 8, really courting death. Su Zhen was confident that he would win. He only needed to defeat 3 opponents and he would win. This was the limit of his limit. The reason why Long Chen chose 8 was to give Su Zhen a distant goal. Su Zhen won 3, and Long Chen won 8. Next, Su Zhen could still choose to challenge, but he had to defeat 9 people to obtain the final victory. I will make you despair. Long Chen's eyes narrowed, looking at the 8 identical versions of himself in front of him. 8 was also his limit. Under the devouring blood world, the use of divine energy would be suppressed to less than 3/4. This difference was the gap that Long Chen could use to win. As soon as the devouring blood world was activated, all 8 of them were enveloped by it. Long Chen drew out the floating blood. Dang 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 dang. 8 swords of floating blood appeared in front of Long Chen. Each one of them was filled with sharpness and power. Long Chen had no choice but to pay full attention to the cold light. Go all out. Turning into a blood arrow, Long Chen was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. He kept his blade and killed himself one by one. Wherever the floating blood went, blood spurted out. Chapter 1000. To Long Chen, he could make use of the slight difference in true energy. Although these opponents knew him extremely well, at the same time, Long Chen knew them as well. Long Chen knew them extremely well. Under the devouring world of blood, the strength of each opponent was suppressed. Chaotic Sword God. At this moment, there were a total of 4 opponents. On the long swords in their hands, a sword chi vortex with a diameter of about 2 meters formed. Within each vortex, there were tens of thousands of sword chi. Blood-red sword chi crisscrossed. The 4 of them attacked at the same time, completely sealing off Long Chen from 4 directions. Long Chen's eyes were calm. 8 opponents was a huge challenge for him. However, other than the devouring world of blood, Long Chen had other mystic skills. These were all his trump cards. In reality, even with the devouring world of blood, for opponents was already Long Chen's limit. The reason why he chose 8 was because Long Chen had another move, the Void Universe Dragon's mystic skill, Time Reversal. Chaotic Sword God. At the same time, Long Chen also used the same move. However, his enormous sword Chi Vortex had a diameter of more than 3 meters. It was even close to 4 meters. If the others were not suppressed by the devouring world of blood, they would be more or less the same. This difference was enough for Long Chen to block their attacks. However, Long Chen didn't use it to block everyone's attacks. Instead, he used the chaotic sword god and targeted one of them. Dang dang dang. The sword chi whistled crazily. Long Chen's chaotic sword god was only targeted at one of them. The difference between them was huge. Long Chen used a single move and sliced his floating blood across his opponent's neck, chopping off his head. In the blink of an eye, one of the 8 died. However, the other 3's chaotic sword god reached Long Chen's body without any resistance. 3 floating blood swords left countless deep wounds on Long Chen's body. Blood spurted out crazily. This huge injury caused Long Chen to cry out in pain. However, he had already given it his all. Time Reversal. On Long Chen's chest, the Void Dragon Talisman emitted a transparent ripple that engulfed his entire body. Long Chen's body disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. He returned to the state he was in before he used the chaotic sword god and demon. Not only did he recover from all his injuries, but he also recovered a lot of divine essence. The moment he recovered, Long Chen turned around and swung his sword. A billion killing calamity. Clearly, the 3 cultivators had not expected Long Chen to be able to completely recover from their attacks without suffering any injuries. This was completely unexpected. This had been Long Chen's plan all along. After killing one person, he would take on the attacks of the other 3. Then, he would instantly use Time Reversal. Before the 3 of them could react, he would execute his killing move. In an instant, the 3 cultivators who were close to Long Chen were completely unable to react. They were surrounded by the sword ball formed by the 100,000 sword chi that erupted from the tip of Long Chen's sword. The 3 cultivators who looked exactly like Long Chen were instantly minced into pieces by Long Chen. Out of the 8 people, 4 had already died in Long Chen's plan. At the same time, Long Chen had also used his only Time Reversal. Time Reversal was the mystical ability of the Void Cosmic Dragon. Yi Wuxiang was in the Divine Kingdom, so of course, he couldn't simulate such an ability and gave it to the warriors like Long Chen. Of course, he could also recreate other warriors and create the same effect as rebirth. If that was the case, it wouldn't conform to the rules of the game. After killing them, Long Chen's body emitted golden lightning. Using his maximum speed, Long Chen had already dodged the attacks of the remaining 4 people and reached another corner of this scarlet space. He looked at the 4 people who looked exactly like him and were charging towards him. I've consumed more than half of my divine essence. Devouring the blood world really consumes divine essence. If I don't kill them as soon as possible, I'll be finished. Limit, it's indeed a limit. The game designed by Yi Wuxiang is actually very challenging. Moreover, he probably wants to select cultivators who have many secrets that he can't find out. The more secrets they have, the more they can challenge themselves. From the beginning, Long Chen discovered the uniqueness of the halberd and triggered the game. Then, it went to the gate of life and death, and then to the current limit game. Whoever has more secrets that Yi Wuxiang can't grasp will obtain the final victory. It's just like my devouring the blood world and Time Reversal. If we compare this point, Su Zhen is not my match at all. This game was not designed by Yi Wuxiang for Long Chen. It was because Yi Wuxiang needed people like Long Chen. Participating in this game, no matter how strong one was, one might not necessarily be able to win. The final winner would only be the person with the most secrets. The ancestral dragon on Long Chen's body was something that Yi Wuxiang couldn't find out and replicate, even in his god nation. As long as I get rid of these 4, everything will be mine. In Long Chen's eyes, blood light gradually appeared. Killing these 4 of him was especially troublesome and not an easy task. Floating blood raised up. Long Chen turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly rushed into the encirclement of the 4 of him. Each of them understood Long Chen's fighting style very well. Similarly, Long Chen understood them very well. Once they started fighting, they immediately fell into a chaotic battle. Long Chen jumped up. It was better to break one than to injure 10 fingers. From the beginning to the end, he only chased after one person and dealt with the attacks of the others. Even so, the other party didn't panic. Their advantage was that they were the same as Long Chen. During battle, there was no such thing as fear. Even the one being chased by Long Chen faced it calmly. Even if Long Chen had a fatal killing move, he was just like Long Chen, using his body to block it. Then, he hardened his heart and gave Long Chen a killing move. Floating blood sword. The dragon-slaying move was just Long Chen's momentum. When he slashed down, he changed the momentum of his sword at the last moment and swept his sword across the neck of this person who looked exactly like him. At the same time, that guy also slashed his sword at him. Void shattering. When he used floating blood to slash his opponent to death, Long Chen used void shattering to block his opponent's dying sword. Finally, he killed one and consumed a lot of divine essence. However, at this time, the most important thing was to face the attacks of the 3 behind him. When Long Chen killed one person, the terrifying attacks of the 3 behind him had already arrived. To Long Chen, this was a fatal threat. Blood escape. Among the 3 behind him, 2 of them used chaotic sword gods and demons, and one of them used billion-killing calamity. Although they were suppressed by the devouring blood world, they could still kill Long Chen. Therefore, at this time, Long Chen could only use blood escape. Using blood escape at this time, Long Chen's speed was too fast. Long Chen slammed into the blood-red wall, causing him to feel dizzy. Fortunately, he was able to dodge their attacks, but the good thing was that he was able to successfully dodge their attacks. Only 3 left. Long Chen turned around. At this moment, the other 3 were still charging towards Long Chen. Even though 5 of their companions had died, they didn't seem to feel any pressure at all. The floating blood sword in their hands was still sinister and bloodthirsty. Although there were only 3 left, Long Chen didn't have much divine essence left. The consumption of divine essence from before was quite huge. Today, they were in a constant state of battle. During the first battle in the killing maze, Long Chen had already consumed a lot of divine essence. Kill them and I'll win. Gritting his teeth, Long Chen's eyes flashed with blood light. He gritted his teeth and persevered. His unyielding spirit was what made Long Chen different from others. Along the way, he could have such heaven-defying achievements. Although the strength that the ancestral dragon gave him was very important, his own spirit was the most important. Just you guys? Can you be considered as me? Although their physical bodies, divine essence, and combat techniques were the same as him, Long Chen didn't recognize them as him. His true self would never be so easy to deal with. Long Chen also wouldn't directly challenge 8 people. If it was Su Zhen, 3 people would definitely be his limit. But Long Chen was different. The hot blood in Long Chen's body burned even more intensely. A smile curved up on his lips. In truth, these, himself, were the most terrifying enemies that Long Chen had ever encountered. Because they understood him, because they were similarly valiant. Not only were they valiant in terms of strength, but they were also valiant in terms of willpower. But in the eyes of Long Chen, they weren't him. Like a fierce tiger, Long Chen rushed towards them. Because of the devouring blood world, Long Chen's speed was slightly faster than them. At this time, Long Chen was rushing towards one of the martial artists. His position was relatively close to the side. Long Chen's strategy was still to injure 10 fingers rather than injure one. Only when he killed one of them would he think of a way to escape. The blood escape method was tried and tested. In a short period of time, Long Chen killed another 2 people, until the last one. However, because he used the blood escape so much, his divine essence was almost exhausted. When facing the last person, he only had a little bit left. At this time, Long Chen was panting heavily. His complexion was somewhat pale and he was sweating profusely. After killing 7 people in a row, he had already reached his limit. It was very likely that he wouldn't even be able to maintain the devouring blood world. But his other self was still in peak condition. It could be said that Long Chen had exhausted his limited abilities. I must kill him before the devouring blood world disappears. Long Chen smiled and stood up. He gritted his teeth and once again rushed towards that guy. The other party's Long Chen didn't worry or panic because Long Chen killed so many of his companions. Instead, he still displayed his strongest state. The floating blood sword in his hand slashed a dragon. That waterfall-like sword aura slashed towards Long Chen. Very good, very good. Looking at the other party's crazy sword, Long Chen smiled instead. He didn't retreat but advanced instead. His whole body erupted with a crazy ruthlessness, directly rushing towards the other party's attack. The floating blood sword in his hand was raised high. Chapter 1001. This was the move that consumed the least amount of divine essence, and it was also the only move that Long Chen could use right now. The difference between Slaying Dragon and Floating Blood Sword was that Slaying Dragon was a spread-out attack with many sword lights, but Floating Blood Sword only had a single long sword. Long Chen's stance was clearly to use his own body to block his opponent's move and kill Long Chen at the same time. This was because under the suppression of the devouring blood world, his opponent was a level lower than Long Chen. Long Chen was relying on and making use of this gap. Die. Blood sword floats. That sword light directly passed through a waterfall-like blood-red sword light and directly chopped at the warrior's neck. His opponent's body was also very tough. Long Chen's sword could only cut a quarter of his body. At this time, Long Chen's body was already covered in blood and wounds of various sizes. This way, it seemed that Long Chen's injuries were even more serious. As for his other self, although a quarter of his neck had been cut off, he was clearly not completely dead. He put away his sword and let out a roar. Drifting blood sword stabbed towards Long Chen's heart. After a quarter of his neck was cut off, his ferocious nature was completely stimulated. At this time, he was like a crazy devil. This was also the current appearance of Long Chen. At this critical moment, Long Chen's own sword was already clamped by his opponent's neck. He couldn't pull it out for a moment. Seeing that his opponent's sword was about to pierce his heart, Long Chen let out a roar. A dragon's roar shook the world. An illusory blood-red dragon roared behind him. At this time, Long Chen had already stimulated all the strength in his body and single-handedly grabbed at his opponent's sword. Dang! Long Chen used his hand to grab his opponent's sword. The sword cut a long wound on his palm. As expected, because a quarter of his neck had been cut off, his opponent's strength wasn't great. If he was at his peak, Long Chen would definitely pierce his heart. Die! Long Chen's eyes were completely bloodshot and the veins on his body bulged. At this time, he suddenly exerted strength and broke his opponent's drifting blood sword. He held the tip of the sword in his hand and flipped it over. With a pft, he stabbed his opponent's forehead and pierced his head. His opponent died instantly. I've finally won. At this moment, Long Chen felt a lot more relaxed. However, his entire body was burning with pain, and he almost fell to the ground. His vision was already very blurry, and his entire body was burning with pain. After being slashed by the opponent's slaying dragon, Long Chen's body was covered with at least 100 wounds. Although they weren't big, they were still very painful. The wounds on his hand that were made with floating blood also caused him to almost faint from the pain. Fortunately, because of the dragon's body, these were all superficial wounds. As long as he recuperated for a period of time, he would be able to recover. Moreover, there were many medicinal pills in the great virtual realm. At this critical moment, Long Chen quickly took out these medicinal pills and consumed them. The surrounding blood gradually disappeared. Long Chen returned to the original place. Yi Wuxiang was looking at him with a smile. He closed his eyes and endured for a period of time. Although his injuries couldn't recover, at least he had endured it. With the recovery ability of his body, these superficial wounds that didn't hurt his organs and bones weren't a problem. It was only a matter of time for him to recover. However, the scars on his body looked quite ghastly. At least when Yi Wuxiang looked at him, his face was full of praise. Long Chen's performance had already exceeded the scope that he was satisfied with. Whether it was noticing the uniqueness of the halberd at the beginning, or the perception in the door of life and death, or the breakthrough in the extreme game, Long Chen's performance all met the standards in Yi Wuxiang's heart and even exceeded them. Of course, this last battle almost cost Long Chen his life. It was completely with his last bit of willpower that Long Chen persevered and was able to stand here alive. If it was someone else who had the same conditions as Long Chen, they might not have been able to win. After coming out, Long Chen quickly looked to the side. Su Zhen was still trapped in the blood-colored fog. His opponents were 3 of him, but he still hadn't won. From this point, it could be seen that Long Chen was countless times superior to Su Zhen. The only thing he was inferior to was strength. In a head-on battle, 100 Long Chen wouldn't be a match for Su Zhen. However, when it came to challenging the limits, Long Chen far surpassed Su Zhen's old bones. This extreme game wasn't as perfect as Su Zhen had imagined. He thought that he could kill Long Chen in a single move. He hasn't come out yet. Seeing this situation, Long Chen knew that victory was in his hands. Yi Wuxiang didn't say anything. He gently clapped twice and then didn't say anything, waiting for Su Zhen's performance. After about a quarter of an hour, the blood-colored light finally disappeared. Su Zhen's stooped body appeared next to Long Chen. At this time, he was obviously at the point of being at death's door. As soon as he came out, he fell directly to the ground, panting heavily. His originally ruddy face had become incomparably pale like white paper. His hands and legs were trembling, and he kept vomiting out mouthfuls of blood. Even the look in his eyes was a little dispirited. Unlike Long Chen, he had suffered serious internal injuries and only survived with his last bit of strength. It had to be said that this old devil's willpower was actually not much worse than Long Chen's. They were both ruthless characters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such achievements today. Su Zhen heaved a sigh of relief. Although he had suffered serious internal injuries, as long as he obtained the Netherworld Emperor's armor, the nameless battle skill, and the Scarlet Blood Firmament, he would definitely be able to dominate the Netherworld Prefecture in a short period of time. In the future, he would even be able to be reborn and return to his youthful state. This was a transformation for him. As for Long Chen, Su Zhen didn't think that the brainless Long Chen would be able to come back alive after dealing with 8 opponents. To him, it was simply a fantasy. Su Zhen was only able to trap 1 or 2 opponents because he had a few super confinement runes left behind from ancient times, allowing him to achieve victory. He didn't believe that Long Chen would have such a heaven-defying performance. After appearing, he looked at the sky in a daze and rejoiced, waiting for Yi Wuxiang's answer to announce his victory and that everything belonged to him. But what made him puzzled was why Yi Wuxiang's answer had yet to come. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of him. It was the young Long Chen. His body was crisscrossed with wounds, but his eyes were clear. That feeling of superiority and disdain. Su Zhen couldn't be wrong. At first, he thought it was just an illusion, but this illusion didn't seem to disappear no matter how he shook his head. "Old devil, you've lost." Long Chen smiled and said disdainfully. "What?" Su Zhen's eyes widened in disbelief. His eyeballs bulged out and were bloodshot. He struggled to sit down, enduring the pain from his injuries. Great waves of shock rose in his heart, and when he raised his head, he saw that it was indeed Long Chen. He wasn't dead, he was alive. "Why? You're not dead yet?" Isn't it one to die and one to live? Su Zhen said in a daze. At this moment, Yi Wuxiang gave Su Zhen an answer. Su Zhen, you challenged 3 of yourself and succeeded. Long Chen, you challenged 8 of himself and succeeded as well. Now, Long Chen is in the lead. Su Zhen, do you still want to continue? I succeeded. Su Zhen struggled to stand up and looked at Long Chen in disbelief. He shook his head with difficulty and said, impossible. How can he defeat 8 opponents? It's absolutely impossible. Are you all working together to deceive me? Su Zhen had already reached a state of emotional collapse. Under the heavy injuries, he was a little muddle-headed. His words completely infuriated Yi Wuxiang. No matter how you looked at him, Yi Wuxiang seemed to be a good-tempered youth. However, when Su Zhen said something he shouldn't have, his blood-red eyes erupted with a murderous aura that directly shot into Su Zhen's eyes. For a moment, Su Zhen felt that he was in an endless sea of blood. Above the sea of blood, there were corpses everywhere. In front of him, there was a person who covered the sky. That kind of disdainful murderous aura made Su Zhen's whole body tremble. There is no favoritism in my game. If you say another word of nonsense, I'll grant you death. Rumble. This loud voice made Su Zhen's back turn cold. With a thud, he subconsciously knelt on the ground. His teeth chattered as he looked at Yi Wuxiang with despair in his eyes. The current Yi Wuxiang was really too terrifying. Even Long Chen almost had the urge to kneel down. Su Zhen, I'll ask you again. Long Chen has already killed 8 of himself. You're currently behind. This game is called one to die and one to live. If you give up on continuing, the outcome will be death. May I ask, are you willing to continue? Yi Wuxiang's cold words once again resounded in his ears. I want to challenge 9, Su Zhen said hurriedly. He had an anxious expression on his face. This was the only thing he could do. Otherwise, the outcome would be death. If he continued to challenge, he would still have a chance to continue living. After saying this, Su Zhen looked at Long Chen with incomparably blood-red eyes. His eyes were filled with monstrous hatred. Good boy, I've underestimated you. I've always underestimated you. From the Netherworld Imperial armor to the nameless battle skill, you've taken advantage of everything. However, you'll discover that everything is empty. Everything belongs to me. Just die obediently. Chapter 1002. Then I'll have to wait and see. If you can defeat 9, I'll admit defeat. Long Chen wasn't intimidated by his opponent's hysterical mood. The crazier his opponent was, the less confidence he had. As for admitting defeat, Long Chen knew his limit. He couldn't defeat 10 opponents, so he was very straightforward. Okay, you said it. Yi Wuxiang, give me 9 opponents. Su Zhen's hair was messy as he spoke to Yi Wuxiang in a somewhat arrogant manner. Madness is the prelude to death. Yi Wuxiang smiled, and with a wave of his long sleeve, Su Zhen was already surrounded by the blood-red mist, and disappeared without a trace. How long do you think he can last? Yi Wuxiang asked Long Chen with a smile. The next moment. Long Chen said. Just as he finished speaking, the blood-red mist exploded and turned into nothingness. Su Zhen's figure completely disappeared. Only a few storage rings remained, proving that he had once existed. Sure enough, it's as you expected. Yi Wuxiang looked at Long Chen with even more praise. He played with a few storage rings in his hand and stood up. He looked at Long Chen amiably and said, Congratulations on becoming the champion of my 3 games in a row. You will receive the most generous reward. I'm very pleased. You completely meet the requirements of the person I'm looking for. What kind of person was he looking for? Long Chen actually understood. From the nature of the scarlet blood everlasting, Long Chen had already guessed a little. Yi Wuxiang played with a few storage rings in his hand and circled around Long Chen a few times, clicking his tongue in wonder. First, he flicked one of the storage rings into Long Chen's hand and said, "This is Su Zhen's storage ring. There's a huge amount of storage inside, and there are also many good things. The majority of the Su family's wealth should be inside." Long Chen carefully accepted it and said, "Thank you, Senior Yi." Although the other party looked like a young man, in terms of age, he was countless times older than Long Chen. In reality, he was an old man who was much older than Su Zhen. Not bad, not bad. According to the rules of my game, this god-killing sword formation and the 2,000 divine crystals are also yours. Su Zhen's last storage ring was also flicked into Long Chen's hands by Yi Wuxiang. This was what he deserved, so Long Chen did not decline and directly accepted it. This time, he had become the biggest winner in the god-slaying inheritance. It could be said that there were not many people in the entire Eastern Emperor region who had such a huge amount of wealth. Just the nameless battle skill alone and the blood-red apocalypse that Long Chen was about to use, there were not many things that could compare to it. The nameless battle skill is a magical thing. The nameless battle skill is a mysterious thing. Even I can't figure it out, and I don't have the ability to figure it out. But what about you? You're only at the first level of the divine martial realm. It's impossible for you to learn this battle skill that almost surpasses the divine level. So, put it aside and don't cultivate it for the time being. As for this 6th grade divine skill, it's the god-slaughtering sword formation that I used to dominate the world. I understand. Long Chen nodded. In his heart, there was a little more expectation for the nameless battle skill. Even Yi Wuxiang gave such a high evaluation. It was definitely not an ordinary item, but a super treasure, even comparable to a heaven-defying item like the true martial emperor's soul. Moreover, Yi Wuxiang had just said that the nameless battle skill almost surpassed the divine level, which meant that it was at least a 9th grade divine skill. A 9th grade divine skill was a battle skill that could be cultivated by warriors at the 9th level of the divine martial realm and the golden wheel of nirvana. Warriors at that level could casually take Long Chen's life. Even Yi Xian and Su Zhen could only be regarded as characters at the level of ants in front of warriors at that level. They could be killed with a casual blow. It's over. I'll give you the last thing. Come with me. Yi Wuxiang didn't wear shoes. He passed through the pavilion barefoot and walked down from the other side of the mountain, while Long Chen hurriedly followed behind this strange red-haired youth. In that aspect, the direction in which Yi Wuxiang was heading was the direction in which Long Chen sensed the blood-red wilderness. But now, the blood-red wilderness was no longer the blood-red wilderness, but a giant beast that could shake the world. That kind of violent pressure, that kind of pressure that made all living beings bow down, that kind of pressure that made Long Chen's heart tremble, belonged to the legendary divine dragon. When Long Chen walked to Yi Wuxiang's side, he looked forward with a smile and said gently, "What do you think of this world? Is it beautiful?" Long Chen circled around. Birds were chirping, flowers were fragrant, and the mountains were verdant and the waters were clear. This was indeed a heavenly scene. Therefore, he had to nod and say, "This is a pure world. It seems a little different from the divine kingdom that I imagined belonged to Yi Wuxiang." Yi Wuxiang smiled and didn't blame Long Chen. Instead, he said, "This is the world in my heart. The world has a deep misunderstanding of me. Those bastards in Emperor Dong's palace are really good at discrediting others. In my life, the number of good people I've killed can be counted on one hand." Long Chen was thoughtful. It seemed that Yi Wuxiang was not as horrible as he had imagined. As they walked, they talked about the blood-red wilderness. To be honest, the reason why I don't use the blood-red wilderness is not because I want to be pretentious, but because I haven't tamed it. What exactly is it? I guess with your identity, you must have sensed it, right? Long Chen was shocked. Sure enough, Yi Wuxiang already knew his identity. Now that he had reached the god martial arts realm, he had a very strong ability to hide. However, from the moment he sensed the existence of the halberd, and the perception of the gate of life and death, all of this showed that Long Chen and the blood-red wilderness had a strong connection, and Long Chen knew what the blood-red wilderness was. In this way, Long Chen's identity as a dragon warrior was also obvious. That's right, I am a dragon warrior. Long Chen did not waste any more words and directly nodded. There are no more than 10 dragon warriors in the 3 great imperial regions, and most of them are low-level divine dragons, blue dragon, red dragon, and so on. I didn't expect my luck to be so good today. Looking at your attribute, it seems that you are bloodthirsty in slaughtering, so you are not a low-level divine dragon, but at least above mid-level. So, what is your inherited blood essence? Ghost Shadow Blood Kill Dragon or Red Bloodhorn Demonic Dragon? Yi Wuxiang tilted his head and looked at Long Chen with great interest. Long Chen did not know what to say. He had heard of the Ghost Shadow Blood Kill Dragon from Lingxi, so he hesitated for a moment and said, I am a Ghost Shadow Blood Kill Dragon. Yi Wuxiang smiled with satisfaction. Long Chen's answer was the same as he had expected. He had once studied the information of divine dragons in depth. Among the divine dragons that he knew, there were many that leaned towards the slaughtering attribute. However, there were only 2 types of divine dragons that were recorded, and they were the Ghost Shadow Blood Kill Dragon and the Red Bloodhorn Demonic Dragon. My life's wish is to become a dragon martial artist. Unfortunately, I've searched through the ancient ruins and the 3 emperor domains. I've experienced countless dangers and escaped from death thousands of times, but I still haven't found the divine dragon's inheritance blood essence. In 2 places that are very similar to the divine dragon's graveyard, I've obtained 2 items. One is the Nameless Battle Skill, and the other is the Scarlet Blood Desolation. They are both related to dragons, but they are not the divine dragon's inheritance blood essence that I want. Yi Wuxiang helplessly looked at Long Chen with a wry smile and said, This is fate. That's why I envy you. Long Chen also didn't know what to say. Yi Wuxiang was a loyal follower of divine dragons, but unfortunately, he didn't have that kind of luck. There were billions of people in the 3 great imperial regions, but only less than 10 people could become dragon warriors. Therefore, the probability of this happening was really too small. I, Long Chen, never thought that a dragon warrior would actually walk into my mausoleum. This is probably the biggest surprise that fate has given me. From the moment you entered the mausoleum, I had my eyes on you. If it wasn't for you, even if the others in the desolate Scarlet Blood Kill obtained it, they wouldn't be able to recover it, Yi Wuxiang said somewhat shamelessly. So from the beginning, you didn't intend to give the desolate Scarlet Blood Kill to Su Zhen. Long Chen was a little speechless. Su Zhen was really in trouble this time. Yi Wuxiang didn't even treat him as a human. Of course, but if I lose to you, you won't be qualified to recover what I've painstakingly obtained, Yi Wuxiang said as he continued walking. What exactly is the desolate Scarlet Blood Kill? Long Chen suddenly asked. That's the hardest part of the Scarlet Horned Demon Dragon's body. Although its horn has been around for countless years, millions of years, or even tens of millions of years, it still has dragon might and a trace of dragon soul. I reckon that only a martialist with the bloodline of a dragon can truly suppress it. Back then, I only managed to subdue it slightly. The horn of the Scarlet Horned Demon Dragon. The Scarlet Horned Demon Dragon was a dragon of similar rank to the ghostly Shadow Blood Kill Dragon. Although it wasn't an ancestral dragon, nor was it an extremely powerful divine dragon, it was at least not a low-level divine dragon. At the very least, if it was at its peak state, no one in the entire imperial regions would be its opponent. Long Chen was vaguely looking forward to it. If he used the horn of a divine dragon as his weapon, how spectacular would the scene be? With the body of a divine dragon and the horn of a divine dragon, it would definitely be eye-catching. In that case, the nameless combat skill should also be related to dragons. Yi Wuxiang had worked so hard for so many years, but he had obtained it just like that. Long Chen was really a little embarrassed. Well, Senior, is there anyone else in this world that you want me to kill? Just like Feng Yangzi, who had asked Long Chen to kill Jiang Qing, a member of the true Martial Emperor Palace. Yi Wuxiang was stunned. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. If you had come here 30,000 years ago, I would have asked you to kill that bastard from Emperor Dong's palace. As for now, he's already dead, and you don't need to do anything. Huh, boy, don't be too happy. If these people go out, the fact that you have so many treasures will definitely be exposed. At that time, you'll just have to wait for the experts of the entire Eastern Imperial regions to hunt you down. Long Chen really hadn't thought of this. Chapter 1003. Long Chen understood this point. An ordinary man is innocent, but his wealth arouses his own ruin. This time, not all the people who entered the God of Slaughter's mausoleum died, especially the people of the Su clan, who suffered a great loss. Only Su Yang and Sumo managed to escape. Even the pillar of the Su clan, Su Zhen, died. When they received the news, they would definitely not let Long Chen be so carefree. They were very clear about what Long Chen had obtained, the desolation of blood-red blood and the nameless battle skill. These things could make the overlord of the entire Eastern Imperial region, the Eastern Imperial Palace, move out. Long Chen, a warrior at the first level of the divine martial realm, had so many super treasures. How could others not covet them? Not only would they covet them, they would even compete with each other and use all means possible. Even in the 108 prefectures of the Eastern Imperial region, many people would be shocked by the matter of the Serene Hell Mansion, and the experts of the prefectures would move towards the direction of the Serene Hell Mansion. However, Long Chen had nothing to worry about. He was about to go to the Sword Spirit Imperial region. Even if there were many people chasing after him and there were many experts, at least for the moment, he was not worried. At that time, he could just escape without a trace. He had many things that others were envious of. When he turned these things into his own strength, even if he used the nameless battle skill and the desolation of blood-red blood, he would become a new generation of God of Slaughter. In the Eastern Imperial region, who could be a match for him? As they advanced, the aura of the huge beast in front of them became more and more obvious. With the soul-devouring demon eyes, Long Chen could see the huge remnant soul. Although it was only a little remnant soul left on the sharp horn of the red-horned demonic dragon, for Long Chen, it was still incomparably huge. Walking down the green mountain path, in front of them was a huge valley. As they walked towards the valley, they could feel the ground trembling again and again. Very quickly, a cliff appeared in front of them, and in front of them was an endless cloud. Long Chen could already sense that the scarlet blood heaven desolation was at the bottom of the cliff. Very soon, the two of them arrived at the edge of the cliff. The cliff was trembling slightly. Below them, a huge primordial beast was crawling. Long Chen looked down and a complicated expression appeared on his face. This was the first time in his life that he had seen a dragon so clearly. Although it was only a corner of the remnant soul, what was unfolding in front of him was indeed a dragon. It was a dragon that he had dreamed of seeing. There were countless complicated emotions in his heart. Dragons were not only related to his strength, but also his faith and his pursuit of his father. All of these were bestowed to him by his father. From the day Long Qinglan handed the mysterious dragon jade to him, Long Chen had embarked on a mysterious and magnificent path. All of these were bestowed to him by his father, including the essence blood of the primordial blood spirit dragon in his body. Following the footsteps of a dragon, it could be said that he was following his father's footsteps. What kind of person is he? Endless bitterness rose in Long Chen's heart. Although he had already reached a level that he couldn't even look up to back in Biyao town, he was still incomparably insignificant compared to the primordial blood spirit dragon. However, his father was the one who could give an item like the mysterious dragon jade that could suppress the primordial blood spirit dragon to Long Chen. He said that he was the super overlord of the entire draconic continent. Then, who exactly was he? Where did he come from? Apart from the 3 emperor domains, apart from the huge 9 realms, apart from the countless weak territories like the myriad kingdom domain, were there any other places? All of these were Long Chen's pursuits. Perhaps, Long Chen had already regarded following his father as following a dragon. Even though it was a dragon's soul that he didn't recognize at all, Long Chen could still feel a sense of familiarity from it. In an instant, tears welled up in his eyes. Below him, within the countless white clouds, blood-red scales could be seen occasionally. If each scale was round, it would be dozens of meters in diameter. What flashed in front of Long Chen's eyes were countless dragon scales. These dragon scales were slightly darker in color than the scales of the primordial blood spirit dragon. Long Chen couldn't see the entire appearance of the ruddy-horned devil dragon. This was only a remnant of its soul, but his heart still palpitated when he saw it. The blood-red scales rolled in the clouds, and Long Chen could vaguely see the claws and tail of the dragon. Suddenly, in the rolling clouds below, Long Chen vaguely saw a blood-red, pointed pillar that looked like a pillar that supported the heavens. It stood tall and straight, emitting a sharp, destructive aura that made Long Chen hurriedly close his eyes. This should be the long horn of the ruddy-horned devil dragon. Growing on its head, Long Chen could see that it was at least 1,000 meters long. Compared to demonic beasts, the ancient and disdainful aura of a divine dragon was something that other demonic beasts would never possess. Dragon, I've seen a dragon again. In the great void realm, Kitten's eyes were filled with nostalgia and a tinge of fear at the same time. After a series of rolling, the long horn of the ruddy-horned devil dragon, which was the scarlet blood sky, disappeared from Long Chen's vision. However, the sharp, destructive aura on the long sword seemed as though nothing in the world could stop the sharpness of this horn. I've read a lot of information about dragons. The horn of the red-horned demonic dragon is the most important part of its body. It has the sharpest edge. At least, other than divine dragons of a higher level, there shouldn't be anything in this world that the horn of the red-horned demonic dragon can't penetrate. Its will is to penetrate everything. Looking at the ruddy-horned devil dragon below, Yi Wuxiang's eyes were filled with nostalgia and reverence. There was one thing that he and Long Chen shared, and that was to follow dragons. Yi Wuxiang was a fanatical divine dragon enthusiast. He had searched countless ancient ruins just to find a drop of inheritance blood essence. Why did the divine dragons go extinct in the primordial era, leaving behind only a few drops of inheritance blood essence today? What exactly happened? There are so many mysteries. I, Yi Wuxiang, am no longer qualified to follow dragons in this life. However, I'm satisfied to have been able to accompany the ruddy-horned devil dragon for such a long time. Yi Wuxiang pursed his lips. There was a tinge of helplessness in his eyes, as well as a tinge of pride. Little fellow, if you insist on doing something for me, I hope that you can fulfill my dying wish and follow the trail of that ancient divine dragon. Living in this world, one should always do something that makes one feel excited. Only then would one not let oneself down. It's really not easy to live once. Long Chen understood Yi Wuxiang very well. Long Chen was personally experiencing everything about him. He nodded and asked, "You can't hold on any longer?" Yi Wuxiang smiled. So many years have passed, and I'm still living in this place by relying on a trace of obsession, waiting for the person who can't possibly appear. Fate has given me a huge surprise. You've appeared, child. Hurry up and take it back. I hope to see you have the ability to conquer it, and then it can accompany you to restore my reputation back then. Looking at the huge rolling dragon below, Long Chen suddenly felt a lot of pressure. To him, Yi Wuxiang was like a respectable elder. He had a lot of expectations for Long Chen. Even his most precious things, the nameless battle skill and the ruddy blood skill, had been handed over to Long Chen. Long Chen had to work hard to live up to his expectations. That's right, when we were in the maze of slaughter, I actually saw you use the ultimate technique of the shadow demon world, the soul-devouring demon eyes. Yi Wuxiang seemed to have suddenly thought of something. When Long Chen was about to reclaim the ruddy blood skill, he suddenly said, "The shadow demon world." Long Chen briefly told him about what had happened between him and Li Xuanji. At the same time, he also understood that the shadow demon world was one of the 9 great Qinkuan worlds in the 3 regions and 9 realms. In this case, Li Xuanji and Yang Lingqing should be in the shadow demon world. Long Chen decided that after everything was done, he had to find his sister. He really hadn't seen her for a long time. He didn't know if she was doing well or if she had been bullied. I can see that you still have a lot of fetters in your heart. I don't know this Li Xuanji either. She's probably a new generation expert. I vaguely remember that the soul-devouring demon eyes is an amazing magical ability. If you dig hard, you might be able to dig out even more power. After all, it's called the soul-devouring demon eyes. If you take apart the word soul-devouring, isn't it soul-devouring? In other words, this is a super battle skill that targets the god martial spirit. Yi Wuxiang laughed a few times. He understood that Long Chen didn't seem to understand it very well, so he gave him some pointers. Soul-devouring. In this way, Long Chen seemed to have some understanding. Don't mess around. That woman called Li Xuanji probably didn't give you all of it. Otherwise, with your talent, you would have dug out the secret long ago. Yi Wuxiang said. Long Chen thought for a moment and felt that it was right. In the eyes of Li Xuanji, he was just an inconspicuous boy who could never achieve anything. In that case, why would she pass on all of the soul-devouring demon eyes to Long Chen? It was simply useless. Go conquer it. Yi Wuxiang waved his hand, looked at the clouds in front of him, and said with a calm smile. The wind blew, and his blood-red long hair danced in the wind. There was a kind of demonic beauty. Long Chen gritted his teeth and said, I once used the 9 heavens immortal fruit to restore the body of a person who was left with the god martial spirit. Can I help you recover? It could be said that Yi Wuxiang had done him a favor, so Long Chen said this. In fact, he was also quite puzzled. It seemed that he had heard the news of the 9 heavens immortal fruit from Lingxi and Li Xuanji. After coming to the imperial domain, there were so many experts in the god martial spirit realm, so why didn't they use the 9 heavens immortal fruit to restore themselves? As long as the god martial spirit didn't die, it could live forever. Today was the English band 4 exam. He just ran back and was sweating all over. Chapter 1004. Are you talking about the 9 heavens immortal spirit fruit? Yi Wuxiang smiled at Long Chen with interest. Long Chen nodded decisively. It seems like the person you saved is an extraordinary person. Generally, only those overlords have this kind of secret method of immortality in their family. This is the most precious thing to those overlords, and they won't pass it on to outsiders. In the entire 3 domains and 9 worlds, there are less than 100 people or families who have this kind of secret method of immortality. I, Yi Wuxiang, am far from having this kind of secret method of immortality. Also, thank you for your kindness. Yi Wuxiang said. Yi Wuxiang spread his arms against the wind and revealed a very comfortable expression. Also, the most important thing is that I, Yi Wuxiang, have lived long enough. Long Chen didn't need him to say more. He already had a glorious life. He had experienced everything that should be experienced in life, and he had no regrets. He had also left his pursuit of the dragon in Long Chen's hands. Therefore, he was already satisfied. Secret art of immortality. Lingxi had never mentioned this to him. Moreover, the most mysterious person was Li Xuanji. When Long Chen told her about Lingxi, she seemed to already know that Lingxi had a secret art of immortality. It was because of the 2 of them that Long Chen thought that people in the 3 imperial regions could easily recover their bodies. Li Xuanji had come into contact with Lingxi's sword and vaguely knew about Lingxi's existence. In that case, she already knew that Lingxi had a very high status in the imperial region. Therefore, she told Long Chen and Lingxi to stay in Myriad Kingdom territory and didn't want them to come to the 3 imperial regions. From her point of view, her advice was correct. However, Long Chen didn't follow her advice and insisted on letting Lingxi recover her body. That was why he followed her for 5 years. You're so young, but you have a lot of emotional debt. Go, if you can't conquer it, you won't have anything. Don't be happy too early. Yi Wuxiang smiled as he looked ahead. Is that so? After recovering from the matter of Li Xuanji and Lingxi, Long Chen knew that it was time to get down to business. Facing Yi Wuxiang, who was still puzzled, Long Chen showed an incomparably confident smile. This was originally more difficult than defeating 8 of him, but he was not willing to give up at all. Back then, in order to subdue it, I relentlessly tried over 10,000 times. I was covered in cuts and bruises. However, I still failed. When Long Chen took 2 steps forward, Yi Wuxiang reminded him. I'm not you. At this time, a mysterious aura appeared on Long Chen's body. Yi Wuxiang, who was behind him, stared blankly at this youth. His eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. Was this the feeling of a dragon warrior? That was a kind of aura from the desolate era, ancient and powerful. It was like a super-huge beast crawling on the vast draconic sacrifice continent, overlooking all living things, disdainfully looking down on the world. Yi Wuxiang subconsciously took 2 steps back. At this time, Long Chen was already standing on the edge of the cliff. Below his feet was the incomparably huge red-horned demon dragon. Its huge body was rolling in the white clouds. Come here. Looking at the huge dragon below, Long Chen raised his right hand and opened his palm. You want to subdue it like this? Yi Wuxiang smiled. The effort he put in back then was many times more difficult than Long Chen. However, he was soon dumbfounded. After Long Chen opened his hand, a huge vibration suddenly occurred below. Under Yi Wuxiang's control, this vibration eased a little. Otherwise, his entire divine country would have collapsed. Although he controlled the situation, what happened next still made him confused. In the past, the red-horned demon dragon that didn't listen to his summons suddenly moved. Its huge dragon head, with a sharp red horn that was thousands of meters long, soared into the sky, and let out an excited dragon roar. In the process of soaring into the sky, the red-horned demon dragon gradually shrank. When it reached Long Chen's hand, it had turned into a sharp red horn that was only half a meter long. The horn had a sharp spiral, and this half a meter long horn hid an ancient aura. This scene made Yi Wuxiang speechless for a long time. After a long time, he smiled helplessly. He knew that this was all a matter of fate. It had nothing to do with hard work. He wasn't a dragon warrior. No matter how hard he tried, the remnant soul of the red-horned demon dragon wouldn't be completely under his control. What he didn't know was that Long Chen had the blood essence of the ancient blood spirit dragon, which could cause absolute suppression to the red-horned demon dragon. At the same time, he also had the mysterious dragon jade that could suppress the ancient blood spirit dragon. With the existence and suppression of these 2 things, although the red-horned demon dragon's horn was a peerless treasure, subduing it was very simple for Long Chen. After grasping the red horn, Long Chen closed his eyes. He could sense that the remnant soul of the red-horned demon dragon was completely within the horn. That huge body just now was only an illusion of the red-horned demon dragon's horn. It didn't have any consciousness. The only reason it could survive was because of its obsession. This obsession could only be truly grasped by someone with the bloodline of a dragon. Long Chen was unable to communicate with it like he could with Kitten and Xiao Lang. Its consciousness was even inferior to Long Chen's subdued Xiao Jin. However, Long Chen could feel a sense of familiarity from this remnant soul. He could obtain all the information about it. Holding the horn, Long Chen's thoughts moved, and the horn gradually changed shape. In the end, it transformed into the shape of Drifting Blood's longsword. Compared to Drifting Blood, this longsword was a bit narrower and thinner, but it was also much sharper. Next, Long Chen transformed it into the halberd he had seen in the Killing God statue. Through control, Long Chen could transform it into any shape he wanted. I still like to transform it into a halberd. Compared to a sword, a halberd is more domineering and murderous. A sword is more sinister. Looking at the scarlet blood sky desolation that was constantly transforming in Long Chen's hand, Yi Wuxiang's eyes were filled with boundless nostalgia. Yeah. Long Chen waved his hand, and a blood-red light erupted from the halberd. That boundless energy split the white clouds in half. At the same time, it dyed the white clouds red. This vast energy had already surpassed Long Chen's original strength. With a wave of his hand, Long Chen immediately felt as if all his strength had been sucked away. His face was deathly pale, and he almost fainted. On one hand, he had just fought a 1 versus 8 battle, so he still hadn't recovered. On the other hand, although the Scarlet Blood Sky Desolation was extremely powerful, it also consumed a large amount of true yuan. With Long Chen's current divine yuan, although he had already reached the 3rd layer of the divine martial realm, compared to the consumption of the Scarlet Blood Sky Desolation, it wasn't considered much. Maybe you'll only be able to display its true strength when you advance a few more layers. The current you is really too weak for it, said Yi Wuxiang. Long Chen also understood this point. He silently put away the Scarlet Blood Sky Desolation. The Scarlet Blood Sky Desolation coiled around his right arm, forming a tattoo-like effect. The Scarlet Bloodhorn Demon Dragon's horn extended to the tip of Long Chen's index finger. This way, it looked like his fingertip was filled with sharpness. Yi Wuxiang revealed an envious expression. Just now, Long Chen had given him too much of a shock. At this moment, he was like a child. You've succeeded. Yi Wuxiang waved his hand, and the scenery of the divine nation changed. Long Chen found himself standing in front of the pavilion again, and Yi Wuxiang was sitting inside, looking at the distant mountains. The sun was about to set. You're leaving. Stay with me for a while. At this moment, Yi Wuxiang seemed a little sad. Long Chen silently walked to his side. In the distant sky, the sunset was very beautiful. It should be like this. Yi Wuxiang waved his hand, and the sunset arranged into the appearance of a shining golden dragon. The sunset was beautiful. After a while, Yi Wuxiang slowly said these words, "The sunset is infinitely beautiful, but it's close to dusk." Long Chen could see the bleakness and loneliness in his heart. On the road of pursuit, suddenly there was a person like Long Chen. He seemed to have found a soulmate. Long Chen was silent for a while, then said, "When the sun rises tomorrow, isn't it another new life? Life has no end. I hope to meet you in another place. Thank you for your encouragement." Yi Wuxiang stood up. At the highest point, he spread his arms and said, "I fell at the peak of my glory, just like a shooting star, just like a meteorite. I hope you can see me in another part of the night sky." A red ball of light appeared in Yi Wuxiang's hand. "This is my understanding of the heavenly way of Qian Kuan. When you reach the 7th level of the divine martial realm and are about to enter the 8th, this understanding may be of some help to you." After that, he moved one hand, and the blood-red ball of light entered Long Chen's head and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At that time, "Maybe you can still see me." Yi Wuxiang's body suddenly rose into the air and became more and more distant. Long Chen didn't even have a chance to say goodbye. Goodbye. The last 2 words echoed in Long Chen's ears. Then, Long Chen felt that Yi Wuxiang's entire divine country was collapsing. Everything returned to a state of chaos. Only Long Chen wasn't affected at all. When everything disappeared, he found himself standing in the middle of the divine palace. In front of him was Yi Xian and Yi Wuxiang. Yi Wuxiang and his divine country had long disappeared. Long Chen. Yi Xian and Yi Wuxiang's faces were ashen. Long Chen had been in there for a long time. At first, when they heard Long Chen's words, they still had some confidence in Long Chen. But the more time passed, the more they felt that something was wrong. With Long Chen's strength, how could he be Su Zhen's opponent? 1 life and 1 death. Even Yi Xian couldn't kill Su Zhen. How could Long Chen be able to? Compared to Su Zhen, who was thousands of years old, Long Chen wasn't even qualified to fight with him. Chapter 1005. Sister, I want to take revenge for Long Chen. Yi Xian clenched his teeth and insisted. She shook her head and said, "You don't understand. The commotion this time is too great. Not only is there a slaughter in the Godslayer's tomb, once we leave, so long as the Su family spreads the news, it will cause an even greater commotion. Even if I can barely keep the 9-level death prison in my hands, I will probably have no choice but to bring all of you and our parents to hide for a period of time. Speaking of revenge, it won't be easy. As she spoke, her voice became cold. Actually, we don't have to do anything. As long as we spread the news of Su Jin's possession, there will be countless people who want to kill him. At that time, it will depend on whether we can escape fast enough. I want to kill him with my own hands. Wait until you are stronger than him. Don't forget, Chen, he is my only disciple. He is also my only brother. Time passed, to the point where Yi Xian and Long Chen's hearts were filled with endless sorrow. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that something was wrong. Su Zhen was an old monster that had lived for thousands of years. Countless people had died in his hands. Long Chen was just a rising star. Could he kill Su Zhen in this game of life and death? In the end, time gave them the answer. A blood-red light flashed, and the blood-red formation started rotating. A young figure appeared in front of them with a blank face. His body was still covered with wounds, but the powerful life force that was emitted from his body showed that he was still alive, and even more powerful. Long Chen was alive, Su Zhen was dead. This news had a huge impact on Yi Xian and Long Chen. They were stunned and nervous at the first moment. They couldn't believe their eyes at all. And Long Chen's eyes still had a trace of blankness. He looked around blankly, until he saw the real Yi Xian and Long Chen. Only then did he feel a trace of warmth and reality. That's right, he had already come out, and Yi Wuxiang and his divine kingdom had completely disappeared. He gave me everything to continue his pursuit, and then he chose death? Not only Yi Wuxiang's god martial spirit, even his divine kingdom had disappeared forever under his control. Perhaps, this is his new life. Long Chen bit his lips. He suddenly had a sad feeling in his heart, but he quickly covered it up. Because Yi Xian and Lu Li, his two real living friends, were walking towards him. Long Chen. Yi Xian's face was full of tears. This was the most emotional moment. He didn't care about anything else. He rushed up and hugged Long Chen tightly, patting him on the shoulder. That's right, you're still alive. You survived, my brother. Yi Xian almost roared out. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with tears. For a young master like him, this was the most emotional moment in his life. Are you trying to kill me? Long Chen smiled and pulled him away. He knew that Yi Xian cared about him, and he was very touched. He looked to the side and saw Yi Xian standing next to him. She was still so quiet, full of the care of a big sister. At this moment, she also showed a quiet and approving smile to Long Chen, but it was filled with tears. I came back alive, yes. Just this sentence alone was enough. They didn't need to know what Long Chen had experienced inside. They just knew that he had won, and that was enough. He suffered such a heavy injury. Even Yi Xian felt a bit shocked when he saw it. Although they were all external injuries, they would still need a certain amount of time to recuperate before they could completely recover. You're a man, why are you crying? Looking at Yi Xian's red eyes, Long Chen teased. He had escaped from death this time, but he still had such a good friend waiting for him outside. No matter what, his heart was still very warm. This is our Yi clan's divine armament 4-pivot pill. Take it first. It will help you recover a lot. Long Chen didn't have anything good in his hands, but what Yi Xian took out, just from the name, he could tell that it was definitely something precious. At this moment, she didn't hesitate at all and directly handed it to Long Chen. Long Chen did not hesitate, directly taking it and swallowing it. A warm current surged into his body, spreading to his limbs and bones, fusing with every particle in Long Chen's body. Within this warm current, there were many kinds of precious spirit medicines. Mixing them in an appropriate proportion, and then using an alchemic fire to refine it, it could produce extraordinary effects. This divine armament 4-pivot pill was probably a 4th grade divine tier. Long Chen's body was equivalent to a 6th grade divine tier or higher body refining battle skill. This 4th grade pill couldn't help him recover instantly. I'll need at least 2 or 3 days to recover. Yi Xian looked at him for a while and nodded. The worry in her heart had disappeared. You really are a good brother of mine, Yi Xian. You can even defeat that old bastard Su Zhen. You're really too abnormal. Yi Xian had also recovered from his excitement. His emotions weren't as unstable as before. He began to realize just how unbelievable of a thing Long Chen had done. Long Chen also recovered from his excitement. He pursed his lips and looked around. He said cautiously, although I defeated Su Zhen, it's not over yet. You should be able to imagine that there will be a lot of trouble in the future. I obtained the Nameless Battle skill, but I also obtained the Scarlet Blood of Eternity. These originally belonged to the ancestors of the Yi family, but now that they had fallen into Long Chen's hands, Yi Xian didn't have any thoughts about it. Long Chen had exchanged these things with his life, especially Yi Xian. His life had been saved by Long Chen several times, so he didn't care about what Long Chen had obtained from the Yi family. Hearing Long Chen's words, Yi Xian became serious as well. This was probably even more important than the slaughtering god's tomb. Then what do we do? Let's go somewhere else. Yi Xian said hesitantly. That won't do. Long Chen actually had his own ideas. He smiled and said, this has nothing to do with you. According to my estimation, Yi Wushang was involved with the people of Emperor Dong's palace, so the people of Emperor Dong's palace will definitely be involved. There are 108 prefectures in the Eastern Royal Region. No matter where you go, you won't be able to escape from the Eastern Royal Region, because your foundation is here. Plus, you are not the ones with the treasures, but I do. I can wander the world by myself and start my own journey, so that everyone who wants to find me can't find me. So, actually, I have already made up my mind. Long Chen said cautiously. What? Yi Xian looked a little anxious. He quickly said, you mean, you want to go by yourself, and you don't want to go with us? What are you guys running for? This is my problem alone. Furthermore, with just the 9-stage death prison, no one would dare to make a move against you guys. Besides, if you wear the Netherworld Imperial armor, at least in the Netherworld mansion, no one would be able to deal with you. The last sentence was said by Long Chen to Yi Xian. Seeing the determination in Long Chen's eyes, Yi Xian knew that he had everything planned out, including the matter of giving them the Nether Imperial armor. Long Chen had already told Yi Xian about this when he was in the Massacre Imperial Palace. Now, it was time for him to fulfill his promise. Long Chen shook his head with a smile when he saw that the two of them had suddenly become incomparably solemn. He said, I still have my own matters to attend to. Now is the time for me to leave. Of course, as long as the two of you are still in the Netherworld mansion, I'll come back to look for you when I have the ability to protect the treasures in my hands. Yi Xian and her brother looked at each other. Yi Xian was still a little reluctant, but he knew that Long Chen had already made up his mind. From his tone, it could be seen that there was no room for negotiation. Take the Nether Imperial armor. You are still weak, and you are facing such pressure. With it, you will be able to protect yourself. Yi Xian said. No. Long Chen knew that she would refuse, so he shook his head and said, the Nether Imperial armor is useless to me. Don't worry, I know how to hide. I will leave this place soon, and no one will be able to find me. As he spoke, he gently placed the storage ring with the Nether Imperial armor in Yi Xian's hand and held her hands. Take care. Long Chen's eyes were filled with sincerity. The tears that had just disappeared were now back in their eyes. There will always be a time when we have to part. It's nothing. We have been together for almost a year, and this is fate. The next time we meet, I promise that I will be even stronger. Long Chen's mood was not as heavy as theirs. The Nether Imperial armor. Although Yi Xian wanted to refuse, she felt that with this item, Long Chen could at least protect his life. I will be worried if you don't take the Nether Imperial armor with you. After all, the Su clan still has Su Yang and Sumo. Although Sumo lost an arm, it is not a big deal. Moreover, there are so many experts in the city. What if they covet the 9 levels death hell? With the Nether Imperial armor, you will be able to deal with them. Otherwise, I will not be able to leave with peace of mind. Although Long Chen's tone was calm, it revealed his true feelings. In the end, Yi Xian nodded helplessly. Her eyes were still filled with reluctance. Where are you going? Yi Xian suddenly asked. Long Chen did not want to hide it, and said, Sword Spirit Emperor Domain. Yi Xian did not expect Long Chen to have such a big goal. If you want to go to the Sword Spirit Emperor Domain, you should at least go to the Western Imperial region to pass through the Shattered Star Sea. After all, the Sword Spirit Emperor Domain can only lead to the Western Imperial region through the Super Universe Teleportation Formation in Emperor Dong's palace. Therefore, it will be very difficult. With your current identity, if you are exposed, the people of Emperor Dong's palace will not let you pass. Going to Emperor Dong's palace from the Serene Hell Mansion is a problem. Long Chen had already thought of this. Chapter 1006. Yi Xian was a smart person. She didn't ask Long Chen what he needed the map for. Long Chen's performance in the Killer God's tomb made her completely trust Long Chen. After searching in the ring for a while, Yi Xian took out a crystal ball-like thing and said, as long as you insert your divine energy into it and use your heart to sense it, you will naturally be able to see the map of the entire Serene Hell Mansion. You can even see the specific size of the map. This is the work of a talisman master. Thanks. This thing was very useful to Long Chen. With this, Long Chen wanted to go to the other main cities to see if there were any golden soul chasing hell lightning among the nether stones. That would be much more convenient. No matter what, when they parted, there was always a kind of sadness that couldn't be erased no matter what. Yi Xian accepted the Nether Emperor armor from Long Chen. Of course, she wouldn't use it for herself. At the beginning, Long Chen had said that it was prepared for Yi Xian. You just got out of the Killer God's tomb, there will probably be a lot of situations. You too should be careful. It's best if you don't stay in the Serene Hell Mansion. If you can't solve it with your own strength, then use the Nether Emperor armor. I believe you can do it. Long Chen thought for a while and said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was a very reassuring person. In fact, she smiled and said, you just take care of yourself. That's enough. After a pause, Yi Xian remembered what Long Chen had just said and said, before we go out, I still have to say something. After you go out, immediately go to the Serene Hell Mansion's prefecture city. The teleportation formation of the prefecture city is in the hands of the palace lord. Su Yang and the others have probably already gone back. I think the news has already spread. Now that the palace lord and the others know about the many treasures you have, I'm worried that they will be waiting for you to walk into the trap. After half a day, Su Yang should have enough time to send the news to the palace lord. This was what Yi Xian was worried about. In other words, I can't go to the prefecture capital. Otherwise, I'll be walking right into a trap. Long Chen frowned. Not only that, it will be very troublesome for you to go to the Sword Spirit Imperial District with such a precious treasure. You can't do anything about the teleportation formation in the Serene Hell Mansion, and no one will know your identity in the Super Cosmic Teleportation Formation in the Eastern Royal Palace. You should think of a way to sneak in. Yi Xian said, and the worry on her face grew. Even so, it couldn't hide her beauty. Long Chen thought about it and said, that is to say, I can't go to the capital of the Serene Hell Mansion. If I want to go to a place like the Western Imperial Domain, I can only go to another mansion, and then use the teleportation formation of that mansion to go to the Eastern Imperial Palace, and then sneak into the Western Imperial Domain from there. But in this way, I have to hide in the Eastern Imperial Domain, which is the most dangerous place. After a round of analysis, there were many pressing matters. Then what should we do? Yi Xian and her brother both felt that Long Chen's trip seemed to be very dangerous. If Long Chen's identity was exposed in the Eastern Imperial domain, there were countless experts in the Eastern Imperial Palace. With Yi Xian's strength, she could almost dominate the Serene Hell Mansion, but in the Eastern Imperial Palace, there were almost experts at the peak of the God Martial Arts realm and the Golden Wheel of Nirvana. If Long Chen's identity was exposed, there would be many people who coveted the nameless battle skill and the blood-red blood battlefield. At that time, he wouldn't even know how he died. Long Chen also realized the danger. In fact, he wanted to go to the Sword Spirit Imperial District immediately, but he knew that he couldn't be anxious. The more anxious he was, the more he couldn't leave the Eastern Imperial domain. Gritting his teeth, Long Chen changed his decision. It seems that I can only leave the Serene Hell Mansion and improve my strength. At least, I can study the things I got from the Godly Slayer's mausoleum. After this storm is over, I can sneak into the Eastern Imperial Palace and see if I can go to the Western Imperial domain. As long as I go there, I can go to the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace without any worries. Thinking of this, he quickly asked, in the Eastern Imperial domain, is there a relatively dangerous place near here that ordinary people usually won't go to? Even if they go there, they may not be able to find me. Yi Xian understood what Long Chen wanted to do. She nodded gently and said, it's a good thing that you are not in a hurry to act. Instead, you should lay low for a while. After a pause, she said, if it's a relatively close place, then it should be the Ghost Domain Forest of the Green Flame Mansion. The Ghost Domain Forest is shrouded by thousands of ghost fires, and there are countless ferocious ghost beasts that specialize in killing and eating people. It is a forbidden place that people are terrified of. In the center of the Ghost Domain Forest, there is a sixth divine realm ghost beast called the Ghost Demon Zombie Dragon. The Ghost Domain Forest covers an area of millions of miles. As long as you don't go to the center and encounter the Ghost Demon Zombie Dragon, you should not be discovered in the center. The Ghost Domain Forest? Just from the name, Long Chen knew that this place was suitable for him, very suitable for him. Yi Xian must have carefully chosen this place for him. Long Chen was usually the kind that would not be in any danger. In the depths of the Ghost Domain Forest, there was a sixth divine realm ghost beast that was much stronger than Yi Xian. Ordinary people would not dare to provoke it. An ordinary mansion master's strength was around the 5th or 6th level of the divine martial realm. Under the jurisdiction of Emperor Dong's palace, the Ghost Demon Zombie Dragon was able to survive. How far is the Ghost Domain Forest from the Serene Nether Mansion? Asked Long Chen. The Ghost Domain Forest was very large, covering an area of millions of miles. As long as he knew the direction of the Ghost Domain Forest, he could follow that direction and ask passers-by on the way. The territory of the Serene Nether Mansion is not big among the 108 mansions. There are 2 mansions between the Serene Nether Mansion and the Emerald Nether Mansion. After passing through the 2 mansions, we can reach the Emerald Nether Mansion. Let's go out first. After we get out, I will tell you the direction of the Emerald Nether Mansion. After a short discussion, the 3 of them came to the last teleportation formation left for them. After a short conversation, and with the help of the divine strategy pill of 4 pivots, Long Chen's body had gradually recovered. At the same time, he left a lot of essence blood of nether beasts in the great virtual realm. Under his blood refining chi, a large amount of the essence blood was transformed into his dragon blood divine vitality. Before leaving, Long Chen looked back and knew that Yi Wuxiang was no longer there. In his last sight, the puppet stood in the corner and waved its arms mechanically at him, bidding farewell to Long Chen. Goodbye. The corner of Long Chen's mouth rose slightly. He waved at the puppet and walked into the red teleportation formation. This teleportation formation could send him out of the Killer God's mausoleum. The scenery changed. After the 3 of them came out, the first thing they did was to be vigilant of their surroundings. Although Su Yang and the others did not leave for long, who knew what would happen in such a short time? What surprised the 3 of them was that they were not in the nether battlefield, but in a dark green forest. This is a forest more than 30 miles away from the main city of Spectre. Yi Xian was very familiar with the surrounding environment. She did not expect the Killer God's mausoleum to send them here. Just now, Yi Shiji and Ting Long chased after Su Yang and the others. Yi Xian was halfway through her sentence when two people walked over quickly. They were originally waiting at the side. At this moment, their eyes were fixed on Long Chen, who was beside Yi Xian. They quickly rubbed their eyes a few times. Yi Shiji, where are Su Yang and the others? Yi Xian originally thought that with their cultivation, if they could take care of Su Yang and not let this matter leak out, it would be a happy ending. If she knew from the start that Long Chen would win, she probably would have chased after them and killed Su Yang. Then, nothing would have happened. Yi Shiji and Ting Long acted as if they did not hear Yi Xian's words. They looked at Long Chen in a daze. Their hearts were in turmoil. What? Is there a flower on my face? Long Chen smiled coldly, his tone was not polite at all. Yi Shiji and Ting Long looked at each other and trembled as they looked at Long Chen. Yi Shiji asked nervously, "Why are you here? Where is Su Zhen? Is Su Zhen not out yet?" As soon as she finished speaking, the teleportation formation suddenly closed. Before Long Chen could reply, Yi Shiji's face was already filled with shock. The wrinkles at the corner of her eyes wrinkled. She looked at Long Chen and her eyes trembled. It was as if her mind had gone blank. The truth was already very clear. In that game of life and death, Long Chen had survived, but Su Zhen was most likely dead. For Yi Shiji and Ting Long, Su Zhen had been famous for more than 1,000 years. When they were young, Su Zhen was already an all-powerful expert. Such an expert had died in such an inexplicable way. Who could accept it? The Su clan was finished. With Su Zhen's death, as well as so many core members of the third level of the divine martial realm, the Su clan was only left with Su Yang and Sumo. It could be said that they were really finished. If I say that Su Zhen is already dead, would you believe me? Long Chen said in a low voice. Yi Shiji and Ting Long had already walked in front of Yi Xian. They subconsciously took a step back and looked at each other. They suppressed the waves of shock in their hearts and believed the truth in front of them. With their current strength, it seemed impossible for such an illusion to appear. The two of them had to think about what was going to happen next. In other words, the Netherworld Imperial Armor, the Nameless Battle Skill, the 30,000 Divine Crystals, and the Desolation of Blood were all in Long Chen's hands. If Long Chen was at Su Zhen's level, Yi Shiji would have backed off. However, Long Chen was only at the first level of the Divine Martial Realm, and he was not a member of the Yi clan. Yi Wuxiang was the ancestor of the Yi clan, so she had sufficient reason to return Long Chen to its rightful owner. Yi Shiji was the rightful leader of the Yi clan. Thinking of this, Yi Shiji asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Chapter 1007. Yi Shiji paused, then smiled coldly and said, "You probably want to run away. You took our Yi clan's things and you want to run away? Yi Xian, you are one of the strongest members of the Yi clan. How can you let an outsider take our Yi clan's property?" Because of Yi Shiji's words, the two sides started to confront each other. Yi Shiji stood in front of Yi Xian, while Ting Long stepped forward and blocked Long Chen. Yi Shiji understood that Yi Xian would definitely protect Long Chen and let him take all the things. It's not that easy. Nobody can take away our Yi clan's things. Yi Shiji thought. She exchanged glances with Ting Long and without saying anything else, they started to attack. Yi Shiji instantly pounced towards Yi Xian and used the Yi clan's offensive techniques, trying to hold Yi Xian back for a while. During this time, Ting Long would be able to attack Long Chen and take away all the things that belonged to Long Chen. Long Chen had only recovered a quarter of his Jin Yuan. The couple's sudden attack wasn't out of Long Chen's expectation. He knew that they wouldn't let it go so easily. Actually, Long Chen wasn't in his peak condition, while Ting Long was at the 4th level of the divine martial realm, the extreme realm of martial arts. The extreme realm of martial arts had martial intent. Not only could one use the power of the heaven and earth, it also had a strong spiritual pressure, which was the will of the pinnacle of martial arts. In fact, above the extreme realm of martial arts, one's cultivation had already broken away from the word martial and was heading towards the direction of a god. For example, the 5th level of the divine martial realm had wind, fire and thunder, the 6th level of the divine martial realm had a peerless golden body, and the 7th level of the divine martial realm had control over the laws of the heaven and earth. Therefore, the extreme realm of martial arts was the pinnacle of martial arts. Although Long Chen's divine qi was thick and he had many techniques, he definitely didn't have martial intent. At that moment, in order to save time, Ting Long instantly threw a punch in front of Long Chen. That simple punch was made with even thicker divine qi and formed a huge whirlpool. Within the whirlpool, there was a martial intent that was filled with an indomitable will. Break. The will of martial could shatter anything with a single punch. A powerful pressure bore down on Long Chen. This was Ting Long's only chance. Yi Shiji had gone to restrain Yi Xian, but she would only be able to do so for a short amount of time. If this punch failed, then Ting Long's plan would fail. However, was it possible for a warrior at the 4th level of the divine martial arts realm to defeat a warrior at the 1st level of the divine martial arts realm? Although Ting Long's martial will was only at the initial stage and had not reached perfection, it was still not something that Long Chen could block. However, Long Chen made a prompt decision. The dragon mark on his right hand instantly transformed into a blood-red longsword. Suddenly, a domineering dragon roar resounded. Long Chen used the Scarlet Blood Desolation. The Scarlet Blood Desolation transformed into the shape of a longsword. Long Chen wasn't completely familiar with the Scarlet Blood Desolation yet, so he could only make some simple uses of it. Long Chen didn't use any techniques. With a wave of his long sword, a dragon-shaped sword astral sword shot out like a crescent moon, slashing towards the nearby Ting Long. In Long Chen's eyes, that blood-red longsword was just floating blood. He didn't care too much about it, but when the sword astral sword arrived in front of him, he knew how terrifying it was. What a powerful force. The power of Long Chen's sword qi was 100 times stronger than what he had imagined. Previously, he felt that there was something fishy about Long Chen being able to fight against a cultivator at the 3rd level of the divine martial realm. But now, he realized that Long Chen's true strength was only at the 3rd level of the divine martial realm. It wasn't a matter of how much power was used, but rather, it was an incomprehensible willpower that was ancient and terrifying, filled with supreme majesty. In this urgent situation, Ting Long could only use his previous fist to block the sword astral sword. Within the sword astral sword, a faintly discernible gigantic beast that blotted out the sky appeared. It was enormous, terrifying, and ancient. Its body was emitting an overlord's aura, causing people to tremble with fear. The might of that will seem to be even more terrifying than martial will. Boom. Long Chen used a lot less spiritual qi than Ting Long to directly use the desolation blood-red sky and sent Ting Long flying. Ting Long rolled a few times in the air before stabilizing his body. Although he had blocked Long Chen's attack, there was a terrifying emotion in his eyes. At that moment, he suddenly felt that his martial will was somewhat pitiful under the opponent's will. Long Chen also felt the same way. This should be the Bloodhorn demonic dragon's will. He was excited. He could release such power with a casual wave of his hand. How terrifying would it be when he truly had the strength to control the desolation blood-red sky? Long Chen didn't dare to imagine. Right now, he still didn't have the strength to control the desolation blood-red sky. He had recovered a quarter of his divine qi with great difficulty, but that casual attack had almost consumed all of it. However, Yi Shiji's plan was ruined by Long Chen's attack. Ting Long had already missed the best opportunity, and Yi Shiji was also sent flying by Yi Xian's attack. Just then, Yi Xian glanced at Long Chen and heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she looked at Yi Shiji and Ting Long coldly and said, in the slaughtering god's tomb, what you can obtain depends on your own strength. This is what he obtained through hard work, and it is also what our ancestors gave him. If you guys try anything funny, don't blame me for being impolite. Yi Shiji and Ting Long had nothing to say. They could only look at Long Chen with hatred. This kid is very strange. He actually managed to force me back. Unbelievable. Ting Long said in shock. It must be because of the slaughtering god's inheritance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such power. Yi Shiji said unwillingly. At this time, Yi Xian looked around. Within the range of her divine sense, there was no trace of Su Yang. So, she asked, I told you to chase after Su Yang. Did he escape? Yi Shiji and Ting Long were a little embarrassed. Seeing that they were about to snatch away Long Chen's things in front of Yi Xian, they could only say, Su Yang is very strong. If he wants to escape, who can catch him? This is bad. Yi Xian and Long Chen both knew that as long as Su Yang knew that Long Chen had died, he would definitely tell everyone about everything that Long Chen had. At that time, the slaughtering god's tomb would probably cause quite a stir in the entire eastern royal region. Long Chen, a small figure, would gradually enter the eyes of everyone. However, since it had already happened, they could only leave. Long Chen and Yi Xian stood together. The three of them didn't know what to say. Long Chen pursed his lips and said, if that's the case, I'll leave first. Take care. Take care. They had already said their goodbyes in the slaughtering god's tomb. Long Chen nodded and smiled. Then, he turned around and left. Yi Xian didn't ask him to stay. She just stood in front of Yi Shiji and Ting Long, letting Long Chen leave safely until he completely disappeared. Yi Shiji and Ting Long were very anxious. They wanted to chase after Long Chen many times. However, under Yi Xian's cold eyes, they finally held back. After about half an hour, with Long Chen's speed, he had already left the Spectre City. Yi Shiji and Ting Long wanted to find him, but it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Therefore, Yi Xian called her brother and they went back to the Serene Hell Mansion together. Sis, he'll come back, right? Yi Xian said somewhat speechlessly. He will. You have to work harder. You were overtaken by him so quickly. Be careful, the next time you see him, he won't be a match for him. I am no match for him now. Yi Xian said helplessly. Ghost Forest, Green Flame Mansion. This was the direction Yi Xian had pointed him in. The three Emperor regions were extremely vast. From the Serene Hell Mansion to the Green Flame Mansion, even with Long Chen's terrifying speed, it would still take him a lot of time. Because of the vast territory, there weren't many houses between the cities. Of course, there were also small tribes like the barbarian bear tribe. Although Long Chen had reached the god martial realm, he didn't fly in the sky. His body had powerful functions, and his endurance was much stronger than the puppet beasts. He was like a giant beast. When he was running, he was like a giant beast that would never stop. A shadow passed by in a desolate place. This might be very lonely, but when he thought of the goal he had worked so hard for, and how it was right in front of him, Long Chen's whole body burned with hot blood. All the loneliness would be ignited by his hot blood. Moreover, there was still Kitten. Slow down, slow down. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? On Long Chen's shoulder, Kitten curled up his fist. Because of Long Chen's speed, the wind blew past him, straightening his already short black curly hair, completely changing his appearance. Actually, he used his claws to pat Long Chen's shoulder, but Long Chen didn't feel it at all. God-murdering sword formation. Long Chen was digesting the things he had obtained. Among them, he seemed to be unable to come into contact with the nameless battle skill. The use of the Scarlet Blood Heavenly Wasteland was completely a problem of his own strength. The simplest was the God-murdering sword formation. This was a level 6 divine skill. At the 6th level of the divine martial realm, one could form a supreme golden body. Chapter 1008. If I successfully cultivate this god-killing sword formation and barely use the scarlet blood heavenly desolation, then my strength will reach the first level of the perfect realm of the divine martial realm. Maybe when I use the god-killing sword formation, I will be able to fight against a warrior at the fourth level of the perfect realm of the divine martial realm. This was the heaven-defying aspect of the scarlet blood heavenly desolation and the god-killing sword formation. If not for them, Long Chen would at most be able to deal with the third level of the perfect realm of the divine martial realm, and it would be impossible for him to defeat Ting Long, the god-killing sword formation. There's no problem with the technique, I've already understood it all. The next step is the problem of cultivation. Do I need 1,000 third-grade god-level demon beast souls? Even the god martial spirit is fine. This god-killing sword formation is truly a terrifying technique. No wonder Yi Wuxiang is called the god of slaughter. Of course, he said before that he didn't kill many good people. Long Chen believed Yi Wuxiang's words. 1,000 third-grade god-level beast souls. It just so happened that Long Chen was going to the ghost domain forest. There would definitely be no less than 1,000 third-grade god-level ghost beasts, but to obtain so many beast souls, it was not something that could be done in a short period of time. It seems that if I want to successfully cultivate this god-killing sword formation, it will still take a period of time. Long Chen felt a little helpless. He felt that there might not be enough time. For cultivators of the divine martial realm, it was normal for them to cultivate for 5 to 10 years at a time, but Long Chen still felt that it was too slow. He was originally a heaven-defying person, and could not be compared with others. It was normal for others to spend 10 years, but for Long Chen to spend 10 years, that was extravagant. No matter what, in the Ghost Domain Forest, after successfully cultivating the god-killing sword formation and obtaining a life-saving killing move, I will go to the Eastern Emperor Palace and sneak in to see if I can reach the Western Emperor region. This was Long Chen's plan. At the same time, during this period of time in the Ghost Domain Forest, he would be able to let the storm of the God of Slaughter's mausoleum pass a little. It was not easy to pass through 2 mansions and arrive at the Green Flame Mansion in a short period of time. Fortunately, Long Chen's speed was much faster than before. At his full speed, it took him more than a month to finally arrive at the Ghost Region Forest that Yi Xian mentioned. In this month, Long Chen's cultivation and injuries had already completely recovered. Because he had been moving forward all this time, his divine essence had also improved by quite a bit. Along the way, Long Chen did not stay idle either. He had more or less understood the god-murdering sword formation, and the next thing was to put it into practice. This wouldn't take too long. The thing that would take the most time would be to find 1,000 third-stage divine-level ghost beasts, kill them, and seize their souls to cultivate the god-murdering sword formation. What Long Chen couldn't see was that after he left, a huge storm broke out in the Serene Hell Mansion, and then the storm spread in an instant, spreading to several nearby mansions, and even alerting the Eastern Emperor Palace. First of all, in the Serene Hell Mansion, several clans took action to deal with Yi Xian, but they found that they were no match for Yi Xian at all after she put on the Nether Imperial armor. Although it didn't spread out, there seemed to be rumors that even the Lord of the Serene Hell Mansion had personally gone to find Yi Xian, but in the end, he still returned in embarrassment, unable to do anything to her. They just wanted to find the whereabouts of Long Chen through Yi Xian, and it was very likely that they couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. As a result, the entire Serene Hell Mansion was in an uproar. When Su Yang learned of Su Zhen's death, he immediately spread the news that Long Chen had the nameless battle skill and the scarlet blood eternity. A person at the first stage of the divine martial realm actually had such peerless treasures, who wouldn't be envious? For a moment, all the experts of the Serene Hell Mansion were mobilized, searching the entire Serene Hell Mansion for Long Chen's whereabouts. However, Long Chen was one step ahead of them, and he escaped from the Serene Hell Mansion, causing them to search for nothing. At the same time, Yi Xian seemed to have disappeared from the prefecture city. After a period of time, the news that Yi Xian had been captured by the Lord of the Serene Hell Mansion was suddenly spread. No one knew whether the news was true or not, but it had spread far and wide, and many people already knew about it. The news came after a quiet night. In the prefecture city of the Serene Hell Mansion, there was a nether prison suppressing pagoda. It was the place where the Lord of the Serene Hell Mansion imprisoned the prisoners. Beside the pagoda was the Lord of the Serene Hell Mansion's palace. The palace had countless corridors, gardens, and pavilions. In the deepest part of the palace, there was a tall and hollow building. The cosmos teleportation formation of the Serene Hell Mansion was built in this building. At this moment, there was a huge golden formation in the middle of the building. The formation had a diameter of more than 300 meters, and there were countless complicated golden symbols that were twisting and turning like tadpoles. Beside the golden formation, there were two people standing there. One of them was tall and sturdy, wearing heavy black armor. He looked like a cold fighting machine. He didn't look old, and could only be considered as a young man. The most eye-catching thing about him was his shiny bald head, which was shining in the night. In front of the bald armored martial artist, there was a young man wearing luxurious dark green clothes. There was a hint of shrewdness in his eyes. He was holding a folding fan, and was gently fanning it. One could see that there were a few huge pictures of beautiful women on the fan, all of them were naked. Lord, there are so many good things, but you didn't get a single one. Are you satisfied? The bald, burly man spoke. Unlike his violent appearance, his voice was very calm and even cold. It gave off a chilling feeling that made people's hair stand on end. Although he looked like a young man, his age was definitely at the same level as Su Zhen. From his voice, one could tell that he was very old. Hearing his question, the other seemingly weak young man gently waved his fan and smiled. What is mine will always be mine, and what is not mine. The things are definitely not with Yi Xian. Yi Xian only has the Netherworld Imperial Armor and the 9 Death Hell. The most important treasures, the Nameless Battle Skill and the Blood Red Sky, were taken by that young man called Long Chen. He should have left the Serene Hell Palace. He left the Serene Hell Palace. But from the information, with the relationship between this young man and Yi Xian, if something happens to Yi Xian, he will definitely come back and walk into the trap. The bald muscular man said. Ha! The young man with the folding fan, the Lord of the Serene Hell Palace, laughed for a while and said, didn't I try? Yi Xian has the Netherworld Imperial Armor, and I can't beat her. People should be satisfied with what they have. The Blood Red Sky and the Nameless Battle Skill are things that even the Lord of Emperor Dong's palace coveted. They are not things that I can accept. Even if I get them, the people of Emperor Dong's palace can still take my life. Look, they are coming, standing next to the universe teleportation portal. They were obviously waiting for someone to come. Even so, I am still not satisfied. At least the 9 Death Hell is a 7th rank divine skill. If I get it, the power of the Lord will increase a lot. The people of Emperor Dong's palace may not be interested in the 9 Death Hell, but even if they come, it will not be my turn. The matter of the godly slaughtering tomb is beyond my control. Now that the news has been leaked, I should retreat. I am a member of Emperor Dong's palace, and I will listen to the orders of Emperor Dong's palace. I can't lose my life because of greed. If I do well, they might reward me with something good. As for something that goes against the natural order, we are not young anymore, we don't dare to hope for it. The bald man smiled helplessly. Yeah, he's not young anymore. Otherwise, he would really go and fight for his life. That little guy called Long Chen actually killed that old fart, Su Zhen. This is really shocking. Thinking of Long Chen, the Lord of the Serene Hell Palace squinted his eyes. Indeed, he is a mysterious child. He shook his head and said, but, once the people of Emperor Dong's palace come, all the restless people will be suppressed. If the experts of other mansions dare to act recklessly, Emperor Dong's palace can change them with a single order. Long Chen will not be able to escape from Emperor Dong's palace. As for Yi Xian, although I don't know where she and her family have gone, Chu Tiange will find them. Chu Tiange, the one who came, is actually one of the top 10 young geniuses on the talent ranking, the guy who is known as Haotian Sword God. Hearing this name, a trace of fear flashed in the bald man's eyes. He subconsciously took a step back, as if the Haotian sword god was already standing in front of him. The Lord of the Serene Hell Palace gently waved his folding fan and nodded. He said in awe, "I guess when the news reached Emperor Dong's palace, it was temporarily intercepted by Venerable Yuan Emperor, and then his first direct disciple, Chu Tiange, came. Chu Tiange is less than 100 years old, but he has already completed the 6th level of the God martial arts realm. He has cultivated the supreme golden body, the immortal body, and he also has a super magical weapon, the Haotian sword that Venerable Yuan Emperor personally passed down to him. He is comparable to a cultivator at the 7th level of the God martial arts realm, a dharma of heaven and earth. Such a young genius is someone who can call the wind and summon the rain in the entire Emperor Dong's palace. So, you should know what to do." The bald man, who was also the highest-ranking commander of the army of the Serene Hell, nodded cautiously and said, "Since Chu Tiange is here, then neither Yi Xian nor Long Chen can escape from him. Both the nameless combat skill and the blood-red heaven desolation belong to Venerable Yuan Emperor. Small figures like us should try our best to cooperate, and maybe we can get on his good side. For us, this is also a great thing. It's good that you understand." The Lord of the Serene Hell Palace smiled. He looked at the Cosmos Teleportation Matrix respectfully. At this moment, the Cosmos Teleportation Matrix suddenly lit up. Golden runes rose into the air, crisscrossed, and the entire teleportation matrix quickly lit up. The golden light shone on the faces of the two people, making them look very holy. "Welcome, Ambassador of Emperor Dong's palace, young Master Chu Tiange." The Lord of the Serene Hell Palace and Ming Di hurriedly knelt down, their faces full of sincerity. As soon as they finished speaking, two figures appeared in the Cosmos Teleportation Matrix. One was golden, full of righteousness, and the other was blood-red, full of sex appeal. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.